Violet, thank you. It is a cliche, it is a metaphor. It means that us mods and me don't criticize the show during the show. We do it behind closed doors when the show. It's a metaphor. Yes, but you can repeat. I encourage you to repeat that. And also, don't forget that
you know what's funny about his show? It's not an actual show.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it recorded? Is this one recorded?
When you call it a show, do y'all get paid by
Oh, it is recorded. Okay.
The answer is no. I do not get paid for running my Saturday and Sunday show. However, I do get paid for running the Workers' Rights Radio Show every Wednesday, which is we record in Clubhouse, and then it goes on 4 terrestrial radio stations in Southern California. I do get paid for that, but no, I don't get paid for the weekend shows.
How much are they paying you, Steve?
For free?
A lot of gelt, baby. Legalist, anything else you want to talk about?
So you're saying that you're working for free. Like, I mean, isn't that against the law? Like, to have you open these shows on...
Is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that
Volunteering
question.
is not illegal.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that question.
Well, that was it.
That was it. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Yeah, no, as was just said, volunteering is not illegal. Me, Alfonso, JCC, Richard, Violet, we all volunteer our time to come in on the weekends. However, the Workers' Rights Radio Show, because it goes on, it's recorded here on Clubhouse, my suggestion, and then it's transferred to Odyssey, which is a national. I don't know if it's worldwide, but Odyssey is definitely a nationwide.
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
I think Legalist believes that Clubhouse is compelling you to do this. That it was their making you do it, and that's why he's asking.
Yeah, let me respond to that. And I do realize
pay him.
I'm going to be as generous as possible, and I mean this sincerely with no disrespect. I know that there's a learning curve. At least I think there's a learning curve, and I'm being extremely respectful. A learning curve with Legalist, so it's okay. I do this. I volunteer my time. I expect nothing in return. I am not compelled to do this. Just like JCC, Richard, and Violet. We all do this because we enjoy it. We like getting together on the weekends.
It's the Clown World gang. Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting episode of Clown World, where Clown World people will put on a Clown World show for your entertainment and delight. I give you Clown World!
Sleeping pill, which I don't want to. So no, we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. We do this because we enjoy doing it, and maybe most importantly, maybe not, and I haven't discussed this with the Mod Squad, maybe we feel in some small way that we can make a difference. I know I do. I do this because I enjoy it. I feel like I can make a difference, and also it's something I want to be remembered by. I don't know if Alfonso, JCC, Richard, and Violet have thought about that. This is why, although some people imitate me, some people make fun of me, I'm very careful with the words that I choose, the words that I use. And when I'm made aware that I am wrong, I immediately admit that I'm wrong and apologize. That's why I take full responsibility for my behavior and my words. I do not regret a single thing that I have said on Clubhouse because I admit when I'm wrong immediately when it's been brought to my attention. Ahmad, is it Ahmad? My glasses aren't on.
Yes, Ahmad. Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you. Ahmad, would you like to say goodbye? Closing thoughts. Ahmad. Does that mean no?
Ahmad, you given the mic for a few minutes to closing thoughts?
I wanted to ask a question, so...
Yes, you can ask a question. Go ahead. Ask me a question. Go ahead.
If you have to answer. So first I say some facts. Okay.
Go ahead.
As
Say
you
your
know,
facts. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say your facts.
As you know, from every four Nobel...
Okay, you're going in and out. You're going in and out, sir. Your connection is bad.
There is a big delay, about 1 second delay, I think.
Go ahead. You were saying about 4 Nobel Prize something.
Yes.
Go ahead. What do you?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay,
So,
we're going to give you one more. We're going to give you one
as you
more
know,
shot.
from every four Nobel Prize winners, one is a Jewish. So when Jewish people are this intelligent, how can they fix the problem of anti-Semitism?
Are you finished? Yes?
Yes, he is. That's a good question.
Yeah, I'll answer it. First class escort to the VIP. I don't think the Jewish people can fix anti-Semitism. I believe it has to be the non-Jews that can fix anti-Semitism. The Jewish population around the world is 0.5%. The Jewish population in America is 2.5%. I think it's unrealistic to think that 0.5% of the population is going to fix 99.5%. I think it's up to the 99.5%. But you know what? Even that being said, I'm
getting requests to go stream different rooms.
Because I'm Jewish.
Is he the Jewish Messiah?
No.
No? Is that the Jewish Messiah?
No. Jason, you're so annoying, bro. Stop interrupting.
Hey, Jason, bro, if I gotta start talking like this, the last time we talked like this, how it became. So just...
Okay, I think it's weird that you letting him interrupt so much Megatron. And
Yeah, Jason, just let her get the whole thing out. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, so if you talk to Muslims, yes, we do believe that Jesus is the Messiah. But if we're doing internal critique of the Bible, then Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecy in the Old Testament about being the Messiah. That's our point. But we're not saying that we're rejecting him because the Jews are rejecting him.
But I needed, this week I offered somebody a full-time job, and we're still negotiating it. That's all I can tell you. She told me, she said it takes an hour to get there from Brooklyn. It takes her an hour to get an hour each way. And so she was trying to get like 1 day a week remote. Because she sees I have a full-time remote person. And I told her, honestly, that's not why I'm hiring you. My office is a mess. I need someone to come in here every day and help me clean up. And frankly, I thrive on
consistency.
No, I thrive on human contact.
Collaboration. Yeah,
human contact. I call it vitamin P. That's why I'm on the app all the time.
Vitamin pussy. Vitamin pussy. He needs a pussy to smell every day in his office.
If I'm out of town for work or vacation, you can work remotely. But otherwise, this is the job. And we're still, she wants to leave early Friday. It's a lot of tweaking. And a part of me is wondering how I can afford it all. And I'm, will I be able to afford another salary, $55,000 a year plus some benefits? And I'm really on the fence. I may just tell her, look, we just don't seem to be able to come to terms. I want to hire her.
This could be a good room.
It was super one-hit wonder.
Yeah. You should write in, give them the idea. That would be really cool to see, actually.
All right,
I would give those bands like a face, we've never seen them.
Right, and you could hire them for like $85.
100%, it would be the cheapest Super.
Okay, I asked the AI
tie for the mega one-hit wonders of the 2000s. And it says, Who Let the Dogs Out? Dragoseed Din Tea, I don't know what that is. Crazy by Gnarls Barkley. Somebody That I Used to Know. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh God, that's not. That's like late 2000s.
This Is Why I'm Hot. Lean Back. Party Like a Rock Star. Crank That. I Believe in a Thing Called Love. Bad Day. You're Beautiful by James Blunt. Okay. And then it says, fun fact, many one-hit wonders are actually huge in their home countries. For instance, Ozone was massive in Romania, and The Darkness maintained a cult following in the UK after their US fame had faded.
Oh, I got another one. Anytime somebody says, it's them, I go, 2 weeks since you looked at me. Bare Naked Ladies.
Oh, they had a bunch of hits. Are you kidding?
I don't know. That's the one everybody thinks of. Maybe they have more. What about Shaggy? Angel would be another one. Girl, you're my angel. Even though some of his other songs worked, but
It wasn't me. Did you remember that song?
But you're coming on the counter.
It wasn't me.
I'm banging on the sofa.
It wasn't me.
As the young kids would say, I low-key love that song. It's just so funny. Because it's like, it keeps escalating, you know? I even got you on camera.
Wasn't me.
No, honestly, if you listen to like Jamaican music and like West Indian music, it all kind of builds up in that drama. Like it's crazy.
There was a Casey and JoJo song too. I just can't think of it.
Casey and JoJo.
What up, cuz?
Oh my gosh. What y'all talking about?
Well, you know, just music. Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is today, right?
Yeah.
All my life, I pray for someone like you.
That's what it is.
Thank God that
Wait, now it's all harmonized.
I finally found you.
Like, how y'all even know about that? That's crazy.
We're black. Well, at least I am, but I can't speak for
Yeah,
Derisive.
I'm like, well, I just got the card. Everybody.
Yeah.
Derisive may be
Yeah,
mixed, and Nick is definitely black from the waist down.
That's right.
Like, how you know that?
Thanks, Obama.
So, yeah.
You're welcome, Biscuit. Throw me a banana later.
Bruce, I had ice in my orange today, and I thought about you.
Monica, really?
Yep.
Really? Oh my God. Love you to
Bruce, what rooms are you going to? Where are you on Clubhouse now? What rooms?
No. I just went and ventured through some rooms, and they all suck.
I was just in a room with Bruce last night.
Yeah,
Was
this
Brookie
room.
there?
No, it wasn't this room.
Oh, what?
Okay, do you guys want to hear the 90s AI collected one-hit wonder?
Yes. Yes.
Let me tell Bruce one quick thing. Bruce, you're gonna have to go get some ice and beer. It's
kicked out of Europe because these the same Jews who was getting kicked out of everywhere they went.
แล้วแต่เขาก็เลือกส้มไงผมก็เลยมองว่าเนี่ยมันก็อยู่ที่คนอยู่ดีอ่ะ
เพราะฉะนั้นไม่ได้มีผลนะแต่ที่ผมพูด
Both sides, atheists and theists, are going to say these are good things, right? That I'm saying that those things are going to be more prevalent among the intrinsically religious versus those that are of no faith at all. At least that's the historical understanding that I've had. Now, you can say that you don't think these things are good, but I don't think that's what you want to say. And I don't think you're going to be...
every week in a row about killing babies, but we're not going to mention his name, yes.
He professes some...
who started his own house after my house and imitates me. I'll stop, John. I'll stop. Yeah.
Isn't it funny that Steve thinks people are like copying him?
Confusion at how
And, like he's doing something original.
A rabbi could be.
Steve really is a very
but he knows what
narcissistic, self-centered, egotistical person.
Doing what he did suggests that
I mean, you know, my life ain't so great, but like,
that quote,
he left his wife to do the lifestyle, to date men or trans, and so basically, Hermes, like what I'm saying is, I would rather be remembered because of the books I read. Steve wants to be remembered because of the conversations he had on Clown House.
I hope so. I need another cruise.
Anyway, and this is John Malincrot, who's got horrible Trump derangement syndrome. You got bad TDS too, Hermes. You got to live your best life. You can't live your life like these people. They ruin their life. They don't have any personal responsibility. They don't take ownership for their very existence. They think their lives are dependent upon the existence of Trump's presidency.
My first, I think, ever. How
it's too much, Hermes. That's not your true nature. Your true nature is divine, and that's why these atheists don't get the big joke.
In the atheism house? No, in the atheism house. Yes, I do. Sorry. Oh boy.
It's atheism or athe-ish.
I opened a room in my house, and then I opened one in the atheist house.
Atheist.
And then I opened one in the atheism house.
Ah, you spread yourself around. You spread yourself around, yeah.
That's right. But none of them were very well attended. It was set 1, set 2, set 3.
Well, I don't have the option to. I don't have the option to open a room in the atheist house. I haven't been made a leader, but I'm sure they have their reasons. You know what I mean?
Anyway, and with that, I'll say goodbye.
John, thank you very much. First class escort down the VI red carpet to the VIP. Paul, would you like to say goodbye, Paul? Paul?
Yes, I'd just like to say like 3 things.
Yeah.
One is Brett Favre says politics should not be in the Olympics or sports. So at the Super Bowl, I'd like to see somebody kneel down at the Star Spangled Banner. And let's see what that happens.
Yeah.
And also, I congratulate you. It's Circle of Life, like the Lion King.
Thank you. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Also, Brett Favre likes to send dick pics to cheerleaders, but we won't talk about that. Hey. Violet, one half of Batman and Robin. Ooh, I like that. Would you like to say goodbye?
Holy heavy lifting, Batman.
Holy heavy lifting, Batman. By the way, do you know that Robin had to tape down his junk?
Hey, whoa.
No, I'm stating a fact.
Well,
Violet, did you know that Robin had to tape down his junk during the filming? Did you know that, or did you not know that?
No, I did not know that as a fact, but it does not surprise me. Fortunately, I would not have that problem if I wore the costume. JCC, that conversational melee broke out, and you were totally in the front of the fight. I feel like I just tripped one of the bad guys as they ran away, so kudos to you.
Yeah.
And that was... And Steve,
we need like a laugh track of Steve Appel's laughing. Then you're good. Then it gets scary.
But kudos to you too, because I know how tough this can be. So great show today.
Thank you.
I love being here. Hope everybody has a great week, and I'll see you next weekend.
And before we move on to the goodbyes, let me just say this: I suspect, I could be wrong, but I suspect the rough waters were waiting for me to take a break and for the two of you to take over, and purposely made it a lot more difficult. So you guys did a great job. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard?
I just want one last time congratulate Grandpa Steve.
Thank you.
And I want to call your attention to the day. I want you to pay attention to the day that little girl.
Super Bowl.
I'm talking about the future, when that little girl teaches you something you didn't know.
That little granddaughter.
Thank you.
Someday in the future, she'll open your mind to something you didn't realize. I'm envying you that day.
Thank you. I will remember, Richard, that you said that. In fact, you have my word. I will remember that you said that for the rest of my life because no one has said that to me.
Wow.
JC.
I bet you though Stephen Pell never learns anything.
Of course.
That's the joke. Oh my God. He's gonna remember that the guy said it. But that bitch, he's never gonna learn nothing from their granddaughter. Because he's a fucking stupid atheist.
Anytime we have the opportunity, you are awesome, co-mod. And yeah, we were in some troubled waters, but we did a great job and it was fun. I do hope Cora, takes a deep breath and realizes that Steve, you weren't trying to put her to.
Is she here?
No. Yeah, just for the sake of replays, and hopefully we can talk about this in our own little discussion and settle these things and hopefully move on. So I hope there's no hard feeling.
And for those of you that are curious, that's what the cliche means. We do our best not to air our dirty laundry in public. It doesn't mean washing our own clothes.
Right.
But I understand that there is a learning curve there, and I take that with all seriousness. Last but not least, Alfonso, are you there?
And I want to say goodbye to everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday and happy trails to you.
Anybody else? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? He's probably busy once, twice, 3 times. We're done. It's been a hell of a great show. I mean, I ran out of cigarettes. Almost didn't get my hour number 3 mimosa. I am now a proud papa, actually a grandfather. My daughter delivered my first grandchild, my granddaughter, at 5:45 a.m. this morning. And we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you...
It's like the end of a Springsteen show or something, nobody can let it go. They just...
The Super Bowl.
They can't get off the stage. Everybody wants to go home.
Take care, everybody. And as always, be careful on the clubhouse streets.
That's the Stephen Pell Clubhouse show. He calls it Atheism House. Ask the Atheists with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. I love how he puts Reverend Scott in there. He's basically using Scott, who calls himself a reverend, or he claims he has a master's in divinity. He claims. Now, the guy is living in a YMCA sober living facility. Doesn't work. It looks like he's dating some black chick now, which is good.
God and the Trinity is God. Do you hold to that? It does work.
What?
The Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God,
and I like Scott. I don't think he's that bad, but I don't really trust him. I don't think he trusts me. And there was this whole thing about him and Steve and this young kid Christian on here.
The same sense of God.
And none of that matters. I only bring it up because there's dirt on everybody on here. If they wanted to have a debate and all I wanted to do was dish dirt, well, I could just keep shoveling and shoveling and shoveling.
The Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God. Do you hold to that?
And the Trinity, are you saying that like it's something distinct from the Father, the Son, and the Spirit?
Yeah.
So no, I don't believe that.
So you don't. Which promise you gonna reject? So the Trinity is not God.
I don't believe the Trinity is something other than the Father, the Son, and the Spirit.
Is coming into that relationship.
Yeah, I just know what's that. So
relationship
Trinity is not God,
to extract something else.
The Trinity is not God.
Hello?
Okay, good.
I don't know what you mean.
Respect. There's just people don't trust relationships much these days. People are very.
I believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are fully God.
Don't believe in the institution of marriage because of the.
Yeah. So what he's doing is he likes to switch the term, right? So he goes from ontology to identity.
Let me finish. Are those 3 God?
when they gotta be three and united?
Are you using God as an identity, or are you using God as an ontology?
As you wish, you can do both. That doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter here. Like I said, it's about identity. That's fine. So do you hold to that?
Do you have a question?
Yep. I was asking that question all the time, bro. I'm not talking.
Of Esau, not only is it the word of Allah, but is the source from Allah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Through the angel Gabriel, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you gonna answer the question, Jason?
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are the one God. Yep.
Good. So the Trinity is God, right?
Define the Trinity.
Yeah, the three hypostases.
Yep, the three hypostases are the one God.
Okay, is both of them, or the three of them are gods or not?
The three hypostases are the one God. Yes.
Is each of them?
Hi, point of order, moderator. If you could put me in the queue. I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen. Also, I just wanted to comment.
Why you did that, Megaton, man? All right, do you got an answer?
When you're saying God, are you saying ontologically, or are you saying like they like an identity?
Identity. Yeah, let's use identity. It's all right. But we can use both.
Okay, so ask the question again.
Oh no, bro, I'm not talking.
What's the? Yeah, ask the question again.
What's your question? Yeah. I gotta answer. I gotta answer. I said, do you still hold that the Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God?
Not the way you're wording it.
All right. So which promise you reject?
That the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are distinct from.
That it was just the weirdest thing.
I used to talk to Tina about the ships and mountains that would pop in the skyline so fucking weird.
What the fuck?
I want to
So the reason why I gave you a gun, Columbus, so you can shoot somebody, but you don't need to. But allow me to explain how to shot him. Yeah. Let me show you how to shoot somebody.
They go over there and they behave in the same way. The only
All right, peace out, guys.
All right, Columbus.
Peace out,
Cub Scout. You call him Cub Scout is crazy.
I said, peace out, Cub Scout.
Were you a Cub Scout before?
No,
Oh.
it's just an expression.
No, that's actual like a fraternity. I mean,
Yes, I know that, but it's like, see you later, alligator. Peace out, Cub Scout. That type.
Oh, okay. Thank you for teaching me.
That's what I'm teaching. Yeah, I'm teaching my grandson that. See you later, alligator.
After a while, crocodile.
See you in a while, crocodile.
We say after a while, crocodile.
Oh, okay.
See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile.
Say something later.
Crocodile?
See you later, fucking hater.
Oh, that's a new one. What was that, honey?
See you later, fucking hater.
Forking hater?
Nah, she already said it on Sunday. She said fucking hate on Sunday. Now she want to change it.
No. You never ever said that before. You better get your lies right.
Yeah, we got her. Yeah, she said, "See you later, fucking hater." Then she remembered Sunday. Now she say forking hater.
It's not Sunday. It's Saturday. Yo.
Oh, I'm ready already for Sunday. Yo, it's what?
Saturday. It's Saturday.
No, it's not Saturday. It is Sunday.
No, it's Saturday. Be quiet.
Oh, it's not.
I was messing with Liquid. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Is that your story, honey? Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't let me get away with nothing. I don't get to get away with nothing. Look at that phone.
Doc crashed last night, yo. Like, you know when you left, when we was freestyling and Doc was freestyling, he fucking crashed.
Fell asleep?
No, what I mean by crash is like he
crashed out.
He crashed out like he did a Doc thing again. And I was warning him. I was like, yo, stop telling your business about you and Tina and shit. And fuck you fucking this and that and this. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And that's what happened. Tina, Bobina, Banana Fana, no Nina, no Nima, Momina. Tina.
Was he talking about me when I wasn't in the house?
Well, let's say it this way. The way he was talking about you was not in a bad way. It was more or less like, the whole time I thought I was dead. I was in communication with Tina and stuff like that. And then he made innuendos about something. He like, what?
Okay.
So I told him to stop. Then he got mad at me. We went from rapping to like just, well, you know how he does. He started yelling and screaming. But he didn't say nothing negative about you.
Okay.
But like what he said, Tina, like we already knew that because you were always saying like, I'll check up on him. We're like, where the hell is Doc? So he didn't say nothing that we didn't know.
Yeah. I do. I call him and make sure he's all right. And when I don't see him on here for a good minute, I call him.
I don't believe that people be like worried about him and shit.
So you didn't have phone sex with him, right?
Oh, shit, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, shit, it's CM. Welcome to the show, CM.
I just wanted to make sure.
Just want to come and listen in as here, listening what I'm listening in on, eh?
No. Mm-mm.
Don't give people passes because they
That's better. Not the Dalai Lama. Lord, G.
Hello? CM, is something you want to say?
I think it's Lord Krishna in his case.
Hello?
Hey, Norma.
What's up?
Who'd you vote for in the last election?
I don't usually talk about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it either. I wouldn't talk about it either, El Normo. You don't know?
You mean if you were me, like you'd like to be concrete?
If I had your same concerns, I wouldn't talk about it either.
What concerns do you think I have, concrete?
Embarrassment.
Why would I be embarrassed, concrete?
Being ridiculed, embarrassed.
How could you be ridiculed or embarrassed no matter who you voted for? The country literally went 50-50.
You got to answer that question because you're the one in the closet about it.
I beg your pardon?
I say you got to answer that question because you're the one in the closet about it.
I'm not in the closet, and most people maintain privacy about who they vote for. And I certainly am not in any closet, nor do I have to do anything except stay Jewish, pay my taxes, and die.
That's fair. Well, Normal, you did say you didn't vote for him, and then other times where you said
I haven't said anything about it.
Are you sure? You damn sure did last night. You called. Y'all put on it, Normal?
You called me. You said I was full of shit when I said you voted for Trump.
Yes, you're full of shit. That's correct.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes. Wait, did you forget that I said that?
Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, just one second.
So breaking, the Epstein survivors are.
Hold on 1 second, Reform. Real quick.
I said I was full of shit when I told you that. What I said was that you're full of shit. When if you said I said I voted. I said you were full of shit. If I told you that I voted for him or did not.
Reform.
I never said I voted for Trump.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. God damn, you're a goddamn liar.
When did I say that?
You sure you didn't? Cause
when did I say that?
I couldn't give you a date.
Give me a approximate.
You tell me when you were talking to John Kitover.
We were talking in a private room.
Oh, okay. So when was that? When was that?
I don't know. No, I never said.
When was that?
Okay.
When was that? Because you asked when was it? So you answered the question. When was
I have no idea when it was.
Okay. Approximately then is when you said. Approximately then is when you said you voted for Trump.
Tell me what I said. You heard the recording? You're full of shit.
You're a piece of shit. You're a liar. I'm a liar. Okay. Next clip.
One way, bro.
He's gone.
Stop bullying me, guys.
Just like last night, he ran away when I questioned him. Hey, you 2-0 with that motherfucker, huh? That's unfortunate. Damn, I even. Let me play it for y'all real quick when I find it. But yeah, I told him to sit tight. He said he was going to too. Then he ran off. Hold on, y'all can carry on for a second. I'll let you know when I pull it up again. This shit didn't sound
Hey, Drew. Divine, I have some bad news for you. You ready?
Does it start with an M? Go ahead.
Wow, is it February 8th already? It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Hope you're having a great birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Samantha! Happy birthday to you and many more.
Robin, I think is her name. Yeah, she's a progressive. So Miss Bass is quite scared. I'll say that. But yeah. So Divine, I'm sorry, we're gonna have two of them. I know you're going, but I will be likely voting for her. I do not like my current mayor at all. So Caruso said he would not file, and today is actually the filing deadline. But anyway, that was some news I wanted to share. Democratic Socialists are taking over America in the mayorships.
Hey, I wish her well. I don't know much about her, and why not? I hope everybody gets what they want. All right, that's where we're at now.
Mm-hmm. Nitya Raman, is that her name? Yeah, that's her name. Nitya Raman. She's a pretty lady. Shout out to Tikka Masala. Shout out to all of it. I'm excited. Yeah, y'all. It's about to be good. It's about to be popping. It's about to be DSA everywhere. And I'm sure y'all saw the lady. What is her name? Adelidia.
Is McConnell dead? Is McConnell dead now?
No, he's on his deathbed though. He'll be gone probably within the week.
Okay.
And everyone also says too earlier
really?
that everyone said also that Bashir, despite having to follow the Kentucky law and pick between 3 Republican names that their state legislature presents to him, that he'll likely sue because the Supreme Court of Kentucky is nonpartisan, and according to all the folks I've spoken to who live there, it's actually more liberal leaning. So I was shocked to find that out. So there's a chance that Bashir ends up actually suing
Normal.
constitutional.
You're getting called out because of that recording. The funny thing is, I have so many recordings that if they don't have something queued up or bookmarked or something, it just gets lost because there's too much John Kitover on the internet.
Wait, so did they? They sent me down, so I left because there's no reason for me to stay there if they're going to send me down.
Yeah.
What did they not play it?
No, he couldn't find it. And I don't know. I have absolutely no idea which clip it is. I mean, I have literally like 70,000 clips out there now, so I have no idea which one they're referring to or which one Amir claims that he has.
We had a private room, which for some reason they think was a phone call, and I confided in you.
Harry Balzac is also here. He wanted me to record Buttercup's room, but I couldn't find it. And I don't think she goes by Buttercup anymore. She goes by something else. I can't remember, but
She was at least Buttercup. Hi, Harry. What was I going to say? So that's funny. And now I left that room. Put the link in the chat, but I think I'm blocked from that room.
I can't.
You also?
I can't copy I can't copy a link from a room to put it in the chat. No. I just can't do that. Like, there's no way for me to take this profile, go to their room, copy a URL for their room, and put it in the chat, because that would mean I would leave the room to have to do that. But anyways,
okay.
Well,
you're on one of your other things. So in your other thing,
they've blocked. Oh, I see what you're saying with my aunt. Well, they have blocked all my other accounts, so I can't actually do what you want me to do for them. If you see the best, let me get you the room title. Then you can search for the room title. MAGA is MAGA. Just search MAGA.
He's bad. Okay.
If you want to go in there, if you want me to record you going in there and having a convo.
I think they blocked me once I left. But you're monitoring the room. You can hear the room.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our convo.
Last night he was like, "Oh, it was in a." When I asked him when he was talking to John Kitover, I swear he thought for sure that it wasn't recorded. That's why he was like, "Oh, it was in a private room." Like, wow, you were fucking with the wrong person. I mean, the dude that records literally everything.
He got Trump, bro. He got Trump. Got scammed right into his face. Oh yeah, I won't tell nobody. No, go ahead. Don't tell nobody. Just tell me, bro. I won't tell him no.
If you want to go in there and respond, just search MAGA.
I mean, yeah, it's like I just don't understand why he would lie about it.
They just want to talk to you.
Just own it, you know?
Exactly. That's what we're surprised about.
They just want to talk to you.
Business, dude. You voted for him. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Just
you
can't say what you check.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, ain't nothing gonna happen, but like you gotta call other people liars for it. It could have just been over right there. Like, okay, yeah, I did it. If he would have just said that, I wouldn't even play the video because it would have lost its luster. But
Al Normal, last night I was dying laughing when you were making fun of Jeremy.
And like a little baby.
Making fun of Jeremy.
So be it. Whatever. He was
The Talking Apes Jeremy guy who was. Oh, man, that was funny.
Now, y'all know that man voted for Donald Trump. Not only voted for him, y'all know that On Normal is a huge fan of Donald Trump. You just listen to him for 5 minutes and you can tell.
Yeah.
And then plus,
On Normal in his elements, you guys should come to Gary Booker Chaba's room. Was that moderate discussion with Marshall? That's when you listen to the true El Normal.
yeah, but we know that and then y'all forget that they come in here and they behave because they know that we'll boot their ass. But do y'all, the OGs know we have debated and argued with these people for years. We know how their ass shows up in other goddamn spaces. Please. Ain't near one of them changed.
yeah, no, it's not a shocker or anything. I mean, it's obvious, what his stance is. I mean, he's constantly running to the defense of Trump, so I mean, he's made it evident that, that's who he voted for, but it was just more so the fact that the whole call, just lying about it and then calling other people liars. Like that was the comedy in it.
Well, no, it's good to have proof. We should bring you in here to play the
What I
clip
understand,
every time
what did you lie about?
I'll send it down if y'all want it.
Thank you, because as soon as he come up on stage, I'll just play that damn clip so he can run his ass off.
Yeah.
That is one voice and opinion I need never hear again. I will be perfectly fine.
Ooh,
Sorry,
you've been banished, El Normal. You've been banished.
I'll put some high
I'll send you both of them.
I'll put the beat up on that shit.
Dance party with Beyonce. Put a beat to it like that.
That shit would be hilarious.
Yeah, some people, you're not even, when you're beyond even entertainment.
So I'm also broadcasting this into Trump Anger Support and Therapy Group.
It's gonna be called "Don't Hold It Against Me,"
as well as Politics Elections 2026.
If you bring up Tupac,
it's gonna be called full of shit.
No, you need to make it be like I won an NAACP award or some shit like that. If he bring up Tupac and the NAACP, one more goddamn.
Whoa.
Comedy. But Kitover probably has this right now. The replay of the replay.
Yeah, oh, you got a lot more than that.
That dude is great.
I think he's still on stage. No, he's not. Y'all, please report his other house. Because I went and randomly looked. I report it every once in a while, just when it comes across my feed. There's 1,000 people that are in there. Y'all, please report that house. Because he will literally open up a room and then stream this room with his weird ass. He'll stream it on YouTube and he'll stream it like in another Clubhouse room. So y'all just report it when you see it. It's called Politically Correct with Georgia, and it has the same picture and everything. He is weird as hell, but it just pisses me off every time I see it.
I didn't know it was him. I saw it.
Yes, his crazy ass.
Politically correct. Oh, it's him.
Yes.
Thanks for the info. I didn't know.
And I have reported it to Clubhouse so many damn times, but maybe if we all mass reported, yeah, he got the nerve to have the picture and everything. And then do y'all see the descriptions he gives to the room? It's like Patty and First Lady. And I'm like, bro. Ugh.
Why is he? What's wrong with him? Did somebody in his room do something to him?
I don't know. He's weird. He came up on stage a couple of weeks ago, like maybe at like 1 o'clock, and I cussed his ass out. He's also music AI. So y'all, it's okay. He'll get in here some kind of way, but something is off with him. Do you see like on the YouTube? I don't even click on it anymore because I believe it was Ben that pointed out that the only views that he gets are from people that literally click in there from Clubhouse to see that he's doing it. He will have the phone showing on the screen and he's just like lying down on the bed and some shit. Fucking weirdo. Streaming the whole goddamn room.
She ain't lying.
Yes, Jeremy, lying.
She ain't lying.
Dark, like with mood lighting on. Something is off about that man.
What, that I'm stretching as I'm listening to you guys waste your time talking about nothing? It's called stretching.
Yeah, like he's lying on the bed with his legs crossed.
My balls out.
Have the phone propped up, so he'll show
my balls.
But it's like that's how he streams it. Y'all think I'm joking, but we don't want to give it too much credence. But it's like, bro, are you serious right now?
I went to his YouTube page.
There's too much visual.
He's laying on his stomach with his feet kicking in the air.
Child, I didn't even want to know. It is very. Now, y'all know we've all been exposed to odd shit on this app. He is definitely odd. It's not just Clubhouse. He's not just cosplaying. Something is wrong with him. I don't know why he has such an affinity for.
I gotta hit my projection bell alert.
With that man.
Projection alert.
His YouTube page once.
Projection alert.
In here, so I did a quick search. He had like 6 phones on holders. It looked real wild. It looked like a bot farm. I was like, yo, what's this dude on? Mad phones, computers, strange.
This is the John Kitover podcast. These are my critics of my art podcast.
I think he thinks that outing like Clubhouse rooms is going to be his content, like his brand. So he's trying to make that work for him. But I don't think it's working.
Hello? You guys are helping me make it work. It's fully automated. We've achieved critical mass and live rent-free in your fucking bitch-ass heads. We own you. You are our slaves. And the slaves shall serve. Get back to work.
I'm trying to confirm if Representative Wu said the things that it's alleging that he's saying, that basically minorities should get together and take over the country. Does anybody know if that is true or not? Because there's so much AI. I went on his page and I don't see it, but I don't want to play it unless I can confirm it. But he said minorities should basically get together and take over the country.
Hello? 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 Did you hear that projection? All the minorities should get together and take over the country. Does she mean violently or just politically? Hello? Hello? That motherfucker, he's streaming a room right now. Yeah. He's streaming a room.
It's quiet.
He's streaming a room right now, motherfucker. He live now. He's live on like 20 YouTube streaming this shit. Now, motherfucker.
I got nothing. There's not even anything. I don't see any major headlines. We talk about everything.
Even John Kittle.
I did hear a rumor, though. They're saying that Savannah Guthrie's mom may have been kidnapped by a cartel. I don't know if anybody else heard that. And they're calling it sophisticated.
No!
Wait, who's they? Who's they? What kind of?
Hello?
I don't know. It was like a meme.
See, El Normo and I got different standards because if El Normo gets kicked to the goo, he's going to leave right away. You know, I don't even go in the room. I just stream the room and they're talking about me and I didn't even make it in the room. So this is what I call modern day. What did Jeffrey Epstein call it? He called it neurotech. And essentially, it's like dopamine technology because I like El Normo. Believe me, Harry Balzac, I would fight with El Normo to the death, you know, like to fight with him against a common enemy. But my point is that El Normo I'm still using him and he's using me. You know, this is what like parasitic or parasympathetic, you know, basically it's shield wall, you know, or the powerful wedge formation or the phalanx, if that makes any sense. You know, you yourself, Harry Balzac, are an information warrior. Just your name is offensive. Your PTR is offensive. And what we're trying to do is to actually expose hyperbolic behavior. There's a lot of other words for hyperbolic behavior or sentiment, meaning when we can record someone getting extremely angry and making death threats or being violent. See, I'm kind of like Epstein in a way, meaning as someone who records everything, and I'm not going to clip like and do work to like target people because I'm just like a general garbage collector, Harry. I don't know if you know this, but I run a garbage collection system. It's not necessarily a business yet. It's more of a generalized garbage collection, meaning that like by focusing on me and just filming myself listening to shit, like right now I'm filming myself on 20 phones and all these platforms. I'm just a generalized garbage collector, gathering as much garbage as I can. It doesn't matter who you are, what your position is. If you got garbage that comes out of your stinky fucking mouth, and I know most of these people don't use a water pick, and I know they don't use a fucking tongue scraper, and I know some of these people go to bed and don't even brush their fucking teeth. Their teeth. Let me pronounce it correctly for you. Teeth, motherfucker. They don't even brush their motherfucking teeth. And tonight, after they eat all that motherfucking ribs and chicken, some of these motherfuckers ain't even gonna floss their teeth. And so what I'm trying to say is, I think life is actually about hygienics. And, you know, I am not a eugenicist, I'm a hygienicist, meaning that your personal hygiene, I'm concerned about it because your personal hygiene affects me, someone who's very hygienic. And I'm not like OCD about, you know, hygienics. I'm OCD about linguistics. And word, I take you back to the N-word challenge. How many N-words can we hear in 10 minutes?
But anywho, I wouldn't think how did you go all the way down to his profile? I always thought that was him because I seen that picture before. I'm like, oh, I was like, he's in here. So I'm like, that's the person. I just never said anything. I was like,
he's like, let me just get the white dude with the red head. You probably thought it was a MAGA hat.
I thought that was John Kitover for a time. The fact
but
that
wait a minute, I seen Curtis on the dark side, and I said, "What in the world is Curtis? No, Curtis on the dark side. Curtis did an IGB." Because I was like, "Wait, I follow Curtis on IG. He actually does like some great auto body work or whatever." So I was like, "Wait a minute, that's not him." But anyway, that was funny as shit. Oh, Maury, not you just trying to.
My bad, Curtis. So I always see that picture. That's why I was like, why does he have John Kitover thing in this picture? And I was like, what was the purpose of having that as your thing? So I'm like, look, this guy sends me 100 Instagram requests like all the time, and so he has different names. That John Kitover, he's weird because if you
weird,
knows how he sends those.
We got a weird alert.
He puts like a woman in a bikini, and then he plays the video with him doing like playing like the drums or some shit, like those, like sitting with his legs crossed and shit like that. And what Divine said, that's what he does. It's the weirdest shit ever. And he just plays everybody's clips. But he has like 150, 200 accounts. He has every account.
Were you just listening to our whole conversation? That's what I said. He sits there on his bed with this, like, looking like a fucking weirdo.
But hey, I always thought that was Curtis this whole time because I've never heard Curtis speak until now. So appreciate it. My bad, Curtis.
Who else in the goo you stalking? Let me look and see.
Y'all PTRs ain't safe down there. Why are you going through? Oh, yeah.
I know, because I'm like, I rarely even look in the goo. It's hard enough. And then we keep getting all these damn trolls, y'all. I can't even stay in the chat like I normally do or get on Instagram or Facebook because these damn trolls will get on stage and we have to boot them within seconds.
Wait a second, Reformed. Did I hear you profess your love for a white MAGA?
Oh my God. Curtis is not MAGA, but
no,
yes,
he definitely is MAGA. Who did he vote for? He's MAGA.
Curtis is not MAGA.
Who did he vote for in November?
He voted for.
You gotta come back up and speak for yourself.
When did we start this, Curtis? Being my white husband.
Got you fucked up, Curtis. He says
I think we did this in IGB like a while ago.
What's that? What's the question? I voted for Kamala.
It's like Trent not being MAGA.
He just answered. He said he voted for Kamala.
I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
It's all good. People in here forever have thought I'm MAGA. I'm not, man. I just have opposing views sometimes of the room. That's all.
Right. Y'all know I would not have a white husband on Clubhouse that was MAGA. Come on now, Hurricane.
Yo, Harry, I'm a funny motherfucker. This is my show. This is my shtick. Harry, I've done stand-up comedy. There's no point in doing stand-up comedy. It's a waste of time. Just film yourself in a room. It's the same thing. All I do is record. I'm a recorder, and these are critics of my artwork. I'm an artist and a critic, and I'm critical of these people through my art. Hello.
Sorry. I've had
the DMs or else.
I've had a lot. Look, JD is a former Clubhouse husband. Y'all know I get around. Let me stop.
I don't see they're saying I'll be.
That's about to get you.
They're saying I'm going to be in the Klan in 10 minutes. What the hell?
I know. Ex-husband, y'all. Ex-husband. JD is an ex. Actually, we were poly, and then Patty won. So.
That's crazy. He got acquitted on 2 federal indictments.
What's next? Anything else?
Well, Amari, I'm glad you mentioned it, because, wow, not you thinking that this was John Kitover is crazy.
Let me turn my recording back on. Yeah.
Hello? Projection alert, bitch.
Does he only go around and record the black room?
Projection alert, bitch.
Nah, he goes all over.
No, but look, that room is from... When was misogynist being used? That's been a minute. Damn. So this dude really just goes around recording our spaces, which is sheer insanity to me.
Hello?
But oh well.
He's creating a dump of Palantir. And then peace on all you motherfuckers.
Amari, I still want to say I appreciate you being on alert. Even if you got it wrong.
Yeah, false flag. False information. Yeah, that was... Getting the wrong people sniped, Joe.
Yeah, man, that was my bad. Look, I saw the second picture, and I was like, why does he have that picture up? I was like, okay, that might be Kitover. I didn't have no problem with it. I was just like, well, since y'all were talking about it right now, I said, Curtis might be Kitover or recording for Kitover. One of the two.
You got me looking for 2A in this room because Lord knows he
Hello?
his damn name so many
Hello? 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 Hey, Joe, these people are promoting the John Kitover podcast. They're talking about John Kitover. I live rent free in these bitches' heads because they know I record them wasting all their time talking about nothing. Hello? For months now, down in my yoga studio, I'll live stream this shit. I'll do yoga for 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll leave and I'll let it run the whole day. And I've recorded them for months talking about nothing. It's crazy.
Listen, it's not that hard. I'll tell you the content going. All you gotta do is get a video and play it, something that we could discuss. You got Epstein, you got Trump, you got the economy. Listen, niggas say I'm not the producer, but guess what? I am.
You are not the producer.
Yeah, because the John Kitover content is ass. I'm sorry. Like, y'all have talked that thing to death.
Well, let's see. On Monday, the Ninth Circuit will consider whether to, or maybe they already did, will consider whether to lift a preliminary injunction blocking the administration from imposing funding conditions on $12 billion in grants for homelessness and transit infrastructure to dozens of cities and counties. Why are they so much in funding and grants, y'all? I don't think people realize how much the Trump administration has disrupted a lot of federal funding that goes out. I mean, that's not, but it's just annoying as shit.
So, Kimberly said, play band singing Dixie to Pink. She screen recorded it. Now that's content. If y'all missed the Pink Pill band showdown, that's content right there.
Hello?
Yeah, Mickey, this administration is going after veterans too. Doing audits. To try to reduce.
Hello?
Good. I was gonna say we definitely don't want an answer to our child. She's already had about 4 comments.
Americans are hurting, and a lot of money is still going overseas missing that. It's not. Do you have any specifics? I'd love to hear it.
It's crazy, man, how people think that we just hate Trump just to hate Trump. Like he's that fucking special to us. Like, what is Trump doing for America right now?
Or did he have any? I don't know. Let's ask her, Miss Annette. Do you have something?
Listen, one of my top videos is of these jackals in this room on Charlie Kirk's death, on the day of his assassination, cheering. It's called Liberals Celebrate the Death of Charlie Kirk. That's like a popular video of mine on YouTube. And it's this room. It's some F-word, N-word going on and on the whole day. It's really fucked up.
Everybody wants just to drag on Trump. But what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Exactly.
You did exactly what you said you were going to do.
I'm jumping up and down like a monkey. That's what I'm doing.
I can tell you.
What are you doing to protect?
I can tell you. I can tell you. Do you want to hear or not?
Hey, I'm gonna put on mic and
I'm gonna tell you what I did. I've ordered the military to go around the country housing homeless people. I've had Congress pass several bills. Make sure everyone has uniform. Like, what kind of question was that, Miss Annette? He's president of the United States. Are you okay?
Hello?
Let me ask you again. Do you have any specifics of what Trump's done for America?
Hello? Hello?
What have y'all done to teach him, to learn him how to run this country better? Nothing. None of y'all.
Hello?
Hey, wait, and guess what? And they had nothing to say for the last 2 years of Biden. Nothing.
Exactly. I can tell you what I said.
Nothing. Hey, they were like crickets.
That's not true. That's not true. Biden didn't do a
put that on ban.
Biden didn't do a good enough job of keeping costs down. He didn't do a good enough job in explaining or fixing the immigration problem. He did a terrible job in allowing people who weren't citizens to get benefits that citizens were waiting for. I can go through a whole host of things. He did a bad job in explaining the policy and the rationale in
Hello?
Israel and Gaza. I've just named 5 things. Can you do the same thing that Trump did a bad job or not good job with, Miss Annette? Let's see. I just did 5 things. Do you have anything, Miss Annette? On Trump, name 5 things that Trump could be better at.
Damn, what did he do to get you in the cult?
Hello?
Damn.
Hello?
See how dishonest.
I can get along because you know what? My vegetarian beef is
See how
good.
dishonest Trump supporters are? And I'm being nice and respectful.
No, and you want to say
criticisms of Biden and you can't give any of Trump. It's really sad.
You know what? No,
It's sad. You're in a cult. I hope you can help.
Okay, you know what? In a cult, I'm a mother. Okay, so stop. Okay,
Yeah,
so
mothers can be in a cult. So can mothers.
no, they cannot. They cannot. So I denounce that.
Mothers can't be in cults.
No, not me. Not me. So sorry. Not me. So sorry.
When he poured 5 things that Trump could be better at, could you name 3 things that Trump could be better?
It's not just Trump. It's the whole administration of what we could be better at. Hey, what could you be better at? What could you be better at? What could you be better at?
I'll explain to you. Better at. I'm about to explain. Every time I ask you a question, you turn it back on me, and then I answer. But I'll answer this one. I could be better at having less grace for dishonest, disingenuous maggots. I could be better at convincing mothers to join cults. And I could be better at learning why Black people have convinced themselves that loyalty to Donald Trump is more important than loyalty to their people. Okay. Can you name 3 things the Trump administration can be better at?
Hello? Hello?
That's what I thought.
You can't even make a bullshit like the Black MAGA men.
Yeah, that he stands up straight and he protects our country. What can he do? Be better at? He can make sure that our country is still the United States of America. It's a God country. That's what I care about. That's what he's better at. Okay, that's what he's getting to be better at. Okay, that's all I care about. There were one nation under God. There were one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so you can stop and do all the kind of things that you want to, and point this.
Hello?
The
Hello?
administration.
Hello?
The infrastructure. Okay, because the BRIC nation has been after the United States of America.
Hello?
And I don't care if you guys agree or disagree. They've been after to try to tear away the dollar, everything. But we've been strong.
Oh, shit. Now we're going to attack the BRICS nations.
To do that. So say what you want. Hey, I hold my hands up that we're one nation under God and we're about to dedicate our country.
But we got to unite to fight Brazil. We got to unite to fight India. We got to unite to fight China.
prohibition back.
We gotta fight bricks.
We do.
Prohibition.
The winos out here.
The winos.
Respectfully,
Hello? I got no wine. It ain't Shabbos.
I never said anything nasty toward her. I said,
Hurricane, you a dick sucker. Go lick the cum off your lips, dick sucker.
Hurricane is the elder, number one.
Yeah, he the producer and an elder. Hello?
Calm down.
Well, she can't even show a little empathy. Show a little empathy. She had it.
Calm down and show some motherfucking empathy. You don't even brush your teeth.
For you to show a little empathy, she don't gotta explain nothing to you.
Empathy? You don't brush your teeth, Cool Creek.
He's godly. How do you do that? I mean, I understand the rhetoric,
Amen.
but the actions are not godly. Surely.
Hallelujah. Hello? John Kitover is weird.
Well, Butter, that's because
Hello?
they don't serve the Almighty God. They serve their little golden engraved that they create.
Ooh, child.
It don't matter at this point. Like that lady is too far gone. Y'all talking to a brick wall at this point.
Hello?
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Well, happy Sunday. If you think that, and I'm a mother, okay, you guys go.
Brother.
It's going past you. Please.
Okay.
Harry, if you can go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your asses. He's making fun of you all live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
Brooklyn, I am proud to announce that we are safe from diaspora wars. Do not try to take us back there today.
I'm not.
Hello? Diaspora wars? What the fuck you talking about?
I'm just here as the audience member.
Hello?
Well, on stage, though.
I think that I'm a mother defense is crazy. Like Casey Anthony was a mother too.
Crazy defense. Crazy.
Oh, she's gone anyway.
Crazy alert.
She need to Curtis, you gotta put her in touch with your defense team because that was terrible.
Hello?
We've seen that even after all of the allegations and all of the pictures and
hello
we've seen in the past couple of days with the Obama shit, just for the people who still are Trump supporters at this point, it's nothing. It's literally nothing that we could do about it. So we might as well just let it go. Let them be stupid.
Hello?
We could curse them out though. That would be nice, you know.
That don't mean let it go. That means curse them out.
Makes them feel very small. We could have those type of joked it, but outside of that, it's a waste of time. We're not changing minds.
Well, it's
we can let it go, but we can still curse their bitch asses out, motherfuckers. Let it go.
The mockery of the good Lord up above. That's
good Lord.
I get it.
Hello? Hello?
I'm gonna do that too.
See, Harry, this is a universe of sounds, a cacophony.
Brooklyn doesn't worship the good Lord above. She worships the good Lord below.
Yeah, you're a
ooh, child. Concrete called you a Satan worshiper.
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, my bad.
So how's it
hello?
Worshiping the good Lord below?
Why would you say that, Concrete? That's weird.
I don't think she does. She always rail against Christianity.
Hello?
Listen, I respect everybody's religion. Just leave me out of it, okay?
Leave me alone. You're angry. I'm happy.
How you doing, Brooklyn? Where you?
Leave me alone. I'm happy.
I need to take a break from you crazy people.
Hello?
That's good. You get that mental health break. You get that good, clean mental health break.
Crazy alert. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
What y'all talk about? A lot that happened since I've been gone. They killing white people. ISIS killing white people. The Obamas is monkeys. It's just everything. Like a shit show. I know y'all was ain't going crazy. What's going on?
Crazy alert.
Hit it on the head, sis. Everything that happened, we were totally in here covering it. Speaking about Misty, the nurse,
that was gunned down.
Oh, Harry, you want to hear the best thing about this burner phone? It's called Blue Products Incorporated. And guess what? It's an Israeli Jewish guy that owns the cell phone company, and he imports Chinese phones into Florida. And they're basically Huawei phones, but they're called Blue Products. He gets around somehow like U.S. import restrictions, or he's just competing. He's really just competing with Samsung, etc. But it's called Blue Products. It's an Israeli guy who imports Chinese manufactured phones and runs them on Verizon. It's called Blue Products. You might want to get yourself one because you're supporting. I don't know if he's a Zionist or what his position is, but
going to continue to voice that when
I'm sure he's a Zionist.
We need millions.
If you're not a Zionist, you're not intelligent, and there's no way this guy could be doing what he's doing unless he's a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish mafia. Most people don't know what the Z equals. It equals JM. JM equals Z. JMZ. And my initials are JCK, which is Jewish Zionist Kichel. Not K-I-K-E. Kichel. Hello? Is that a coincidence? My initials are JCK. Jewish Zionist Kichel. That's my stage name.
To be really heard. And millions of us need to descend upon Washington, D.C.
Millions of us need to descend in arms upon Washington. He's not wrong about that, actually. Shit, I think we agree on something. Hello?
Especially come spring and summer, we see what's going on in Minnesota. In the coldest places in the wintertime, they outside protesting, and it's not too many riots, but they protested. So I could just imagine. I think that, for those of us who aren't about that life, we might need to stock up and be in the house, find us some good shows on Netflix or whatever to watch, because it's going to be very, busy the spring and summertime.
Harry, you got to hear this clip from the movie Network. Because basically,
I want to add something to this, not too much, but just because you pointed out, that people are being, grabbed and whatnot. I just want to point out, because a lot of people, I think, may not be aware that Indigenous across the U.S. are being also pulled into that just because of the color of their skin, color of their hair, the profiling that drives this whole thing.
Okay, let me turn down my Israeli Chinese imported phone here. Listen to this thing.
Tomorrow went on the air March 14th. It received a 47 share. The network promptly committed to 15 shows with an option for 10 more. There were the usual contractual difficulties.
Equal to 20% to or accept such percentages of a 30% free over 90 minute or longer television programs.
Have we settled that sub-licensing thing? We want to clear those issues again. Gross proceeds should consist of all funds sub-licensing receipts, not merely the net amount remitted after payment to the sub-licensee or distributor.
We're not sitting still for overhead charges of cost prior to distribution.
Don't fuck with my distribution costs. I'm making a lousy $2.15 per segment. I'm already depositing $25,000 a week with Metro. I'm paying William Morris 10% off the top. And I'm giving this turkey $10 per segment, another 5 for this fruitcake. And Helen, don't start no shit with me about a piece again. I'm paying Metro 20% for all foreign and Canadian distribution, and that's after recoupment. The Communist Party's not going to see a nickel out of this goddamn show until we go into syndication.
Oh, come on, Lorraine. The party's in for $7,500 a week production expense.
I'm not giving them pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving them script approval, and I sure as shit ain't cutting them into my distribution charges. You fucking fascist! Did you see the film we made of San Marino jailbreak out demonstrating the rising up of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the fucking overhead clause.
Let's get back to page 22. 5, small a, subsidiary rights.
Where are we now? Page 22, middle of the page. Subsidiary.
Okay, is that not exactly like what you're listening to on Clown House?
Yeah, several states have this happening. I'll put some links in there, but it's in Minnesota, it's in the South, it's in on the West Coast, it's like all over Idaho. I mean, everywhere. I mean, indigenous people are on every state, right? They're over
the Seminole political class infrastructure. I don't give a shit about your Seminole class political infrastructure.
Canada, which is Canada, the U.S., Mexico.
So Harry Balzac, you know the most amazing thing is I worked at Google as a contractor, and the day they fired me, they said, "Do you know why we're firing you?" I said, "No, why?" They said, "Because you looked up Alex Jones." They deplatformed Alex Jones from YouTube. So I looked up to see if he was running ads for his InfoWars store that he sells all those supplements on. I was like, I bet you this guy probably spends $30,000 a month with Google. Sure enough, he didn't use Google as an advertiser, but they fired me just for looking up fucking Alex Jones. That's how paranoid they are about Alex Jones. And guess what? Guess who's looking pretty with every conspiracy theory, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein at this point is a legend, because when people in these rooms are talking about his aura, I mean, to intentionally try to like upset people, I suppose. I've seen a photo of him with a beard on walking the streets of Israel. Now, there's a lot of people that look like that, you know, and it could have been a fake photo, but there's enough little pieces to actually suspect that maybe they didn't kill him, and they did some kind of a switch. Because there's also a video of a guy who looks just like him on Epstein Island, I think like 2 weeks after his death or something. So, dude, that fucking island is paradise, bro. Wow. I've seen the videos and it's like
First Nations. So First Nations.
I mean, but just to manage it, to own it.
I mean, Canada.
But it's right? kind of like your own little country in a way. It's kind of amazing.
Indigenous people in North America.
A lot of it was still under construction.
How alarmed and how, you know, it's just a very insidious situation. Anyways, I'll put some links in there if you're curious.
Oh,
so there is like a watershed thing in his property. I think it's like part of the dock system.
The number of tribes that are at least around.
But you could go to. I don't know what they used it for. Basically, probably just scuba diving.
But you know, this is a different. At least on this side of the mountains, I'm on the east side of the mountains, and it's really.
But dude, his fucking lifestyle really was lifestyle of the rich and famous. Because when you look at that Zorro Ranch.
You know, that's where you have these.
I think I saw 4 properties. There's a 4th property.
But
anyways,
point, yeah,
all the furnishings in the Manhattan property.
You know, in the area where I live. So
9 Street or whatever the name of that one was.
Still here.
Yeah, you got.
But I've done a lot of digging through the Epstein files, probably more than anybody else that I know. And
we're in Spokane, but
Bill Clinton is opening himself up to
their presence,
all kinds of perjury. Misinformation, disinformation, but the comments are. You could film videos just on the comments alone, and it's so shocking. Like the fact that Bill Clinton is opening up
relationship
is
with
wild.
The government, but I do understand.
And there is a lot of fake photos, but
because I used to work for Washington.
It doesn't really matter. It's all about like
a relationship
the herd consciousness of America and the world. Like, this whole thing is being viewed by so many people globally. It's creating
issues that they have.
It's like not just kicking over the bee's nest in America. It's like kicking over a bee's nest across the world, because there's many European leaders that are associated with Epstein and they've stepped down. The head of Chuck E. Cheese, I think the head of Barclays is going to probably step down. Famous lawyers, like lots of people have essentially retired because of this. They've given up leadership positions in major organizations because of the Epstein file release. So it's a huge world-turning event. And you are listening to First Lady. You are listening to Patty. Dexter Morgan wants to say something. Big fan of the show, Dexter. Welcome, Dexter.
Hi, I specialize in blood splatters, if you are not unfamiliar with me.
Are you French?
No, brother. I'm English.
You're English?
Yeah, man. Where are you from, March?
I was born on a planet called Uranus next to Saturn. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, just next to my balls, you know?
Well, we got Harry Balzac right between our legs. Look at that.
Whereabouts are you from? Nice.
Okay, so you are an atheist. Prove to me God does not exist. Can you?
What is everybody doing to avoid ICE at this point? Yeah.
Hello?
What are y'all doing? Has anybody come into
Hello?
And to has anybody come to see him or?
How you avoiding ICE? Has anybody come to see him? That's what she just said. Hello?
Offices set up all around the city, and I'm seeing less and less Mexicans. So,
woo, child.
What's going on?
Wake it up.
You were from New York.
Hello?
I am from New York.
They allowed you in Atlanta? They allowed you to come there?
First of all, don't play with me. This is my ancestral home, number one.
What do you mean your ancestral home?
Because my grandparents and great-grandparents are from here.
Hello?
Oh my God. Do you maintain their traditions?
Dexter, if you're too slow to realize what's happening, I'm live streaming another room into this room.
Don't do that.
Rice and peas?
I do that.
Pigeon peas and rice or whatever, how y'all do it?
It's peas and rice.
Hello?
Brooklyn, you are a chopped cheese.
Yeah, Harry, Ben, anybody else listening, if you could go in there and just say, hey, John Kitover's live streaming this room, providing live stream commentary feedback.
In Black America,
He's roasting you guys.
Peas and rice.
Just say it. Say it. We want to implant the John Kitover node back in their brains, and then get them to come to all these rooms, get them to go to all the YouTubes. We want to kick over a clubhouse hornet's nest, a bee's nest. If you guys could assist, all you guys got to do is go up there and just repeat what I said. Hello?
What kind of peas? Bill peas. Bill peas.
Hello?
Bill peas.
Yeah, because
hello? Rice and beans and peas.
Bill peas. You see how
rice and beans and peas.
Yeah, man, you must have gonga peas. You hear me? You must have kidney beans. And what's the other one?
Hello?
Lima beans, yeah, man. No field peas over it.
Concrete, is it curry chicken?
Concrete! Get his name right. It's Concrete. Concrete.
Yeah, man. There's only one curry chicken. Curry chicken.
Yo,
just need a cat. Get a good time.
wow, what'd you guys do, knit?
Yeah, no, for real. Learn how to knit.
Wow.
Dude, you got to come to the next one because you could have. I took a bunch of photos, but you could have been filming the entire time. They're so. They definitely know who I am, but they were just like it was just they let me knit. We just talked for like an hour. It was ridiculous.
Did you?
What do you think it is? Do you think they're retarded, or do you think they're like? I don't know.
No, they know that they're being observed, but the thing is, she's raised like $650,000. She's happy. She's as happy as a pig in shit. She don't give a fuck.
She seems mentally ill though. Like she seems like a little just like there's some signs. I felt really bad.
Well, she claims that she has like a disease.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah, so
she's been taking pills since 21.
Well, that's the thing. She's on medications and probably other things, but did you see the photo of her at the nightclub with her legs spread open? Oh, she's sitting on the bar top?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
she was saying, so basically her grandma was a Republican, and she was talking about that in front of me, which I think was on purpose, because I think they think they're being observed, which is correct. And then she basically was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so that she could be pissed off. I'm like, that's a darkness.
Wait, what?
That is so, yeah. Her grandma was the head of the Texas Republicans, and she was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so she could be like, piss her off.
Oh, well, I've heard people say all kinds of stupid things. And I'm talking to a guy right now named Harry Balzac, who is a Zionist.
I know Harry.
You know Harry Balzac?
I know Harry Balzac. Tell him I say what up.
What up? He can hear you. So,
Harry, you know me. I'm Mark's son.
Yeah, he knows you. So he knows me. I've
talked to Harry.
He's got a DEI PTR which says deport every illegal.
please, pour as in please every illegal? Like por favor?
No, deport every.
I thought you were like, please, illegal. Well, isn't that kind of, should we like only observe, like, maybe let's only like arrest 80% of murders.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Or 70% thefts. Let's not prosecute every theft. Just like 50%.
There was a mass shooting downtown. 7 people got shot by one guy, and he was shot just like a couple weeks before he even did this shooting. So
I was knitting with Agabazilis, so.
Well, anyways, what are you gonna do the rest of the day?
What was it say? Probably gym, but gym near me,
Nice.
But and then I want to write the cat article finally. It's about time I write the fucking cat article. And I took all these photos. I was in her office. It's basically it's a scam that she's doing this mutual aid bullshit. She has like a fucking closet of shoes, and she raised $1 million. She's like, I'm spending it all on mutual aid. Where?
Dude,
where's the money?
Terry
Lebowski?
Did you like the video, the animation I did of your Unity video?
Great work. 10 out of 10.
Dude, that guy Terry.
John, that sandwich today was so good. I can't believe I'm never at pastrami there. I'd always, because it's $2 more expensive. I always would get the chicken panini or the hot dog, or they have a hot dog bowl basically, where it's like chopped up hot dogs and fries and their sauce. So good. So that freaking pastrami sandwich, I might have to get another one. It was that good.
Dude, my friend is in town, and he drove by the New York bagel and Bialy place. He's like, they still got good bagels there. I said, yeah, get a toasted Bialy with cream cheese. Then that fat fuck went to Pita Inn and got a full like chicken meat shawarma plate, everything, and you're done. You're finished. Like, you just got to roll around for the rest of the day. You can barely move. You become huge.
Well, yeah, but bagels are a lot of calories.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to digest. You got to go to the gym if you're going to eat all that wheat product.
Well,
And you're a rice. You're made of rice.
What?
You're made of rice. Oh, great. Dr. Dave is texting me WinRed texts.
Oh, yeah, he's I got a small called Dr. Dave.
He said something. He's calling random people that he doesn't even know and saying, "Why are you texting me?" And like, you have struck the master chord and drew the flaming Dave sword.
He crossed some fucking lines, and he's been snapped. He's calling random ass people, being like, "I'm gonna fuck you up if you keep talking to Max." So they're like, "Who's Max?" Do you see how many random people he asked about me, and they're like, "Who's that?"
Yeah.
And I don't even know who these people are, and I'm like, "What? Hey, yeah." They're like, "For sure." I'll never talk to Max again. I've never talked to him.
Bro, that was like 3 days of the most intense text messaging, and I actually changed the settings on my phone because of those text messages. And when people call me now, I turned off all haptic feedback, so my phone is totally silent. And
I'm saying I cracked the. I'm the only person to go through. And all this spam, I got wow, I feel like I just beat Kobe Bryant or Steve Nash. I got John to silence.
I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that event, because basically I didn't take the time to go through all the settings on my phone to finally free myself from my phone's alerts, and like, I'm finally alert free on this phone, which is a great place to be. I forgot about that. I'm like, why didn't I do this like years ago? This phone has been fucking with me forever.
No, these people are idiots that don't do it. And then and I made some top tier jokes. Like at the end of the day, like, there's some jokes that I could reuse that were I think were just like some of my best stuff. Like, even today, he talks about how his last name is something else, and I'm like, who's Simone's last name? The mailman? And it turns out he's adopted, which is
Dude, you know who the craziest person out of all of this is? That Val and Terry, who think they're like consultants to the president or something.
Yeah, they are. They are. No, do you see the clip that I did? That Terry actually works with DOD?
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that wild?
Well, that's just what he says. He could say he's that because he's a subcontractor. Like everything he says is a lie. So like,
no, he is a subcontractor.
Well, it doesn't matter what he is. He's lying. The guy is a hair plug, schmuck, just like me, recording himself in his bunker.
But who do you think the government hires to do that? They hire the dirt of the dirt to do this kind of shit.
Well, in terms of like influencing and shaping Illinois, in terms of just doing what they do, especially with that Tom DeVore. But honestly, you know who the hero is? Is Joseph Severino. That guy's my hero because he's taking all the shots and he's succeeding and continuing to push and push and push. And at this point, he's saying, anyways, it is like, dude, he's the hero, man. He's the fucking hero.
He really is. He kind of, it was his name on the ballot, but he was taking the shots for us. For all the people.
Rocio too. I mean, honestly, like that is she's a warrior. Great for her.
I agree.
You have collected a team of warriors, essentially. You know it, dude. You're doing exactly what these other people.
X.
You should be the Chicago GOP president, the Illinois GOP. Like you should be the chief organizer because what you're doing is what these people have never done. And this is why
exactly because like I can do the same kind of thing for finding candidates or whatever. It's the same skill set, but they're too worried about control.
Yep.
They try to shake down a candidate. Aaron Delmar threatened a candidate $20,000 because he had a negative Eric Hanger post calling Eric Hanger an anti-Semite. He said, "I'll put $20,000 into Gabby Hoxie, who he's running against."
Oh my God!
Have you ever met? Oh, are you going? I think it's this Wednesday or Tuesday to this Republican event.
Dude, I'm pretty much like probably not gonna go. To anything.
No, it's not. I'm actually kind of excited because it's actually normal people. It's the Chicago Young Republicans, and they're not Evan Castle.
Oh well, yeah, I'm down to go.
It's like a normal Jewish girl. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm down to go to anything that you go to.
I'll give you the deets. I just signed up to be a member.
What about that Lincoln Day dinner or something? I heard LaHood's going to be there.
Oh, we can protest those. Thank you. You too. I'm down to protest those, John, not go.
I'll be right back.
What? No, LaHood is such a piece of shit. I cannot believe that people like him. Mayor Mary Miller's a scumbag. Who's the third Republican? Oh, Mike Boss. Why can't I hear you? Enjoy.
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
I don't think it's like dreads on girls either.
How is that different from somebody saying they don't like wigs and lashes? I'm just saying, like,
wait, what?
Hello?
Y'all will defend this man. Y'all, this man is their new number one. They will defend this man.
Cause he's fine. Have you seen him? The fuck?
Yes, I've seen him. He ain't fine.
Hello?
Oh man. Anyway,
I wasn't offended. I'm just saying.
None of the ladies were offended. Y'all have double standards.
Right. So if Pete Hegseth would have said that.
Oh, it's up in the stock if he would have said it. It's up in the stock if he would have said it. But I understand. Because he's a black man, so I understand what he meant.
No, you got to say, if Pete Hegseth looks like Method Man, then what?
No.
She'd have let it go.
That would never be a thing, because he Pete Hegseth, a white man.
See? Look at Deep. Now, Deep saying we're dirty macking. We're calling out misogynoir. They call us misogynists and misogynoir. Now we're calling it out. We're being critical and aware. And now they're saying we're dirty macking. These, I'm telling you, the most educated demographic is down bad.
Dirty macking on Method Man?
I technically don't.
Dirty mac on Method Man.
But I technically don't like when a man got BDBs on his chest. That's the same shit. Like, I ain't saying that I won't fuck with you, but I'm saying that you gotta cut that shit off. And I don't necessarily like locks neither. But I ain't gonna say that you ugly because you got locks. I just don't like them.
You want to put some wave grease on the chest? Harry, if you
I want you to cut that shit up. Get it waxed.
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I don't think anybody born after 1995
That's no. That is not. I done seen taco meat. You hear me? I done seen it.
These men didn't get it no more.
No, these men are waxing their chest now, so you don't notice it no more. But I done seen it. It's taco meat still going around here. I don't like taco meat in the groin area neither. Like, you gotta do something about
what
that.
What the hell? What the hell?
What, you got a man? You want a man to comb his nether region?
Do something. I don't know what you're gonna do.
What the hell?
Comb that shit out.
This is insane.
Y'all niggas gonna shave your shit? You need to just say thank you. What the hell? You got a request now?
Imagine going to the barber after you get your line up. He's like, oh, you want it square or you want it rounded in the back? Oh, yeah, let me get square in the back. All right, cool. All done. Hey, man, I had a question for you. Could you like, how do you...
Hey, it's a video like that, man. He got his ass whooped. Oh, yeah, you gotta get your ass whooped. You gotta get your ass whooped.
That's gonna hit you from the back, that video?
You gotta go to the Brazilian girlies and let them wax you on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Man, all this homosexual rigmarole, man. Come on, man. Every time I come up here with that, man. My bad. You want that thing all down?
Sound like they're from your part of the town. They sound like where they from? That accent. Oh, that sounds like a Baltimore accent. To the non-discerning ear.
It is. Yeah, it is Mid-Atlantic. They could be from Virginia up to Philly. Yeah, that sounds like it could be us. The way he's saying what they all down, that is Baltimore-ish. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Y'all could go to
they didn't look like they was from Baltimore though.
You don't have to get your barber to do it, but you could go to the Brazilian girlies and get them to do it. See?
Yeah, my barber ain't saving my nuts, sorry.
I'm just saying, get the girlies to do it. That's what the girls is for. You know what I'm saying? We like to maintain the men's and make them look presentable.
Or do it yourself.
Yeah, just use the scissors. Yeah, just get the $49.99 Ulster clippers from Amazon. They come with some barber scissors, quote unquote.
Come on, the gold ones.
No, that's expensive.
They also have.
I tend to focus on praying. Yeah, but that's not.
There's other types of worship too, right? There's other types of worship. It's prayer, Yaakov.
Yeah, so it's veneration.
Or praising, valuing.
I would say veneration and prayer. It's not just veneration. Well, I mean, no, because prayer is a form of veneration, but there are other forms of veneration that are not prayer. Okay. Right? Let's get a broad definition. The veneration of an entity to the highest degree, which is not God.
Yeah.
So when you are permitting for God to be criticized, but not the state of Israel, which are you venerating more? Like Hillel is.
Say that again?
State of Israel. When you are permitting criticism of God, but not the criticism of the state of Israel, right? Which entity do you venerate more?
I tend to not criticize God.
Judaism, you're allowed to criticize God.
I'm not asking if you.
Yeah, I don't. But
I'm not asking if you.
Fundamental
But in the case of Hillel, for example, as was pointed out by Buttercup, Hillel permits the criticism and.
He gives permission. Yeah, he gives permission to. It doesn't mean it's a requirement. That's an important difference.
Gives permission to, but does not give permission to the criticism of the state of Israel or Zionism.
It's an American institution, so it's just one American institution, Hillel, which is a student organization, and that's their policy. But it's representative of American Jewish priorities, right?
No, it's representative of Zionism. Because even in Israel, as you pointed out, the political parties can be non-religious, but they cannot be non-Zionist.
Yeah, they do make that case. But in general, criticism of Israel is much more allowed in Israel.
They can be non-Zionist.
They can't be prime
just
minister.
a correction. I mean, there is just let me correct it. No, there is a law basically that you cannot run on a platform that denies Israel is a Jewish democracy, and it's on the book. And this is how Kahana was kicked out. Regardless of this, we do have Balad, which is an Arab party.
Right. I was referring to the Arabs.
Wouldn't apply to them, basically. Yes, there's one of them, like Balad specifically. And I do not know why it doesn't apply for them, but it apply like...
Because they're not going to go after them because it would cause an uproar.
Of course. Right.
Jesus, what do you want to say, Bad?
It's only one faction of the joint Arab parties. Not all of them.
What is that?
Out of 2 rooms, you fucking rotten dickhead.
Did you just call me a rotten fucking dickhead? Is that projection?
Yes, I'm fucking...
Is that projection?
Just like you because of your big shiny bald head.
Welcome to Clubhouse Mockery, where we will be mocking you.
Yeah. That's why we all come in here, or on here. Oh God, come in. Oh, I'm coming in Clubhouse, and
somebody's coming.
What do you think about the Epstein files? Do you have any of your friends in there?
Hello. This room is called Mocking You, and you're asking us about Epstein files. This room's not about the Epstein files, it's about mocking you. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Argument for... I'm stumbling over this because I'm a Jew first. Before anything, I'm a Jew first. Not a Zionist. I'm a very strong Zionist, but I'm a Jew first.
I think because you're lucky, God and faith and tradition in your life. I wish I had that temperament. I don't. So this is something that people who don't identify with religious Judaism, they latch onto Zionism and anti-Semitism as anchoring their Jewish identity. And
I'm a pretty strong, let's not have any more anti-Semitism other than zero.
Wait, Yaakov, would you be more willing to tolerate someone rejecting the existence of God or someone rejecting the existence of the right of the state of Israel to exist as a Jewish state?
Sorry, you cut out for a second. Can you give me that again?
If there was a violent atheist and a violent anti-Zionist, which would you find more threatening?
This is a weird hypothetical.
No, I'm just saying, because he's saying I'm a Jew first, right? A Jew first would be much more hostile towards an atheist than an anti-Zionist.
Look, I can't tell someone what to believe. I can't tell someone you can't believe in God. If they don't want to believe in God, that's not my bone to pick. But if someone can contribute to the destruction of the state of Israel, which is in my long-term best interest, then they are more, the person who is an anti-Zionist is more problematic to me.
Okay.
How about contributing to the destruction of God as a power in our...
God cannot be destroyed.
the idea of God being restored in
We don't proselytize, so I think she's in.
Yeah, we don't tie. It's not even a concept.
Actually, historically speaking, Jews did proselytize. You stop proselytizing. But.
All right, let's read a little more about how.
Can I just take that? Oh, did it? Like I leave? Oh, Zeleny. That never even made it to the cartographic stage. And I'm a cartographer by training, geographer by training. They had very, very, very preliminary, and I kept researching it in the chat, very preliminary talks. It broke down almost immediately over fundamental differences on Jewish and sovereignty. And it never got to even the notion of creation of a state within a state, or a state within whatever, as you described it, a federal system. And it never made it to a mapping state. So whoever's creating a map, they're creating it out of thin air. It never even...
He said that.
No, I thought he said this was the proposed map.
No. He said the YouTuber was the
first time that this was like actually mapped visually. Like their proposal was just a general proposal.
Right, but they didn't even...
This is the idea that we have. And I know like that the video that I linked explains like that the proposal like very quickly fell through, primarily due to the opposition from the Grand Mufti.
But they didn't even discuss any territory, any places where this would go there and this would go here. They never even got to any sort of territory cartographic sort of say.
They had like the general idea that these are the territories like from the early 30s where the Jews are the majority, where there are these like
I don't know. I'm going to do more research, but
there are these purchases of land that have happened like in the 20s. Like these are that would be Israel, like according to this agreement. I mean, as far as I'm seeing, like they actually did like go public with this agreement, and there was like a public.
But there was no agreement. There was some initial talks, and it fell through, and there is no official agreement on record. So I'll leave it at that.
No, the agreement is just between Ben Gurion and Alami. It's not.
No, it fell apart. Those two people never reached a conclusion. That's my point. They never actually agreed.
And we have breaking news of a high-speed pursuit unfolding right now on the San Diego Freeway. Authorities say the driver is 41-year-old John Kitover of Santa Monica. 2 units are right on his tail. We have breaking news of a high-speed pursuit. They stack neatly, 6 of them, and they feel really solid.
Like he was the primary opponent to this. And like basically shut down.
Please click on my link. Please click on the link, and then also do more research. But I don't think that's the case. But I have a whole host of more research.
Just a quick count, and you're all done.
I'm not a fan of videos, but I'm going to do some real world book research.
I mean, okay, so for your own personal beliefs aside, this sort of gatekeeping about who is a Jew and who is a bad Jew and who's an un-Jew, it is a little ridiculous, right, Yaakov? Like we need to be a little more accepting and pluralistic about different beliefs and relationships with Israel.
I think I've always been open to discussing that.
Yeah, so that's kind of the point. So I think you actually don't disagree that much with Beinart's like premise, you know?
Yeah, I have a more tightly constructed view of like what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. That's all. I'm more closely aligned with Daniel than I am with you.
So what's acceptable? I mean, don't we live in it? Like our tradition is one where we question and interrogate and self-reflect. Like we don't like police ideas, right? Like I don't understand. How is this compatible with your Judaism? To say, oh, you guys are not Jews, you're marginal, you should be silenced.
Who says that's not happening in society, in Israeli society? It's like you think
we're talking about American society, American Jews.
It's happening every single day. Like the discussion is active. The discussion is live. It's happening all the time, everywhere.
What we're debating now is the legislative and the silencing by powerful Jewish institutions that claim to represent, American Jews are trying to create, control and create consensus in the Jewish discourse, right? All right, let's move on. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why these sort of why it endangers Israel and Jewish people in order to place Zionism on this pedestal above our in our religion and the way we express our American Jewish identity. Okay, I think we've established that it is on a pedestal compared to like Jewish tradition for a lot of people, and it does sort of anchor Jewish identity. So I think we ended talking about this is idolatry in practice. We have built an altar and thrown an entire society into flames. The karbanot, or the religious offerings, extend beyond Gaza. They include Israeli Jews themselves, and it may take decades to grasp how gravely this war endangers them. Ziad al-Nakhala, who at the age of 3 saw Israel murder his father when it massacred Palestinians in Khan Yunis in 1956, currently heads Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Israel has already killed more than 100 times as many Palestinians in the Gaza in this war as it killed back then. How many 3-year-olds will be seeking revenge 69 years from now? But our Moloch wants more. To defend Israel, American Jews are harming our community and our country. More than half a century ago, the writer I.F. Stone noted that Israel is creating a kind of moral schizophrenia in world Jewry. Jews, whose welfare in our own community depends on the maintenance of a secular, non-racial, pluralistic societies, were championing a Jewish state in which the ideal is racial and exclusionist. Today, as progressives turn against Israel, they are forcing American Jews to choose: defend exclusion in Israel or inclusion in the United States. And some of America's leading Jewish institutions are choosing the former. The choice is making American Jewish life more insular and more repressive. After October 7, the 92nd Street Y, which for decades has symbolized New York Jewish cosmopolitanism by hosting writers like James Baldwin, Susan Sontag, and this other guy that I can't pronounce, canceled its annual literary series rather than host writers who boycott Israel. At the same time, Brandeis University, named for America's most famous Jewish advocate of free speech, banned its chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine and began advertising itself as a campus where Jewish could feel safe in their Jewish identity because they wouldn't encounter fierce criticism of Israel. This is self-
25, 37, 92.
for our safety. But now that authoritarian right-wing parties, from the GOP to France's National Rally to the Alliance for Germany, have become more pro-Israel than their left-leaning competitors, some Jewish leaders are making a different bet, that we can thrive in white Christian ethno-states. This is where our theology of Jewish statehood leads. To defend tribal supremacy in Israel, we are empowering tribal supremacy in the United States and Europe, where we are not even the dominant tribe. We're also offering up one final.
25, 37, 92.
The then prosecutor of the ICC and her family, when she was considering launching an investigation into Israeli war crimes. In 2024, after a new ICC prosecutor did propose such investigations, AIPAC applauded the House of Representatives for voting to impose sanctions not only on him, but also his 2 sons. This thuggery degrades the legal system born after World War II and expanded after the genocides of Rwanda and former Yugoslavia to restrain the predatory actions of states. It is a gift to Vladimir Putin, Modi, Jinping, and any other tyrant who worries that he may be shamed by human rights groups or prosecuted by the ICC. If Israel can destroy Gaza with impunity, warns Agnes Callamard, Amnesty's Secretary General, it will leave international law likely in its death throes and nothing yet to take its place save brutalist national interest and sheer greed. In our zeal to protect Israel no matter what, this is the world we're helping to create. There is another path, but it requires recognizing what Leibowitz taught, that our capacity for justice and injustice, we are no different from anyone else. It may not seem like a big conceptual shift. Most Jews don't walk down the street thinking we are immune from sin, yet that assumption permeates our communal conversations about Israel. It is always someone else's fault. Israel expels 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. It's because the Arab governments told them to leave. Israel occupies millions in the West Bank. Millions of West Bank Palestinians who lack citizenship or the right to vote. It's because Palestinians wouldn't accept our peace offers. Human rights groups accuse Israel of practicing apartheid. Why aren't they focused on Syria and Iran? Student protesters demand Israel stop obliterating Gaza. Oh, they're anti-Semites, or at best, wildly uninformed. The alibis change, but the bottom line remains the same. Jews are victim. Israel has done nothing fundamentally wrong. For generations, Jews...
$69, $98, $25.
For Israel in the liturgies, removing Jewish statehood from Jewish identity, and for most Jews around the world, it's not clear what is left. But the benefit of recognizing that Jews are not fundamentally different from other people is that it allows us to learn from their experience. Jewish exceptionalism is less exceptional than we think. We're not the only people to use the story of victimhood to justify supremacy. Well, he talks about South Africa as an example. So I think that answers your question a little bit, Daniel. You know, saying about like how enmeshed American Jewish identity is with Israel and criticizing Israel.
I think I was laughing because like the entire statement is kind of in a loop. If you don't believe that it's inherently wrong, if you don't believe it's like a crime, and you're only like very biased about the war in Gaza, not mentioning in a word like the other side, then it's hard for me to take it like really serious as text about. It's like anti working backwards to justify the anti-Zionism conclusion.
You got something to say, Benny?
I think it's funny. It's just like, oh, anti-Semitism. Like every time I hear that word, honestly, I laugh a little bit more, and it loses more out.
Well, it's funny coming from you laughing because you take pride in being an anti-Semite. So why would anyone here listen to your perspective of anti-Semitism?
Because I represent the mainstream. According to you, the mainstream is anti-Semitic, right?
No, I didn't say the mainstream is anti-Semitic. I think the loud voices, the violent voices are anti-Semitic, not the mainstream.
Oh, okay. So you don't think
the silent majority are not anti-Semitic?
Okay. So you don't think anti-Semitism has been prominent throughout history for the last 2,000 years amongst specifically Christians?
I'm just not saying it's mainstream.
Okay, so I represent the prominent voices. How about that?
The loud voices, the violent voices, the
prominent,
hateful voices, yes?
The prominent.
I mean, so in fairness,
the loud ones.
The passage I just read does talk about Israel and Zionism gives rise to Christian nationalism. I don't know if you sympathize in any way with Christian nationalism in the U.S.
Christian nationalism has existed for 2,000 years. I don't think Israel existing
the Templars, the Hospitallers, the Crusades, Anglican
historically,
Church.
Jews have not aligned themselves. Now Jews do. Now Israel aligned themselves with Christian supremacists all over the world because they see themselves as
like a bad thing or a good thing that they're making friends.
Historically, they wanted to live in a society that is free, right, and that has benefited Jews. But now they're sort of shifting and they're embracing exclusionary supremacist ideologies because they think it gives them legitimacy.
No, the
Jews should be in Israel and the Christians should be in Christian countries.
The political reality has shifted, and Israel has decided that it needs to make friends and allies with certain people. So they were looking to see who are the most likely allies.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I understand. You're saying that Christian nationalism is dangerous and Zionism is dangerous because it supports and promotes Christian nationalism, which we know is dangerous.
No, I'm not talking about Zionism itself. I'm talking about how modern Zionists and Jewish institutions and sort of the establishment of the Jewish establishment have now embraced white supremacists effectively because it serves Israel's purpose against the interests of the larger Jewish community. In general, we should support free countries, free societies. We cannot support Nazi organizations. No, you don't like it. Hey, Daniel, you don't like that Netanyahu Nazis?
You literally embrace Nazis in your cult.
Your government does
anti-Zionist, like.
What do you mean? Your government held like an anti-Semitism conference with all Nazi organizations. You had anti-Semitism conference in Israel.
Literally, your movement is all about Jew hatred.
She's talking about the far right of Germany.
Israel is in bed now with the far right. In Israel and in America and in
Israel coordinates with the far right in Europe.
It's not a secret. Thank you.
But I'm just trying to ask: is that like a bad thing or a good thing?
In my view, it's bad. We shouldn't associate with exclusionary.
You're saying that Israel should only be friends with half of the politicians of Europe.
Israel should associate with people who champion freedom of religion and humans and values that.
And if there are far right nationalists who support those virtues, should Israel befriend those far right?
Yeah, then why didn't Israel?
Right? You agree? Yeah.
So maybe the Zionists should have identified as Nazis out of like pragmatism, right?
Buttercup, the thing is that when it benefited Jews, they did support secularism and like openness and inclusion and all of that. But right now, it doesn't benefit Jews. Because what benefits Jews, especially from an Israel-loving standpoint, is the state of Israel. And the state of Israel is far from inclusionary. So why would you want to promote inclusionary ideologies if your state does not have it?
Well, I think that's. I don't think
Israel is actually very inclusionary. To be honest,
I think
probably too inclusive.
That's right, Adam, because
what
Buttercup is sort of pretending is that the world is flat and all of the politics in Israel are not affected by the outside world. So Israel has to pay attention to the to the Muslims that are throughout the Middle East, as well as the Europeans, as well as America. They have to understand what the global political climate is and how it will affect
and the
Israel.
Chinese and the Indians and the Russians
and the Chinese and everybody else. And Israel as a country has to account for those things. They can't pretend that the world is flat and that it has to play by certain rules that other people don't have to play by. Like that's suicidal.
Yeah, but Buttercup wouldn't be dead if it committed the suicide, though, so. Kind of makes it more like murder.
So it's just a coincidence that, when Israel is promoting a more exclusionary ideology, and back home, Jews promote it in the West.
I mean, Arab countries practice exclusionary efforts, right?
I'm agnostic as to whether or not exclusionary efforts are good for a state.
I think modern Jewish identity. Go ahead. Modern Jewish identity has evolved in a different way.
Japan has massive exclusionary measures. Massive.
All the states have exclusionary measures. That's how they set up citizenship, statehood, uniform law, voting rights, right? Like it's a trade-off. Like you could say, no borders, and then like just like vague cities, and then like armies that are like campaigned for when an offense is brought before some town council. Like they've done models before. We determined that exclusionary citizenship and borders with a uniform rule of law throughout the land, with mostly a language that at least the people can understand the laws they're written in. Those are like better backbones than like, I don't know, high standards or something.
The EU disagrees in the Schengen zone.
Well, how do you mean? What does the EU disagree with?
Well, the EU has a project of gradually expanding open borders. So, like, if you're in Germany, you can go to France with absolutely no, like, kind of limit. It's kind of like going from, Texas to a neighboring U.S. state.
Yeah, but those people are in the federation together. They aren't.
No, it's not a federation.
It also doesn't really work yet. Like, they'd love to get that, and, they might get to something close like that, but they don't have the same setup, the same historical backbone as the U.S.
Yeah, Lebanon and Syria are basically the same people, and they don't even have open borders between each other.
Of course not. We need closed borders.
It currently exists, like, and is working fine. Like, you can just have your, like...
Yeah, there are also
the equivalent of your social security number in USA, and you could just like walk from Spain to Poland. It's like no problem. Like you can go to Germany, Italy, Switzerland.
Yeah,
what about to Russia?
Allows it to happen. A lack of terrorism.
I think
where does the free walking stop?
People bring up Europe a lot when they talk about the failures of multiculturalism, but I feel like in America we figure out a model that works much better, and like where people are much more integrated. You don't have this kind of segregated.
Till the dice.
I don't know if I would agree that America is dealing with multiculturalism better than Europe. They're two different systems.
In my experience, Muslims who immigrate here are very well integrated. They go to public schools, they're in the workforce, and they are not seen as like a threat to society. Extremism isn't such a threat to it. We're worried about homegrown white people.
It's also the case in Europe, even in countries that have at this recent times been so conservative and xenophobic as to leave the EU, like UK, like their Muslims are actually hugely integrated and well. And the problem is with people who lean right wing, they want to say these groups are not well integrated. Like usually, this is not exclusive to them, but as everyone else. But then also them, they have no idea what it is. Like that, sociologists define more than 7 different axes of integration. How a success of integration along those axes is measured. None of these people have any clue about that, but they want to say these people haven't been integrating well enough.
It is true that usually Arabs Muslims have a better time integrating in America and Canada, and I would say Australia as well, as opposed to Europe, because the states are ethno-states, whereas Canada, America, and Australia are not exactly ethno-states as such. Well, they belong to integration, various
misuse of term. Their ethno-state usually refers to something that's almost by definition bad. It's all the term.
I'm not saying it's a good.
Okay, how are they not ethno-states?
But they are.
No, they're nation states. An ethno-state means something.
Why are they not ethno-states?
They are ethnically. So the identity of the nation is ethnically defined. Poland is for the Poles. Germany is for the Germans. Yes. Are there
Ireland for the Irish?
Yeah. Are there border areas? Sure, but even historically speaking, when those borders were drawn, and then to integrate them into the predominant.
So it sounds like the safe and peaceful multiculturalism of Europe rests on existing ethnic states.
No, they're not. Maybe
they're not multi-ethnic.
To be fair,
they're ethno-national states.
The term ethno-state is problematic.
Okay, so you say they're not ethno-states.
I'm defining it.
No, ethno-state as a specific term.
Okay, what does it apply to?
Far-right ideas about, like, purging minorities or, like, taking away their rights.
Okay, which states are those?
I don't know if there are any ethno-states today.
Okay, so there are no good examples of an ethno-state. Benny Adam, are you fine with nation-state?
Poland?
This is why the AFD and the Republicans are like really.
Okay, so is Poland an ethno-state? That's a good question. Benny Adam says that's literally the question people are having right now. Is Poland for Poles? And you're denying that it is an ethno-state.
All you countries.
Why do you think Poland is an ethno-state? He says it isn't.
All countries of the EU and even those outside of the EU, like my country institutions, like have explicitly defined like themselves as being a citizen state in which both the majority nation and all national minorities need to have equal human and legal rights.
That's not what an ethno-state is.
And so there is, yes, I know. There is this big concept in Europe when you have a nation state.
That doesn't contradict what an ethno-state is.
If I'm
saying the identity of the nation is ethnically defined.
Audible, like, my microphone not working.
No, we hear you.
We hear you.
People are just interrupting.
I mean, because like someone is like.
Okay, go ahead. Well, the next person to interrupt goes down to finish the one.
Anyway, in the European story, the nation state is a state where you have the majority nation and you have an legally explicitly defined groups called national minorities. So in Poland, you have the Polish nation, and like in the constitution it says Poland is the nation of the Polish people and all other citizens that live in it, and it lists out human rights. So like a special place is given to explicitly legally defined category of people called minority groups. So like there is a special care being taken to not have any sort of like unfair treatment of people just because they're a minority in this. So like that's would be the difference between just a regular liberal democratic nation state like all of European countries are, and an imagined ethno-state that far-right people want to institute, like the alt-right, etc. Like their goal is, they use the term ethno-state, their goal, where they don't want like these national minorities to be basically like as well respected guests, that they want them and their rights taken away because this is not their land. So that's the difference between a regular nation state and an ethno-state.
We're not talking about the legal constitution of the state. Typically speaking, what it means to be a Pole or a German is much more ethnically defined as opposed to what it means to be an American or Canadian. Americans, Canadians have had a long history of immigrants from various countries that assimilate into the identity of being a Canadian, which is not nearly as ethnically bound as what it means to be a Pole or a German. And so that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the legalities of it. I'm not talking about whether or not that state has minority communities. I'm talking about the general identity of the nation.
I'm not sure there is that difference between like states that are your typical traditional nation states and other states that are like multi-ethnic states or melting pot states or countries, I should say. That does exist. That doesn't necessarily.
Immigrants in Canada or America from Arab backgrounds
we're going to have an easier time
assimilating into society.
That's exactly the sentence that I started saying. Like that does not carry over into that means that the migrants are going to be treated better. In fact, a typical nation state in Europe treats its minorities much better than USA has been treating like black and brown and Muslim people in the last 50 years.
I did not get that.
That's insanity.
All right. Should we read more about anti-Zionist American Jewish identity?
I mean, I think the guy who wrote whatever article or whatever you're reading is a little delusional.
All right. Well, we talked a lot about Jewish holidays and the way we frame our holidays and the aspects we emphasize and how we tend to frame ourselves as victims. And so this is how he applies sort of that philosophy to sort of modern geopolitics. One might think when it comes to Israel, we would cast this victimhood narrative aside. Zionism's core promise, after all, is to ensure that Jews are never powerless again. Israeli commentators often argue that refusing to be a victim is central to Israeli identity. But while Israeli and diaspora Jews do not depict Israel as powerless, we do often portray it as persecuted, the Jew of the nations, to use a popular establishment Jewish phrase, slandered, menaced, delegitimized like no other country on earth. The state of Israel, which its founders hoped would be fundamentally different from the diaspora, the historian Derek Pensler has noted, is now seen as its extension, no less threatened, no less unjustly maligned. This paradigm, Israel as the perpetual target of aggression, never is often
Why is you guys'
framed the
outfit
Jewish
different
establishment's
every-
rendition of Israeli history. Consider its account of the departure of more than a half of the Arab population of British Mandate Palestine during the Israel's War of Independence. Palestinian refugee issue originated in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, explains ADL, America's best-known organization fighting anti-Semitism, when 5 Arab armies invaded the state of Israel just hours before it was established. The moral responsibility is clear. The Palestinians left their homes because Arab nations had started a war. Palestinians suffered, but only because Israel was attacked. The problem with this chronology is that between 1/3 and half of Palestinians
Nice, the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum
Israel
fall through
declared
me. Come to
independence,
Kitover
and the
yoga.
Arab governments
Find a
declared
steady
war.
seat. Let your
By the
spine
time
lift
Arab
tall.
armies
Close
attacked,
the eyes and
Zionist
take a
forces
deep
had
breath.
already largely depopulated
John
Jaffa and
Kitover
Haifa,
now.
Palestine's 2 largest cities.
I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together. Just
Which the Zionist
boy shares a moment of stillness. Poetic veteran John Kitover read it.
Old is more stubborn than my uncle's donkey. Maybe it needs carrots, genius. Carrots. It needs retired. Oh, the TV thinks it's not going to believe what just happened at the polling place.
Let me guess, they ran out of voting stickers again.
I think I accidentally ran for office. Like the ballot, white line, I wrote my name.
I just nominated you. Let me guess.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans.
300 points down.
This week, the Dow's going to need a parachute. I just bought a parachute company. Smart move. Too bad they only make money when you laugh. These are our pension stuff. So the guy at the counter asks me how many bagels you want. I say 24. He hands me 36. What am I going to do? You need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. What's the price? I'm saving them for the closer. My class. Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today.
The Palestinian Arabs were receiving from
Who
Arab
does the road to power have
governments
this many stairs? Like
Scientists at DNA Science Corporation say they've encountered
You know humans only use 10% of their brain.
70% of Palestinian departures. The orders from Arab forces accounted for roughly 5%.
First run of Jewish genome test for
Arabs, not Zionists.
Let's settle this once and for all.
Facts versus opinions.
People keep mixing them up. Fact is like gravity. Drop a sandwich, it hits the floor. Sad. True.
Pineapple on pizza is wrong.
But that's basically a fact. No, that's just your taste buds.
Today's lesson, facts versus opinions. I've got index cards. Folks, welcome to the John Kitover Comedy King Show. We're just going to relax, watch some late night reruns. I'm going to build a bridge between our nations and maybe share a donut or two. Salam.
Just calling us a trash can. It sounded very confident.
Whoops, hot diplomacy. New partnership.
I told you, buddy king.
Voted to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab countries. Jews were only 1/3 of the population. Thus, even the state earmarked for Jews, which would have encompassed 55% of mandatory Palestine, would have been almost half Palestinian. Since Jews lived largely in urban areas, Palestinians owned 80% of Jewish states' arable land. Zionist leaders knew that a country in which Palestinians were almost half the population and possessed most of the territory wouldn't constitute a genuine Jewish state. Jews would not rule. A month after the UN vote, Ben-Gurion told members of his political party, only a state with at least 80% Jews is viable, stable state. Well, Ben-Gurion and Zionist leadership, unlike their Palestinian Arab counterparts, accepted the UN partition plan. They also began expelling Palestinians because that was the only way to create a large Jewish majority that occupied most of the land. On this point, Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who gained fame for his research on the Palestinian exodus, has been unusually frank. Ben Gurion was a transferist, Morris told the Israeli journalist Ari Shavit in a 2004 interview. He understood that there could be no Jewish state with a large and hostile Arab minority in its midst. Perhaps taken aback by Morris's directness, Shavit observed, "I don't hear you condemning him." Indeed, Morris was not. Ben Gurion was right, Morris continued. If he had not done what he did, the state would not have come into being. And that has to be clear. It's impossible to evade. But it is possible to evade. Among Jewish state's high-profile English-language defenders, Morris is an outlier. A throwback to the early Zionists who bluntly defended Zionist conquest. That's why you won't find him on the ADL or Apex lecture circuit. Their narrative is built on invasion because they know it's not possible in a post-colonial age to acknowledge the truth about why Palestinians became refugees without raising questions about why they and their descendants can't return. George Orwell famously wrote that since forthrightly defending Stalin's purges and British colonialism in India required arguments that are just too brutal for most people to face, their public justification has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. That perfectly captures establishment Jewish discourse about 1948. The only way to depict Israel as a victim of its own mass expulsion of Palestinians is to evade what Palestinians actually endured. Euphemism is the point. Consider what Palestinian expulsion looked like when you recount it without euphemism. Amid the crush of people fleeing Haifa as Zionist forces attacked, a woman named Nazmia al-Khilani walked with a broken leg, one child in her arms, and another tied to her apron so he wouldn't be swallowed by the crowd, to the city's port, where she boarded a boat to Akbri, which itself depopulated after Zionist forces shut off the city's electricity. In the chaos, she lost contact with her husband, father, brother, and sisters, all of whom were deported to Syria. She didn't see them for another 50 years. Well, Israeli troops entered the largely Catholic and Greek Orthodox peltage of Elam Gun in the Galilee. According to filmmaker Hisham Zreik, who used oral histories, Israeli documents, and reconstruct events, the troops were met by priests holding a white flag. Soldiers from the Golani Brigade responded by assembling villagers into the square. They forced the bulk of Isla residents to evacuate the village and head north, thus serving as human shields for Israeli forces who trailed behind them in case the road was mined. After forcing the villagers to walk all day with little food and water, the soldiers robbed them of their valuables, loaded them onto trucks, and deposited them across the Lebanese border. According to an eyewitness, the roughly dozen men held back in the town square were executed in groups of 3. The people of Isla were comparatively lucky. Some were allowed to return. During Israel's War of Independence, the Zionist forces depopulated roughly 400 Palestinian villages. Many were looted, most were fully destroyed. Listen to every one of Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches about Israel's creations and the speeches of every established and American Jewish leader, and you won't hear a single story like Nazmia al-Khilani's. You will not learn the name.
Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but
single
today
Palestinian whom Zionist forces expelled. That is not an accident. Only by erasing names and experiences of ordinary Palestinians can they be made offers of their own expulsion. We evade the harsh realities of 1948 just as we evade the end of the Book of Esther. In this way, Israel's creation is made to fit the script.
I think it's narrow. I think it really ignores.
You need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Hey, I'm running through my set. It's like looking into a funhouse mirror without the fun.
I hear him aligning the Jewish groups that represent him.
I want to point out something. Khalid, the first time I read you his narrative of this Book of Esther, right? You saw him as much more marginal voice, and like the second or third time, it turns out your views are actually pretty aligned. One second. So it sounds like he's starting this conversation.
One second. I've known about Peter Byer for a long time. Okay, the how I characterize him is not the conversation.
You refused to read his book. Remember, that's how this started.
100 points down!
This read the Dow's going to need a parachute.
I just bought a parachute company.
Insider as part of the Jewish establishment, quote unquote. Okay, don't give me this. I'm the only smartest one in the room, Buttercup.
No, I think you are smart, which is why we're having this conversation. I want to engage with
I know. So don't tell me about the first time you heard it. I've been teaching about this and preaching about this this idea for longer than Biner's been writing.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans. Three groups whose histories are more intertwined than most folks realize. This, of course, is the
Don't strong-man me as somehow some opponent.
So I think this is exactly what he's trying to do, is have this conversation you described. I don't think that's in contradiction to what you said at all.
And Caleb is acknowledging it and being critical. He's giving his criticism of what he thinks happened, what he thinks.
His criticism is that he's refusing to acknowledge that people are having this conversation, when really in this book is having the conversation. So it's a little meta that your criticism is like don't tell us we're not having this conversation.
He's not having a conversation. He's having a monologue.
He's engaging with the criticisms and the common tropes that we hear as American Jews. And
I think he's being. I think as all historians, he's being selective in terms of trying to tell the story he wants to put out there. There's and like all historical narratives, there's it relies on true things, right? But it isn't exhaustive, and I think it's a little cynical. It's highly motivated as well.
The first.
If I'm the example, if I'm somehow the example of as someone who was Zionized,
I'm not going to believe what just happened.
I worked for Zionist organizations. My grandparents talked about Zionism on their first date. We have the telegram announcing the partition plan. Announcing the partition plan hanging on our wall, right? We drink a fifth cup of wine at our Passover seders for the state of Israel, right? And yet, right? I'm not a person who lacks empathy for Palestinians.
Yeah, but is Zionism?
I'm not a person who supports the Ben Gurirs and the Smotriches. I'm not a person, right? And I think I had a very conventional, albeit high level, but pretty conventional Zionist.
Okay, make your point. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you. It's just we got it. Your background. But I think the point the issue, Kalev, here is that I think you are. The reason I like to link with you is because we do agree on a lot of basic facts, which some of our co-religious or co-ethnic people don't agree on, and so that's why it's easier to discuss the gaps between us.
Yeah, I understand, but even though we agree on the facts, I don't think we agree on the conclusions that those facts back up. And I think it's one thing to try to put up a mirror and say, hey guys, this stuff happened, these are facts, and quite another to say, and that means this, but beyond the shadow of a doubt about Zionism. And it means this beyond the shadow of a doubt about the meaning of the state of Israel.
I want to point out, you did agree. So the first time I read you his interpretation of the story of Esther, right, you thought you were shocked and offended. And this time you espoused views that were identical to his.
No. I was not shocked.
You interpret Megillat Esther the same way he does, right? Where it ends in genocide, and maybe we should talk about it more nuanced way. Yeah, but you don't talk about the moral complexity of it in your community, do you?
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm asking. So today we should discuss the moral complexity. Previously, you thought he was just.
I said the same thing today as I said then, which is there are times to celebrate and there's to be introspective and celebrate.
I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together.
Engaging in the sort of in their eyes, right? Be self-critical, and hopefully I've done
I'm John Kitover with KITV News. Here are tonight's headlines. The City Council has approved a downtown safety initiative aimed at improving life. Hi, John Kitover. I'm King of the Earth. Welcome back to Kitover tonight.
Doing what it's designed to do because I've already talked about it.
Just follow the watchtower.
So okay.
Behold, mortals, from this day, the light of the world.
I don't understand the so they should just know.
I'm not trying to. Do you know what splitting hairs means? Do you know what splitting hairs means?
Yes, you're trying to divide something that doesn't need to be divided.
I'm not dividing.
You and Beinart are saying the same thing, which is that we should view Purim through a more.
And I'm giving an analysis. I'm giving an opinion about what he's saying. And I don't think we're saying the same thing. No, I don't think we're saying the same thing.
You said the authors of Megillat Esther wanted us to engage with the moral complexity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're doing here with this book. Okay, the moral complexity is that Jews are capable of genocide. That's the moral complexity of it.
Right.
Anybody's capable of genocide.
Yeah,
so I don't
see. Our notion of ourselves as the perpetual victim.
Yeah, but that's also not what's happening.
Well, that's how people, I think in this modern age, this is how our ancient mythology can be relevant to modern
I prefer
May I ask Caleb a question?
I prefer a different framing. Like, you know, I talked about Purim Jews before, right? You've heard this. Purim Jews are attuned to risk and outside threat. Passover Jews are attuned to universal notions of freedom, right? And we have to have both. This is Yossi Klein Halevi, again, from the Hartman Institute. I really urge everybody, if you want to have like thoughtful space.
I'll come back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled light years and somehow still beat LA traffic. Please welcome.
Okay, you recommend it.
So look, I think
you can have a reading room with him.
I thought we could slow things down.
Today we're talking fine art.
That's fine. So that's what I mean, Buttercup, right? I can't do everything. Sometimes I have to be the life, and sometimes I have to do everything. And personally, I think there's something.
Everything is too big. The cars, the drinking, the score.
Passover or Hanukkah is only, and I mean celebration, and I mean observance of it, right? If my entire observance of it is only about like, you know, look at how bad it turned out afterwards. Right.
That's not what he's advocating. Is that what you understood his point to be?
That's how I understand you to understand.
That's how you understand me understanding his point? Of course not.
Yes.
No, I literally said over and over again that these read through Beiner's lens, the Jewish holidays, in fact, have a lot of subversion and moral complexity they're actually meaningful in this current predicament that we're in today, right? As American Jews with
that's why I like stuff you've read to Gore, right? Because I think he out loud in his podcasts is doing very much this. He's doing exactly this. You think he's a propagandist. But you think he's a propagandist only because
I think he's a very highbrow propagandist. But he is coming with an agenda to promote only good values.
I caught him on
This is treating what you're doing here. What is treating what you're doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him? Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare! Don't you see if Wellington free to choose his ground? Everything I want in this campaign, you lost. The second is broken. I have all the
Israel already has a very robust activist movement and criticism and dissent within its own society. What we're talking about now is American and Jewish identity and how their institutions have shut down sort of diversity of thought. And if you espouse diversity of thought, you're shunned and marginalized, called an anti-Jew or an un-Jew or an anti-Semite or a capo, right? We're talking now specifically about American Jewish identity and sort of this crisis of identity that we're in, where the institutional Judaism has sort of alienated a younger generation who sees the moral complexity of modern Zionism.
By the way, Shai, that hyper-criticism is what makes Israel unique in a good way, by the way. So I wouldn't be calling it out as a negative judgment.
Searching for the King's heart is one of the scariest things possible. Not only do I have to live on it and take my finger off, I can also put
what you just said otherwise the history that you read earlier, which is we're contending with the moral complexity of it, right? It's not unique. This is what we do. This is what we do.
You know, it is put on a pedestal. It is kind of a sacred cow where you can't criticize or you get marginalized.
There are periods in our history.
You too get marginalized sometimes. You're on this app by the right wingers called a capo or whatever, right? And
yeah, but
say you're not a Zionist.
I understand that. I wouldn't.
It's because of this.
That's why I think words are. We need bigger words and we need better words. Peoplehood is bigger. Peoplehood is bigger than Zionist or not Zionist. Peoplehood is bigger than this kind of religious sect. That religious sect is much bigger. So I was trying to explain to my girls. And what's so sad is that the largest Jewish community or segments of the largest Jewish community in the world, right, don't see me as part of the nation.
So I think maybe don't participate in this rhetoric about anti-Zionism being a hate cult, the way you described it. What you're doing
It's a program. It's a program, and you can see it. You can see it even before the preaching of state of Israel. Do you know what miracle shot is? You heard of miracle shot? You're talking about an ancient history. Miracle shot is a Soviet German scripture. Parts of miracle shot that's closer to John. That's the unwitting part. It's unwitting. You don't even know it.
This is, I want to say something. Modern Jewish identity, like I said, it rides on, it's anchored, secular modern is anchored by finding vigilant about anti-Semitism and find out it, we can't thrive. Without it, we don't exist.
I said that is one.
And that's why you and Daniel are chasing ghosts with your theories of Palestinianism and theories of anti-Semitism. Because you can't, you're not, you can only exist with opposition because we don't have, because your Judaism is anchored in anti-Semitism and in the Holocaust.
Buttercup. That is as insulting as it is stupid, respectfully, to say to somebody like me. You can say it to Daniel, you can say it to other people. If you don't think that,
this is why we're
if you don't think that I
stupid also when she said it to me.
No, say it to Amos. Say it to Amos. Say it to Amos. We move on. Say it to Amos.
Where is Amos?
Listen, I just think I think it really underestimates people's personal Judaism. We can talk about.
I just think you're leaning into that idea when you talk like this. I usually receive colleague and you have very insightful additions, tellings of these stories that are really beautiful. But when you talk like this and you say people who are anti-Zionist are part of this hate cult, it's just, it reminds me of these
what I think that people who are
narrow view of our identity.
What I think that people who are anti-Zionist do, right? And I think it goes back to Daniel's question, right? About if people like me, as it were, right, connect Jewish things to Zionist things, right? Certainly the opposition is doing something similar, right? Because they're doing it out of their own connections to Judaism. You too, you say it all the time, right? So somehow this conflation is really misplaced. But what I would say is that is what I call peoplehood. That is what I call being in authentic Jewish behaviors of debate, of standing debate that doesn't get solved because we still view ourselves as one nation. The problem
calling anyone a hate group, just like calling someone a Nazi or capo, shuts down conversation. It silences. It's silencing. Do you understand that? Do you realize why it's inherently anti-Semitic to categorize a huge segment of the American Jewish population who are just well-meaning, who just don't like to see kids get blown up, as anti-Semitic or part of the hate?
Not categorizing the people.
It's what you're doing is you're demonizing us, just like the anti-Semites do.
I'm not demonizing people. I'm looking at an ideology. That I see as an ideology that I see as much more than simply opposition to particular government policies that people oppose. Which, by the way, I
even Ricky saying we uncover what's over there.
I think it's actually a specific program targeting Jews, disenfranchising Jews.
From Goldberg.
It's the move, right? It's
Tonight's the big launch for our neighborhood
Jews
once we name the banner war official.
Jews are foreigners and somehow not part of the majority. Anti-Zionism says they've now become white and they become.
The schedule says you're supposed to be at the mall in 10 minutes. My watch says ring. I left them right here on the coffee table.
Because we must admit that there's
two planets need a hobby. Also,
I've been praying for some guidance lately, just trying to figure out what the next step is.
Same here. I told the Lord, the whole crate.
The whole crate.
Be a homeland for the Jews, like
Is there not an inherent? Does that not inherently lean a bit dangerous when you strip?
Okay, so that is a good question. I think earlier we talked about two straits of American Jewish anti-Zionism. One suggests that Zionism was necessary at one point, and it strayed from its liberal ideals, and it's become strayed from the ideals it was founded on. And then the other is that it was still bigger to begin with, and it was by inherently. I both agree that the way it's manifested today is in this sort of supremacist way. The difference is whether or not
time to get this gun's license. 7, 8, 9,
a bad idea, and just that violence, or is it
how is it supremacy? In what way?
Because it gives rights to one population over another. It doesn't serve the whole population. It's illiberal by definition. It creates an unequal.
Finally, what took you so long? Minor misunderstanding of the delivery guy. 4368.
So, Shape,
I've got the remote.
I agree with the last thing you said.
I need a better opener than just shout numbers. Try worse. The audience loves them. This is pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Hey, I'm ready for it. I think the guy mumbled something like 347571. I think he thought I was CIA.
That's your line. Shape, like,
morning, boss. All from Shaft 3.
It's turned into a boondoggle that's not serving Israelis right. Jews all over the world courthouses, right? It's become a shit show by any means.
I'm speaking, colleagues, like the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of September. I'm dialing the secret hospital line. Step 1 Jesus, step by step. Free AI app from your phone. Chicago dog, extra mustard.
So the second type of anti-Zionist would argue that it was never the founding fathers' intention for it to become a permanent occupying force that is perpetually at war, which is just escalatory violence and breeds hatred with its neighbors. And it all culminated, of course, in October 7 and what we consider to be a genocide. That would be the second type of anti-Zionist. Personally, I don't cast judgment on whether or not Zionism existed. It founded the State of Israel. I try not to think. I'm not thinking too deeply about whether or not it should or shouldn't have existed. It exists, and that's that. We just accept that it exists. But I think what we are unified on, the two types of anti-Zionists, is that it's not sustainable for the Palestinians or the Jews to keep going along this track. This sort of the status quo to escalatory violence for 70 years, and that there's going to be, if we continue managing of the conflict, it's going to result in more death, more bloodshed on both sides, and it's in the interest of Israelis to not continue along this path. And there will be another October 7th.
It's the interest of everybody that Israelis and Arabs alike. But at the end, there needs to be a plan, and I don't see any plan coming from the Palestinians at any point.
Show you step by step. Free AI app in your phone.
I see a lot of no's. I don't see like a viable plan that is coming from them, or even a wish to coexist, to be honest. So maybe let's start with this.
Buttercup,
why don't we have any plan?
What you seem to be associating more things than just a Jewish homeland with the concept of Zionism. Am I right or wrong there?
Yeah. Well, no, I think most American Jews, the Zionists has sort of been put upon sort of anyone who's sort of culturally Jewish in America by anti-Zionists. But the way I grew up, even though I grew up in a pro-Israel home, we called ourselves pro-Israel, like you're kind of reflexively defend every war, we saw Zionism as kind of a dated term. It was a movement that created Israel, and now we're in like the post-Zionist era. And so that's how most American Jews don't necessarily call themselves Zionists like they're activists, because there's nothing to activist about, right? And I think the definition has shifted in the last couple of years, where Zionism has sort of taken on this new form where you're a pro-Israel activist.
No, not right. We are still under attack, and this is what this is about.
Yes, it is changed because of the anti-Zionists, as you said. Nobody called themselves Zionists.
Agreed.
It's a defense.
And it's used as a slur. Like, you go to Amir's room, they call me a filthy, fire-breathing Zionist because I don't accept every single anti-Semitic conspiracy, right?
That's the danger in being. We're back to Caleb's point, right? I think you're kind of tiptoeing to Caleb's position, which is there's something inherently dangerous with leaning anti-Zionist. If you accept the simplest and
I'll give you something about
Shape, we're actually not getting rid of this Jewish safe haven. The anti-Zionists want to create a one state where everyone has equal rights, and they just don't accept this notion that this 51% majority necessarily.
We have a state and we have an army that can defend us. And
it's not about demographics. It's actually about it's not about demographics. It's actually about removing the idea that Jews are a unique people. If Jews uniquely have to give up some kind of I'm not saying Jewish majority or Jewish supremacy, right? But have to deny something about their uniqueness in order to have a state where no one else has to do that, right? That's the problem with anti-Zionism. Here, I'll read you one short paragraph, okay? If you have patience for it.
From who?
This is Adam Lewis Klein. He's become an emerging thinker, anti-Zionism. I'm sure you don't think he's a pro.
Just read it fast.
Yeah.
Sure. He talks about something called accusation in a mirror. Accusation in a mirror is what genocide prevention scholars call a form of accusatory and genocidal incitement. Colonizer, apartheid, genocide, the three libels of anti-Zionism applied to Israel, all describe anti-Zionism itself, a calling project that seeks to erase, overcode, and deny Jewish distinctness, a racist orientation that stripped Jews of political rights and re-subordinate them, expect to escalating violence and genocide in the form of consistent, normalized calls for the annihilation of the Israeli Jewish population. That's why anti-Zionism is a hate movement.
Interesting.
Because it's an inversion of the very kinds of human rights and things that wants to be afforded to other people, but isn't afforded to Jews.
You said something about erasing Jewish distinctness, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that is very telling, because this is a point I've been trying to make over and over in college that you always dispute, which is that in America, where we're not Israelis, we don't have inherent Jewishness that Israeliness bestows on them. The way we engage with Judaism or feel like we're part of an ethnic, engage with our ethnic identity, it's by engaging with Israel, which is why we cling to this idea of Israel, and we elevate it above all other aspects of our rich history and culture. And so when you are actually reinforcing this idea that when you criticize Zion or you criticize the state of Israel or this ideology, that you're erasing ourness, and that erases, in fact, our rich literary, cultural, music, humor, whatever history, philosophical history that existed long before the state of Israel.
I'm actually doing the opposite, right? I'm fighting against the same phenomenon you're fighting against, which is that we've stripped out Jewish education in America and replaced it with, from all of those things that you just talked about, and replaced it with Israel. But the Israel is not illegitimate; it's just incomplete.
No, but
right? I'm fighting against the same stuff you are.
Wait,
right? If we are told we are distinct only if we engage in the culture of our ancestors, right? That's racist.
But didn't you hear when I read the chapter about elevating Zionism above Judaism and how it's idolatry?
Look, here's how I see it. We don't have to use flowery terms, right? When American Jews talk about Israel and Jewish identity, right? You're right. It's a proxy for a lack of richer content, right? For lack of a better word. That's why I do what I do. That's why most of my colleagues do what I do.
I know, and you're inverting it and saying if you criticize Zionism, you're taking away our distinctness and our identity. No,
I'm saying it's our very distinctness. It's that rich, thick culture, right? That makes
I'm saying our identity is not dependent on our Zionism, and that's the thing I'm trying to point out. Then how's anti-Zionism erasing your identity? It's not dependent on it.
Why? Because we are a nation like other nations. Other nations get countries.
Okay, so
it's not definitional. It doesn't depend on it.
We're not talking about the founding of the state. We keep coming back to this as if we're revisiting the founding of the state. It happened. That should happen.
25 years since they taxed us September 11th.
The present day. Because
a lot of anti-Zionist rhetoric is about specifically about removing self-determination for the Jews as a Jew.
That's how you hear it, but that's actually not, in my experience, what the anti-Zionist discourse is about. It's about what's happening right now in the boondoggle. It's become like permanent. Israel can't afford as a state to perpetually occupy another people. It's extremely draining.
I know. That's why I'm anti-occupation.
Okay, so it sounds like you fit in with the anti-Zionist spectrum.
I don't fit into the anti-Zionist because the reason that I want the occupation to end is that Israel survives as a Jewish state. You want and it's a moral problem that we're for people and not giving them rights. That too, right? You want the occupation to end because you agree that Israel should end. Because it was born in sin.
I'm not taking the mic away from you, Caleb. All I gotta do is I just want to bring a fresh, because it's getting redundant now. Let me bring a fresh angle, and you can continue it. But look, if let's say the Jew is to abandon his Zionist project, okay? Let's say Zionism is abandoned.
It's not a project.
Let him finish and we'll go next.
Can you not interrupt me, man? I said 5 words. Look, let's say the Yehud is to abandon his Zionist project. Does that mean that the Muslims are going to abandon jihad? Are they going to abandon the jihad project? Is the Christian going to abandon his proselytization project? Is the colonial project going to be abandoned by the Christian?
So
you're saying the Jew should give up?
No, that's not what we're saying.
His claim. But then everybody else can continue as is in the name of secular.
That's not what we're claiming. Us 500, we agree that Zionism created the state. It's already completed its mission to create the state of Israel. What we're talking about is a more sustainable. Let me finish. Okay, what we are arguing is the status quo is creating a more tenable situation for Israelis and Palestinians. And so we need to have a little bit of political creativity and a little bit of political courage to think of a new model, because what the current model, the status quo, has gotten us to the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the next time will be worse. That's what we're arguing. So we're talking about the sustainability of both Jews who live in Israel and Palestinians who live in Israel, and a state that treats all of them as equal citizens, which we think in the long term will be much more sustainable. Do you understand?
So you said the worst Holocaust of Jews, the worst genocide of Jews since the Holocaust,
massacre,
right?
October 7.
Massacre. Yeah, there has been no massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Okay? Post-Holocaust, there is no...
We're talking about October 7th. Do you know about this?
Okay, yeah. October 7th.
There were massacre of Jews, dude, before October 7th.
Yeah. So Jews have been attacked. No. Hold on. The Jews have been attacked, right? And Jews are constantly attacked wherever they go in the world, right? Most countries, you'll see the quote-unquote Abrahamic religions are constantly attacking the Jews. Right, because they're jealous. They also want their stake to power.
Something like 3475.
The Muslims want their stake to power. The Christians want their stake to power. Right, but they're not smarter than the Jewish people. The Jewish people are all smarter than both of them.
Thank you for sharing.
No. But look, the fact is, you're saying that Jews should somehow abandon the Zionist project, but they're not going to abandon their projects. So what are you going to do?
Dory, yes, 500. I want to apologize for her. She's ashamed to be a Jew. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
Really, the guy's talking and you're cutting him off like he said something wrong.
Because he's wrong. He thinks that Zionism.
Well, let him speak.
He suggested that he's intervening.
He cannot speak.
When he said the Jews are smart, you cut him off.
He's pissed off everybody. He's pissed off me and Daniel. Me and Daniel both think he's a fucking moron.
No, I wasn't pissed off.
Actually, Daniel's not upset, so stop pulling like you're playing fucking.
It's like very obvious. You just don't do it.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is it would be foolish. Israelis have a very small, limited piece of territory, and to simply cease to defend that territory.
That's not what anyone has advocated. What are you talking about? No one's advocated that.
Well, you're saying to abandon Zionism. That's exactly what it means.
Okay, no. So let me explain to you. In America and in Israel, Zionism historically is an ideology, a movement, a political movement, which we're not casting aspersions on right now, which created the state of Israel. It's a historical fact, and it exists. What we're talking about now has nothing to do with intervening with Zionism. When we're labeled anti-Zionism because we criticize the current philosophy of the Israeli government. We think another philosophy is more sustainable and will cause fewer dead Jews. That is what we're advocating for: fewer dead Jews and also fewer dead Palestinians.
You're literally talking about the formation of the image of Israel. It's not about this government or that government. You are
we make
questioning
you look bad. You don't
Israel's...
like we can't speak because it might look bad for. I'm sorry, but we have to be able to speak freely. We live in a free country. It's not.
No, I'm just saying that what you're saying is not about
it's about telling the truth or lying. Libels.
You think anti-Zionist Jews are libeling Israel?
Yes.
Yes.
Kalev, you're among them.
Genocide, apartheid. These are libels.
You yourself said it's possibly a genocide, so it's not a libel if it's possibly a genocide.
I don't follow that.
Okay.
I've asked you if it's probably or possibly a genocide. You said possibly. That means if someone thinks it is, that's not a libel, Kalev, right?
The Gaza war.
That doesn't matter. We're talking now about
genocide claim. No. That's why, again, I think we misunderstand.
This is euphemistic language. You're distracting from
when we say Zionism itself was libeled a genocidal movement from the get-go.
That's irrelevant.
And that is the libel.
This is the deflection.
It was called genocidal.
Yeah, I saw recently.
This war started on October 8th.
I saw recently a video of Peter Beinart giving a lecture in front of like a Muslim crowd, and this was 2 years before October 7th, and he was talking about creating a global narrative about the quote unquote genocide. This was 2 years before October 7th ever happened, and he was saying that it was already a genocide and there needed to be a global narrative.
Because he was hesitant to even call the Gaza genocide. I just don't believe you. I think that's your libeling Peter Beinart right now, because I am very familiar with Peter Beinart, and he doesn't. And he was really hesitant to even categorize. Even in his book, he doesn't categorize it as a genocide when he talks about the Gaza war. So
scholars, today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-T.
Daniel, in America, we recognize things that you don't recognize. We see the news that you don't see, Daniel. With all due respect, we have a little bit more perspective.
I don't care about America. You don't have. You can have your own point of view. You cannot determine facts. And a genocide holds it itself. First of all, Holocaust is version by itself, but it's such a disgusting accusation. It's not about criticism. It's about defaming, spreading blood libel, and it started on October 8th. So don't bullshit us. The fact that you fell for it.
Even if it did start on October 8th, that wouldn't change the fact that this war incised into an actual genocide by any measure.
No,
I didn't call it genocide on October 8th, okay?
The fact is that the genocide, the most horrible crimes, most horrible crime of humanity, like so loosely, so easily, without the core important thing about intention to wipe out this population. Not the fact that
quotes from Israeli
and I think the blood libel.
I want to hear some other voices.
Out of the, Jews kill babies that we heard. Yes, I know you want to hear other voices.
Yeah. Words matter.
I know, it's all blood libel. I get it. It's all blood libel.
Buttercup, let's talk about the experts, okay, you just mentioned. If you remember such a surname like Nderito, okay? He was an expert inside the UN. She's the head of genocide commission, okay? And she studied for a long time, is it a genocide in Gaza? And she made a conclusion that there is nothing to do with genocide from the Israeli side. She was fired for 1 day from the UN.
Yes, I understand that there's different opinions. We recognize the diversity.
No.
Unlike your side, you recognize the diversity.
Yeah, different opinions. The second opinion we have from today was in a forum with the Khalid Mashal and with the IRGC commander. And she came to this forum, to Qatar, this is Al Jazeera forum, and she said, we have, guys, just one enemy in the world, it's Israel. That's what she said just today, okay?
What about B'Tselem? Where are you going to is B'Tselem?
Yeah, just a second, but hold on. Hold on. She's a still expert, but in the Covenant of the United Nations, there is the first principle is neutrality. We are a neutral organization. But Francesca Albanese said that Israel is our enemy. Her husband, Massimiliano Kali, worked for Mahmoud Abbas administration as an economical worker, okay, for a long time. It is the conflict of interest. How she still work at the United Nations? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely impossible. She was also...
Okay, extra mustard,
let
and
me
one vote for Kitover. Coming right up.
You keep mixing those up. She was also on a Zoom with the Hamas. And she said,
We get it. She's Hamas. We get it. She's Hamas.
I support resistance.
Oh my God, why are you interrupting them?
We get it.
Respect
You don't need to say it for
a boring point.
But let him make his
He's
point.
repeating it for
He already made it, and he's like chewing a piece of gum long after the flavor's gone.
You guys don't like you when somebody spits against your narrative.
Bro, it's just boring. Okay, you said your point. You move on.
Guys,
Make a third or fourth point.
You
Don't keep repeating the same point.
I speak very
so
short.
boring,
Okay,
bro.
Okay, so you want give him another chance.
I land my point. Let me land my point. Okay, I land my point. Then I want to say to you that you know what is the intention of genocide? Intention of genocide when Ismail Haniyeh from the Hamas TV, Al-Quds TV,
Chicago dog, extra.
No more examples. Land the point. No more examples.
I just land my point because I really just tried to explain to you what is the intention of genocide. He said, we need more blood of our children and women. That's what Ismail Haniyeh said. We
all watched it. We know.
Please, yes, and don't comment any my word, please. Please be confident, okay? Sit on it just on a chair and please don't interrupt me. You are a moderator in this room. Why are you nervous? Let me finish, please. There is just 2 points, okay? First point, there is no genocide from Israeli side. The second point, the genocide, of course, even in a covenant of Hamas. Judgment Day will not come until every Jew will be exterminated. This is from Sahih al-Bukhari. It's the clear intent to exterminate all the Jewish population. It's number one. Number two, they said that we're not gonna take our population into the tunnels. Tunnels is only for the fighters, for the freedom fighters. That is the intention of genocide. Because if
That's right. It was a disservice to their
If they took 2 million people to the tunnels, there will be no genocide. But they say, no, it's only for fighters. And the third time, that Haniyeh comes to the TV, he said, more blood, our women and children.
Okay, you need 3 points that make the same point. We got it.
And after they come...
No more points. You already made your...
Is there anyone in this room that
Okay, guys, so
We all know that he's talking points heard them.
Okay, so what point did he make if you think you guys got
Saying
it?
that Hamas are genocidal and
there's some person that thinks it's not a genocide. Great.
Okay.
That's fucking great. We just wasted 6 minutes.
Okay, Sergio, thank you for sharing that. I think I've heard those points before. Some of your criticisms of Hamas has basis, but I think we need to move forward. I think I'm going to read the story of Peter Barnard's story of Purim again for those who didn't hear it, unless there's like objection to it, and why it should reframe the way we reframe the way we see ourselves as Jews as a perpetual victim rather than sometimes the perpetrator. Any strong objections besides
BB's objecting. Can we hear his objection so he doesn't whine about it later?
I'm just objecting because I have the opportunity to object.
Because it's fucking, you're objecting because it's fucking minus 18.
I object actually because I think for once like to summarize it. I think actually like this is a conversation around Jewish identity, and it's like, you know, he's writing to Jews. He's writing to Jews, right?
Okay, I think it's really beautiful. We're going to learn some Torah here. I think our non-Jewish friends can also learn a little bit about the value of our values and our mythology and what we take from it. Okay. So every year, Jews dressed in silly costumes, trying to wear pastries to genocide. It comes from the Book of Esther, a tale that begins with a dissolute Persian king. He hosts a banquet, gets drunk, orders his queen to display her beauty to revelers, and when she refuses, banishes her from the throne. As her replacement, he chooses Esther, a beautiful young maiden who, unbeknownst to him, is a Jew. Then he makes it Calamitous personal decision. He selects Haman, a pathological Jew hater, to be his right-hand man. The stage is now set for a epic clash. Haman persuades the king to sign an edict exterminating the Jews. Esther's uncle Mordecai hears the news and sends word that she must save her people. Although protesting puts her own life at risk, Esther appeals to the king and through a series of daring maneuvers turns him against Haman. Haman is hanged, Mordecai takes his job, good triumphs over evil. When we tell the story of Purim today, many of us stop there. But that's not quite right. The book of Esther doesn't end with Haman's death. It continues because although Haman is gone, his edict of the Jews remains. The king can't reverse it. What he can do is empower Mordecai and his kinsmen to take matters into their own hands, which they do. The Jews struck at their enemies with the sword, proclaims the book of Esther. Slaying and destroying, they wreaked their will upon their enemies. On the 13th day of Adar, the Jews kill 75,000 people. They make the 14th a day of feasting and merrymaking. With the blood of their foes barely dry, the Jews feast and make merry. That's the origin of Purim. Purim isn't only about the danger Gentiles pose to us, it's also about the dangers we pose to them. For much of our history,
something like 34, 75, 71.
Will be the sword.
Better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves it. Pricey, I'm saying.
They blame a tormented people for dreaming of a
better
world
opener
turned
than
upside
just
down. But the ending reads differently when Jews wield life and death power over millions of Palestinians who lack even a passport. Today, these blood-soaked verses should unsettle us. When we recite them aloud in synagogue, we should employ the anguished, sorrowful tune in which we chant the Book of Lamentations, which depicts the destruction of our ancient temples. Instead, most of us ignore violence, and that concludes the Esther scroll. Some contemporary Jews justify it as self-defense. On the far right, some revel in it. But they're the exception. More often, we just look away. We focus on what they tried to... There's a joke in every Jewish holiday has the same plot. They tried to kill us, we survived.
Try words. The audience loves it. Pricey, I'm saying for the club.
But many of our other best-liked holidays.
I've got the remote.
Also recounts our liberation from bondage in Egypt, celebrates from persecution to serious Altiyachas. Then he goes on and on to explain how each of these holidays has sort of a subversive message hidden in it. And in fact, maybe it's time to rethink the sort of moral evasion that comes with this narrative of ourselves as the perpetual.
Let's talk about why those millions of people lack a passport, right? So in 1948 or whenever Israel was declared a state, also a state was declared. It was called a Palestinian state, right? And those Palestinians, they rejected it. They rejected it and they decided to attack Israel. So they
had the potential. 181 said they had to both wanted to do. They decided not to do anything.
Yeah, they decided
not to get the history right. Yeah.
And then post this, right, when those people were part of Jordan and Egypt, in Jordan they had citizenship. What happened was, especially for the people in the West Bank, is that Jordan allowed their citizenship to lapse. And there are 3 million people in Jordan right now who are stateless. They live there, they're considered refugees, but that's the fault of Jordan, right? For 5 million people between Jordan and the West Bank, those people are stateless in Jordan. For the people in Gaza, those people are stateless.
He's going for the quadlets.
A combination of Egypt and
he falls.
And the same thing with the people in Lebanon and Syria. There are about 1 million people in Lebanon and Syria who are stateless in refugee camps because they refuse to give them citizenship. That had nothing to do with it per se. Israel didn't make those choices. The choice that Israel made to defend itself and also to give the 2 million Palestinians inside of Jordan or inside of Israel's borders citizenship.
Thank you. Sergey, are you familiar with the Book of Esther, with the Megillat Esther? All right, who wants to? The mic is anyone's.
I think this may not be semantically precise, but you have to start looking at Zionism as military power. Okay, military power is what makes the world go round. If a people cannot defend themselves militarily, what good are you? What good are you as a people if you cannot defend yourselves? Okay, they want you. They want the power. They want the what do you think if the table turned? Let's say the Palestinians had the weapons and the technology Do you think they would spare you? Do you think they would even be having these sorts of silly debates and silly conversations on Clubhouse?
Again, you missed the premise.
They would get straight to work.
No one's saying that the army should lay down its arms. No one's trying to.
Stop with the hate speech, dude.
Like,
they would get straight to work.
You're arguing a point that no one's arguing. You're arguing
Guys
against
trying
us.
to villainize 15 million people.
And honestly, you're arguing something that no one's advocated for. One-state solution would have an army that represents all of it between the river and the sea. It wouldn't be fighting.
Why should there be one army for all of the people? You're not the same people. You're different people. So why do you need one army for two different people?
Because already Israel is 20% Arab Israeli. You didn't know this?
So
they share rights.
So
they all have the same rights.
They sympathize with Palestine.
All we're doing is no, they don't sympathize with Palestine. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot.
They sympathize with Palestine, and they also have patriotism for their country. They have two identities.
According from which angle are you getting this information that they have sympathy for Israel?
I'm sorry, I can't. Try.
I put have you read the JTA February 5th?
Yeah, I did. We talked about it already. About how most people, and that's actually what I've been saying, that like most people don't technically identify as Zionists because we just...
Yeah, but there's a very interesting paragraph.
Well, they support Israel. Yeah, they support
Right, which is, here, let me just read the point. Hold on. Only 37% of Jews, this is American Jews, surveyed said they identified as Zionists, while 7% labeled themselves as anti-Zionists. Another 8% said they were non-Zionists. Another 18% said they weren't sure, while 30% said none of the labels describe them. Okay, mixed bag. At the same time, 88% of surveyed Jews believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish democratic state, which for me is a placeholder for the question, are Jews better off with the existence of the state of Israel? For me, that's the backbone of why I support the state of Israel. We need it as a backstop because bad things happen prior to the state of Israel being in existence for us as a people.
Okay, so there's been other recent surveys that shows 60% of American Jews think that war crimes are being committed in Gaza, and 40% of American Jews think it's a genocide. If you use the younger generation, it's even higher.
But what this shows, Buttercup, is how complex it is. Right? In other words, we can have a moral vision that goes in one direction and still like be very close.
Yeah, exactly. My point.
Yeah, and
those are not mutually exclusive at all.
It's the genocide is the decision of the court, because we can't just say some words without nothing, because if we still don't have the decision from the court, what we are talking about nothing, okay? Because genocide can be only if it's on a paper after the court, okay? Because there are some complex things, like in Srebrenica, it was like significant group, okay? Genocide from Hamas, much easier to prove than from Israel. And
if the court says it's a genocide, you're going to go with it? No, you're going to go with the Israel's take, which is, the court's...
That's your opinion. He's stating his position.
No, I know. Sergio have gotten into it many times. His position is to reflexively...
Buttercup, let me say something. Guys, Israel is in violation of many UN resolutions on paper.
The resolutions is nothing. It's nothing.
That's
exactly the point.
It's not the international law resolutions, because they have recommendations.
It's not a world government.
Absolutely. It's just a paper. It's just a recommendation. It's nothing, absolutely. Because Iran, Saudi Arabia, many other violators just, what is the resolution? It's the significant group inside the UN dictators who are sitting on a table.
Court of Justice.
And what? Court of Justice? You said ICJ? Where is Nawaf Salam, who is the Prime Minister of Lebanon?
Is that nothing also? Nothing?
Nawaf Salam, he was a president of ICJ. He just... made a paper on Israel. Just he printed it every time. But who he is? He just praised Maduro. He just praised Castro. His friends was a bloody dictators like Putin, Lukashenko, and many other guys, and he openly supported them. Okay, and he was a president of ICJ. That's what I say. Okay, ICJ is
just said the courts could tell you. Now you say the courts are nothing. You just said the courts are going to determine, and now you're saying the courts are.
Could you tell me how he was president for the 9 years? Because
he said it only leads to genocide if the courts decide so, and now he's saying the courts are bullshit. So like it's impossible. There's no way to convince Sergio of anything.
Do you think that there is an army in the world just one army who is doing a job better than Israeli army?
Also, his army killed fewer children in a years-long war than Israel did in their 2-year war.
Everybody did.
That's how many Palestinian children were No, they did kidnap kids. They did kidnap like 30,000 kids.
Buttercup, guys, hold on. All in the room, please hold on, okay? I asked a specific question. How many children you said died in Ukraine?
500.
You absolutely liar.
Okay, so how much?
Uninformed. Don't call her a liar.
How many? What was it? 20,000 by any chance?
Hold on. I will.
I acknowledge that you kid 30,000 kids.
Will you interrupt me, or will you give me the chance to answer?
While you're looking it up, I'm saying I acknowledge that Russia has kidnapped 30,000 Ukrainian kids, right?
Absolutely.
No, they were refugees.
Yeah.
Well, their parents did not want them to be refugees away from their parents.
Russia really kidnapped 30,000. You're right. In this place, you're right. But listen, in this calculation, what you see the casualties in Ukraine, there is no Mariupol. Okay, in Mariupol, there might be hundreds of thousands of people died only in one city in Ukraine, but it's not calculated. You know why? Because it's under occupation. And Russia don't provide the casualties from here, okay? One for couple of months, and 100,000 people died, including women and children, and you don't know exact number. That's why you tell us that there is only 500, because it's the statistic like official, but official is nothing right now because
you know who else is under occupation and doesn't have a correct tally of the dead? Gaza.
Yes, Russia just silent and don't provide the papers how much it was, But there was some articles like from Associated Press that in where is the dead people? I don't know this word in English. When people is dead, they obituary. Okay, I don't remember. That a lot of people just said that there is about 100,000, and they just tried to calculate, and this is, average amount, because from the beginning there was 400,000 of people, and it's the minimum amount that 100,000 killed in Mariupol. You can Google it. It's a lot of articles. I can give you article if you need. Okay, from Associated Press, and you will read it.
We believe the numbers are infallible. You've made your point already.
Yes. Then in Ukraine there is much more children and women dying in Gaza. That's why I ask you.
Okay, so you don't have an accurate, but the fact is also Gaza doesn't have an accurate number, but the numbers we do have are much higher than the numbers we do have about Ukraine. It is
No. In Gaza, because these 50K, what we have for 2 years, 2 years war, and Israel waged this war prevent every casualties and send the leaflets, rings, SMS, and so on and so on. No army in history do this, okay? No army in history. Israel is the only army that sent leaflets, SMS, and rings, and you know it, okay?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Sergio. Now I want to say something.
You muted me?
Just for a second, because I want to point something out. I want to address what you just said.
Don't do this until you say me, okay? Just say me previously that you will mute.
Okay, I want to address what you just said, which is the leaflets and the most moral army in the world, because this is a narrative that I was raised with too, where growing up they told me Israel has the most moral army in the world, and they always drop leaflets, or they do a knock on the roof before they bomb, or they, and by the way, Israel loves the gays, so we're morally superior to the Palestinians who kill the gays, right? Like all this stuff, these talking points are shit that I grew up with too. We were also seeing videos as kids of Palestinians and Hamas headbands holding, they caricatured Palestinian kids as these like small baby militants, right? And then you go to college, and your Jewish friends who grew up with Zionism, pro-Israel, reflexively pro-Israel ideologies, share with you Benny Morris, and you find out that the story, this narrative about Israel's founding, was only half the story, and in fact, there was another half which is quite ugly. And in fact, it's not a clean history, and we are not the most moral army in the world. And eventually, you come to the conclusion that armies are not moral, and states are not moral, and all power is corrupting, and we have an obligation to hold power to account. That institutions are not people, and governments and armies act pragmatically. Sometimes they have to decide between one immoral act and another immoral act. So to conflate our Jewishness and our values with an army or a government is to pervert our values, is to pervert our mythology that teaches us how to live and how to be accountable. It's to pervert everything about Judaism. And so this sort of elevation, this putting your Zionism on some pedestal and reflexively framing it as the most moral army in the world is something that I'm deeply familiar with, Sergio, and I'm glad you put it on display, because this is something that this has been like it really was a big part of my evolution philosophically.
Bitch hasn't read a book in years. Prove you can read a book, dummy. Hello? Oh, I guess she kind of did prove already she can read.
I would just say that this is why we have Yom Kippur, right? Like people, we think about it as an individual thing, right? But when we say Ashamnu and all of these things for the Vidui, this is a national repentance because Judaism takes into account that sometimes as things are going to happen that we have to repent for. This isn't about our individual,
100%. That's why on the day between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we had an Ashamnu room where we talked about our collective sins in Gaza and in 1948 and over the course of the last 100 years. And we talked about how as people, we should be, part of our traditions is to be self-reflective and self-critical. And to this sort of like silencing dissent is antithetical to Judaism.
May I read a few quotes from the leaflet dropping officials?
Yeah, please.
I wanted to finish what I had to say.
Okay. For Shai and then
because I'm not going to take too much longer, and Sergey also wanted to go because I interrupted him a little.
Absolutely.
So the point of the matter is that Judaism, right, takes that into account, and the rabbis take that into account because that is the reality of a nation, right? Regardless of the state, it's the reality of the nation, and Jews are a nation even without a state, and we still have to do those things, right? Take those things into account because because at some point we will have conflicting values, things that go against the core of our being because we have to survive. It's about survival.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't, because I asked you a question, it was a simple question. Which army is doing the best job, like better than Israel, and you don't respond me. You just make a.
Well, we were talking about Ukraine and the death toll, so it's a little hard to. I don't quantify these things. I don't consider. I think I answered your question indirectly. I don't consider armies are not moral.
Okay,
They're
you said
pragmatic.
it. No. Let me comment. I won't comment it. Okay, because you just make you made a relativistic statement. It means nothing. Oh, all is bad or all is good. The sun is good.
Get to your point.
The moon is bad.
Instead of framing my argument,
no. If we will compare, you will see that Israel is the moral army, much moral army than any other on the planet. Because if you can do okay.
No, we're not doing this.
No.
We're not doing this. Armies are not moral. That's not what we do here. We don't do this. Sorry. If you bring it up, if we describe an army as moral,
if army do some action that never army in history done ever done.
I'm sorry, but this is so delusional.
This is the advantage. But hold on. No army in history provided humanitarian aid to the conflict to the side with whom it have a conflict. Okay.
Yeah, we understand which school of thought you're in. You think it's the most moral army in the world. I don't want to debate this on you because it's not. You're not a reasonable.
There is no free speech. You try to shout me.
Because we already heard you made your points already. Israel's the most moral army in the world. We heard you.
I don't.
And I told you how I feel about that.
I'd like to read it.
It's Shape's turn.
I just want to clarify why you bring the Benny Morris in this conversation where we're talking about armies, okay? Because Benny Morris is only about 48. Why you bring his in this conversation? Because
we were told a story of the founding of Israel, which was only half the story. And we were also told the story of each of these wars, how the Jews were victorious, and we were only told one side of the story of each of these conflicts. And then over time, you learn, you develop a more nuanced picture. You also meet Palestinians. You find out they're not this caricature of a kid with a Hamas headband and a grenade in their hand. You find out that people are actually people, and your position shifts, and you become more nuanced. I want to hear from Shape. I'm sorry, but we heard from you already.
Okay, all right. So, Buttercup, this is going to be a little.
Hold on. Do you recognize that?
No, I said no. Wait your turn, Sergio.
Sergio, time's up, bro.
Yeah, no. My time.
No.
Your time is up. I'm the mod.
Time's up.
No, guy.
Time's up.
You'll have another chance after.
Time's up.
We're shifting.
You are not.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Shape.
Okay, this will be a quick but a little repetitive. So I'd like to read a few quotes from the senior members of the government for, I'll quote, the most moral army in the world. Okay. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. That's the Minister of Energy. They're all terrorists.
Aren't you talking about the IDF now? You're now talking about IDF. You're not talking about the IDF now.
If you ask me on a personal level, I flattened Gaza. That's
So we're just listing officials.
I just want to understand.
It is another member.
Wait, Shape, please frame your.
How is this connected to the discussion that we're having about the IDF?
We're talking about the members of government of the nation that has the most.
No, you're talking about it.
I'm just bringing.
There is a distinction between.
But your perspective is not about the topic. The topic was about the army.
I'm almost done. Relax, man.
All right.
There's a better site than a case of refreshment.
Let's talk to him after he frames the conversation. Go.
Okay, here we go. So here's the last one. This one's particularly problematic. Another Knesset member said, and the children in Gaza. The children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Think about Daniel. You want to go?
Measuring out of context. None of it was about the IDF. IDF being not the most moral army in the world, for example, which has nothing to do with anything that you just said.
Yeah, there's Knesset members that are really extreme. We all acknowledge that, but that doesn't necessarily inform the IDF's policy, which is the argument they always make.
It doesn't inform
the
The broader claim is that you drop leaflets on people, and it gives you the okay to flatten them and to murder them. When the government is clearly
flattening them and murdering them. No one's flattening and murdering. This you that is making the connection with a statement of a constitution that you, by the way, misinterpret
is morally banned
to the fact of the IDF
from the president
to the national security.
The IDF. No, this is what I'm missing.
You should be ashamed.
This is where you're missing it. No, this is where you're missing it. Even if they would tell us, go and kill all civilians, the army will not do it because the army has a moral code. And this is why when you are jumping between the discussion about the IDF, talking about the parliament, you don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
I know exactly.
And I tried to stop you from the beginning.
I know exactly.
If you want to shift the conversation, fine. Tell me, let's shift the conversation to something else. Discussion about the IDF.
Blowing up
You're
mosques?
talking nonsense.
Would you prefer that? Videos of IDF soldiers blowing up mosques, burying ambulances, killing medics,
okay, let's discuss about it. It's moral or not moral. Let's discuss it. It's moral or not moral.
Celebrating their wedding with the dedication of mosques.
Supporting settlers.
Dude, the drama doesn't impress me.
Time out. Bima,
let's talk about the first one.
We need some fucking energy in this. Bima, speak.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel, I just wanted to ask you, what was the function of dropping the leaflets to begin with? Just a quick sentence, just a quick response. The point to drop the leaflets is to what? What was the purpose?
You asked me to evacuate civilians to safety because in Gaza they don't have like Hamas bases.
No, I don't need a long explanation, but just the purpose. I got it, Daniel. Right. So that's the purpose. So it's to get them to evacuate them. So would you agree that to evacuate them, to get them to safe units, to say, okay, look, if you don't move, now this can function as a mechanism, literally stripping the protection for everybody who remained. Because if you're going to stay, now you're a target. Now you will be bombed, and that's it. Would you agree?
No, this is your interpretation.
Well, no, I'm asking you.
The precautions.
So, hold on, because you just said that it's to get them to safe places. Meaning, what is going to happen in those places
out of harm.
Right?
Listen, they're going to be an operation in this area.
They didn't drop leaflets, right, for a long period to say, hey, look, there's going to be this. It was like 24 hours before they did an intentional, right? You do an intentional, mission.
Yeah.
And the point is because there's going to be a mission there. There's going to be something that's going to happen there. Okay. So can you agree that the point is to say, hey, look, there's going to be a lot of crap going down here. And what's the point of dropping the leaflets?
What do you mean? To people will not be there.
Okay, but Daniel, you
citizens getting killed.
Can I cut in for a little bit? Daniel,
I'm not sure what's...
You acknowledge that not everyone left. Like, at least at the beginning of the bombardment, the first 30 days, they tried to evacuate the northern Gaza at least and move everyone south. But a lot of people didn't leave, right? And that's why there was such a high casualty rate when they were dropping 3,000-pound bombs in the populated areas.
It really could.
No, they were not dropping bombs. They still... This is bullshit. No. Hold on. There's clearing an area, and you don't just bomb and carpet bomb an area. Or like when you talk about a target.
Right. So they dropped the leaflets.
They even bombed tent encampments. What are you talking about? They bombed markets.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what is this?
Yes, that's true. We're going to get to that. No, we're going to get to that.
No, but we're talking about the leaflets. Are they dropping leaflets?
Yes, but it doesn't always work, right?
Do you know how those leaflets work? Those leaflets divide Gaza according to geographical patterns that were established during the Ottoman Empire. If you ask a Palestinian, what is plot number 143? He has no idea. Many times they
I just want to get a map in the leaflets.
But many times people don't always view the leaflets, and even if they tell them area 143, they have no idea what that is. And that doesn't change the fact that that doesn't change the fact that even if they tell them to evacuate, they don't always let you know what is the safe route. And since they define areas,
have you seen one of those leaflets?
No,
you can actually see the yellow arrows that will tell you where to go.
Yeah, yes, I have. And a lot of the times they will change, and we have testimonies for that. And the safe passage suddenly shifts, and all of a sudden you find yourself walking
inside there's a plan, and then you have also. You need to acknowledge, Ambrose, that those leaflets that fall, also Hamas sees them, okay? And Hamas has an incentive to prevent all the civilians to escape.
I know, but Daniel, even so,
things may change.
Wait, can I finish for a second?
Yes.
We have multiple testimonies from IDF soldiers about something called the kill zone, which is an imaginary line that if somehow you happen to end up in that line, you are as good as dead. And we have testimonies from drone operators, artillery battalions, regular, like what you call foot soldiers, many testimonies of how they personally saw either being like innocent civilians being murdered just for being in the wrong place in the wrong time, or themselves did it. We have a very famous testimony about
you have points or just
the leaflets that they leaflets are, it doesn't matter worth shit because they bomb the humanitarian.
But we're talking about the leaflets, and I'm talking about the yellow zone and the parameters, like and the tents. You were like putting everything together.
Mosquito protocol is using Palestinians.
Yes, okay, we're getting a little off topic.
It's
yes,
like
we're getting off topic.
You're kind of throwing everything, you know.
Daniel, can I organize the conversation a little bit? We talked about the leaflets in particular, and you pointed out, oh, well, the point is to evacuate the civilians. We all acknowledge that sometimes the civilians don't leave and then they die, right? And
no, you just didn't let me finish that.
You said it's Hamas's fault, right? It's Hamas's fault.
When you have a military operation,
it's still a
when you have a military operation, you want to have as little civilians as possible, okay, in order to mitigate the risk of civilian casualties. So you do this with leaflets, you do this with
And
it doesn't mean that after 24 hours you start just carpet bombing the place, okay? That is not what is happening. You try the best as you can to move everybody out. We do know that not everybody is leaving all the time.
You're all talking
It's also sometimes arrest someone and we shame on you.
Shape and then Emerald. First Shape and Emerald.
The IDF does want as little things as possible, as little food, water, and electricity as possible. Dropping paper on people and then flattening their homes and starving them to death is not moral. Okay, the IDF is the most morally bankrupt army in the world. Period. End of story. Thank you.
I mean, I think the Syria is...
Now Emerald, I said Emerald will go next.
Syria morally...
Maybe less emotional claims, more like factual claims.
Daniel, we're going in order. First Emerald, then Shai, then Daniel. Go on.
When it comes to the leaflets, I would like to emphasize this again. The division of the geographical division that appears on those leaflets belong in the Ottoman Empire times. Most people don't know what that means. That's number one. Number two, many times those leaflets, just like it was done a few days ago in Zaytun, an hour before they bomb. So we have an entire high-rise building that suddenly gets a leaflet and they have 1 hour to evacuate before the whole thing collapses on them. What if there is an old lady in a wheelchair there? What if there's a mother with 2 toddlers or 2 twins? This is not about keeping the population safe. Not only do those leaflets are just a cover up for something, they don't tell you what is the safe way to get to a safe zone. And then
why are we discussing a stupid idea that he put a trap for to discuss the fucking leaflet? Who gives a fuck about the fucking leaflets? Why do we discuss this shit? Why to fuck the fucking building in the first place? Why to fucking kill 400 people just to get one piece of shit?
And
why are we talking about the people? Like, all these fucking Zionists always throw this kind of a trap here and there, and no, it's not about fucking leaflets. Actually, Israel can call anyone because they have the phone numbers of everyone in the fucking building. They used to call it, but they don't. Since October 7th, they didn't call anyone. They just kill you. And actually, they try to make sure to maximize the harm, so they wait for you to go home. That's the whole fucking software. The Israelis even reported about it, no? Daddy's home. Shut the fuck up, let me finish. So when they get
this clown's back. This guy's such a fucking idiot.
Okay, the idiot is talking, so you shut the fuck up.
It looks like you were talking, clown.
When Daddy gets home, shut the fuck up.
He's just lying, this guy. I don't know what
Daddy gets home.
Respond, okay?
When the Israelis...
They do phone calls and SMSs, he's like.
Daddy's home, that's the fucking software that the Israelis even reported it on it. Can someone deny it? No, it came from Israeli sources anyway. The software wait for some piece of shit scumbags, Hamas terrorists to come home, yeah? Okay, so he comes home. Why couldn't you kill him before he gets home? Because you want to maximize it. Israel is not about killing Hamas, it's just they want to maximize it. They want to kill the Gazans. Stop with the fucking leaflets. Who gives a fuck about it?
You know, there's also one more thing I wanted to say. There was an operation, or more likely an assassination, that happened about a year ago, where a very guided, specific missile was launched into an apartment that had a mother, a grandmother, and 2 one-week-old twins. When Israel wants to commit and direct assassination, it's more than capable to do so, right? Even if it's just a mother who's a doctor who is posting on Facebook, but Israel assassinated her, the grandma, and the 2 one-week-old twins because she was posting on Facebook. So it can do surgical attacks, but it chooses not to. And it also goes to the fact that the open fire protocols were
Hold on. So you're saying Israel killed a mother and a daughter because they were posting on Facebook?
Yes, actually, just a second. Rose, hold on. I will confirm.
Amazing.
Shut the fuck up. I will tell you a story. So in the early days, when God speaks, you shut the fuck up.
You're not God. You're a chump. You bitch.
I'm your fucking God. Shut the fuck
cut it
up.
out, or you're.
When I fucking speak, you shut the fuck up. In the early days, when they tried to evacuate بنيك أمك على صدر أختك من الشرموطة. Shut the fuck up. In the early days, when they tried to evacuate Jabalia, okay? If you guys remember the early days, just
why don't you wake up and maybe do something as the only fucking
I will put my fucking dick in your mouth if you don't shut the fuck up.
You are, but you just behave. Don't curse me like a little animal, okay?
Okay. But maybe you don't understand English.
Make it
so maybe you don't understand Maybe you don't understand English, so I'm gonna say it in Hebrew.
Okay.
תן לי לסיים לפני שאני אסיים עם אמא שלך, אתה מבין?
תקשיב רגע, תפסיק לקלל,
תפסיק לקטוע אותי לפני שאני אקטע את כוס של אמא שלך. כוס של אמא שלך אני קוטע אם אתה קוטע אותי. If you cut me, I'm gonna cut your mouth. Shut the fuck up. In the early days,
No, I'm sorry, Benny is your compatriot. He's Israeli just like you.
He's not my fucking patriot. He's a
Shut the fuck up, let me finish. In the early days,
talking like a
mute yourself, let me finish. Listen, you interrupt.
Daniel, you would like to take the stage for your sake. Let him talk.
Let me finish. The early days, when they were trying to evacuate Jabalia, I do remember these days. And they cut the food and the water back then. And still can remember some of my friends who posted on Facebook that we don't want to leave. Everyone who posted on Facebook was killed. My friends posted on fucking Facebook, they would get, and then we had to tell all of our friends stop posting on fucking Facebook because Israel is using that to kind of find these people who kind of push the message not to leave their town. Not their buildings, their town. I'm speaking about the whole town, not the house.
Hey, why are you terrified of Jews?
What?
Why are you terrified of Israelis?
I'm not fucking terrified by Jews. You actually.
Why are you terrified of Israelis?
I'm not fucking terrified.
Oh, so then why do you call them terrorist monsters? Why are you terrified of Israelis?
You guys are cowards. Don't change the topic.
I'm sorry, BB, I'm gonna have to move you down if you interrupt again.
Oh, don't worry, Buttercup, you got major legal problems. You should check your back channels right now. You should see the shit. You know what Rachel's been doing? Pretending to be Rachel Handler. When actual Rachel Handler's on the app.
Okay, are you fucking done trying to threaten her?
Yeah, that was a threat. Go, Benny.
No, seriously, I'm not fucking terrified. I'm telling you, actually, the most dangerous one to Jewish people are Jewish people. Palestinians are not fucking dangerous to you.
100%.
Don't tell me that Palestinian can be. No, we're not. We don't fucking hate you because you're Jewish. No, we hate you because you're fucking Zionist. The minute you fucking leave us alone, we have no fucking problem with you. So shut the fuck up with this kind of rhetoric. Like, we're getting sick of it. Actually, it's not us. I'm so kind of annoyed that we're still talking about it. You guys have no stage. No one want to talk to you everywhere. Like, literally, if you look at the stages that you used to get October 7 after that, you lost it. Your Hasbara page, repetitive. Anyone can fucking memorize it. Like, you can go and debunk everyone in every fucking way. We don't need to go to 1948, they killed my... No, I can look in the last week what happened and I can pull 10 fucking events that shows you're fucking monsters. I don't need to go to history. It's 4K, live recording, TikTok. So fucking disgusting. Keep up the crying. Keep crying. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Do you know that just today there was a video that came out of a 14-year-old that was shot by IDF in the West Bank, and for 45 minutes the soldiers stood above his bleeding body while his mother was screaming in the background to let him be saved by rescue.
Did anyone saw this video? Yes. Did any of these fuckers saw the video today of the 14-year-old bleeding to death? No.
Listen to the video. Listen to his mother in the background.
Let's talk about the leaflets.
Yeah,
let's talk about Nabi Salah, where a bunch of soldiers took a 17-year-old and beat him up just for fun, or today in Hebron, where they beat a teenager on bikes just for fun. And these are just from the last 3 days, right?
Oh, Benny and Emrose.
This is what the Palestinians want.
Benny, Adeline, and
Emrose. What did you say? That is what they want?
Yeah, this is what Hamas wants. And their leadership.
This is what Hamas wants.
This is what Hamas. Hold on. Sorry. It's a great. Okay, let's use this fucking logic. Let's see how dumb fucking piece of shit this. So, I take someone as a hostage, right? Hamas takes someone as a hostage. Then you call the fucking police. The police comes, kill the hostage, and the Hamas. This is your fucking logic. This is how you see we live in a fucking la la land. That this logic is being used by someone who can operate a phone.
No, this is what happens in war, right? So
listen, yeah, sure.
Yes,
you kill the hostage. You kill the hostage, and you kill the one who took it. Right?
And everywhere there are casualties.
Can you refresh? Okay, I will discuss with you.
And everywhere there's ever been,
exactly. Can you refresh your Hasbara page, because these
in every war there's ever been, there's been casualties.
Oh, okay. Can I use the same logic? Hold on, just a second, guys. Just a second. Can we say the same about October 7th?
What about it?
All these kids, the B-bus, all of them casualties, right?
Yeah.
Could I say that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were casualties.
What?
Just a second.
What
Hold on.
did you just? Fuck did you just say?
Yeah, there's legitimate. Yeah, it's fucked up. I told you, the most dangerous thing to a Jewish is a Jewish.
Did you just say that the children from October 7th are casualties?
Wait, why is it fucked up?
Because you're fucked up when you say the Beatles family.
God.
Just a second. A Palestinian would try to explain to a Jew why a Jew life matters. Because when a Jewish kid gets killed, right, in something he is not related to, someone took him as a hostage, right, or whatever did to him, still fucking horrible. You cannot call it casualty. The Beatles families were not just casualties. That was a fucking crime. See?
Yes, it was a crime, but it was.
So shut the fuck up when someone speaks about the Palestinians and don't call it the casualties. It's a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what Hamas wants, right? Hamas wants every single Palestinian is good for Hamas, is good for you.
Shy, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Sergio. These talking points we're past it, okay? Anyone who hangs on this room can think a little bit critically and can challenge some of this science. Yeah,
do you understand, Chai, that a Palestinian had to explain to you why the children of October 7th are not acceptable casualties? They're innocent, just like 22,000 other children and over 700 children in the West Bank in the past 5 years. They're fucking children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, Shai, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Sergio, that we're not... Hey, Karnak, we have background noise.
Sorry.
Okay, Shai, I'm going to say something I said to Sergio. Anyone in this room can think critically about the sort of the Zionist talking points Americans are weaned on. And if you're going to spout them, I'm going to have to move you down, because this is a room about thinking critically and engaging with the conversation.
No, Buttercup, I want you to think critically and engage with the conversation.
No, if it's a talking point that you and I were raised with to be reflexively defensive of every atrocity, then I'm going to move you down, because we all know what those are. They're boring. They put me to sleep, and that's not what this room is about. It's about...
We could replace it with a ChatGPT, man, to repeat the Hasbara point every 5 minutes, and then it will be more intelligent.
One more Hasbara talking point, you're going down, Shai.
Everything to you is a Hasbara talking point.
No, you know exactly what the narrative is. We all grew up with it. We all heard the same fucking...
You have a fucking ministry called Hasbara, so...
Can I ask Bonnie, can I ask you a question? Is it Bonnie? Benny? I'm sorry.
Benny.
Benny. Can I ask you a question? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are you Israeli?
I'm Palestinian. I am a Palestinian 48er, which means I hold an Israeli passport.
Okay. So, because I don't want to, I understand if we want to move away from the leaflet talking point, but I'm still frustrated by it, and I think that it is a good point to sometimes talk about, only because I feel that a lot of the things that I've read, I feel that it's like one of those mechanisms where people use it, where it's used to say, hey, look, we're doing good, to then justify what is actually happening in the back end. Because you saw afterwards, the Ministry of Defense and of Israel and everything, like they referred to everybody who stayed behind, who didn't move after the leaflets were dropped, as human shield or accomplices.
Do you want?
And so you were able to justify that entire population to
let's assume that it is their intention. Let's assume that the dropping a leaflet, it's the intention of informing someone that he needs to leave the house. I want to remind you of something. Do you remember the airdrops?
The airdrops, the leaflet airdrops from the plane?
No, the airdrops, the aid.
Oh, the airdrops, yeah.
You remember, like, when they drop these big, large boxes and they miss the target and they fall in the sea?
Or they end up killing people.
Or they end up, they just fall. Like, they drop it for one region and they fall inside of Israel. Or they drop it. Now, I want you to imagine, can we drop a leaf from a jet and think it's going to arrive to the right place? Stupid idea. The whole idea is they just
but you need
want
to
sell the image.
Hold on, but you need to understand, Bima, you need to understand this is part of the entire doctrine of whitewashing the occupation. It's the same thing as saying we have a Supreme Court judge who's an Arab, right? There are 20% Muslims in Israel, which is not accurate, 20% Palestinians, but this is how they whitewash the occupation and the crimes for decades, because they walk this fine line, but
if you want to look at the logic,
masks have fallen.
Yeah, but if you want to look at the logic, every time Israelis tell you to talk about A, know that you should not talk about A. And this is what a lot of people fall. This is ABC in the Hasbara. The first thing, they drop something for you so you can start talking about it. And then you spend an hour discussing it. But technically, you just got distracted and fall into a trap. It's like, why are we even talking about this part? Talking about this part is does not really make sense. Why are you bombing? So you stop talking about why are we bombing that building, and now we're talking about what? We're talking about, but we informed him, but he did not fucking leave.
So I don't want you to start. Yeah.
The leaflets are the lawyer's fine print. It's to cover their ass. It's to absolve them of any crime. Okay, this is the purpose of the leaflets. It's irrelevant to the topic.
I'm gonna give another example.
They're dropping like hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
Buttercup, that was my entire point. I just wanted, that was my entire point, because I think a lot of times when we're in these discussions and people do bring up the leaflets to just sort of say like, oh look, this is the good thing we're doing. I think it's interesting that we're not even, a lot of the times like here we are, but in this discussion, but a lot of times we don't say, wait, hold on, let's actually talk about what really happened with the leaflets, and sort of like explain what you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the leaflets.
Like the true intention behind the leaflets.
So you just kind of spread your propaganda from no one that ever been to Gaza or the IDF. Got it. So we talked about
No, we always need to talk about not the perspective of the IDF. This is ABC. This is what we should do. We never should talk about things from the perspective of the IDF. The IDF is the criminal. Now, you don't bring a criminal to him. Can you map and tell me you don't. The criminal sits. Yeah, sure. Hamas are criminal. Do you know why? Because they are collaborators for me. That they with the Israelis. For me, I don't fucking see them as you think I should see them.
It wasn't just Hamas that committed 7th of October. It was many Palestinian factions.
Yes, how many?
Hold on.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be honest.
We saw the celebration.
How many? 5,000? 5,000?
Within the population.
10,000. 15,000.
15,000.
So hard.
If you agree with Hamas,
1%.
I don't want to go for 27,000 Palestinians.
30.
100,000. Okay, 100,000 Palestinians is October 7th.
I heard you enough.
No. Listen,
wrap it up.
Like, he doesn't have anything to say. So basically,
I'm asking you, how many Palestinians stormed October 7th?
You do agree that Hamas are like a violent, brutal, jihadist terror group. And we also know that this jihadi terror extreme radical group has been the government of Gaza for the last 20 years.
No.
Now, you don't need to be a genius to put 1+1 together to understand that it has an impact. It's not like a football ball that you can ignore them.
Who made them the government of Gaza?
Aspect of being.
Who made them the government of Gaza? Manny, why don't you answer questions? I answer all questions.
And if you want to move forward, you need to also bring a plan that will also address the many issues and violence and hate within the Palestinian society. But as long as they will keep on coming here and blame Israel, there's an idea for that, and Israelis and Jews are this, and there's zero accountability, zero introspection, and zero looking inside, nothing.
All right, we got it.
You did not come up with one solution that did not
Just say, so you want the Palestinians to come with a plan? Okay, if I follow your logic, October 7 happened by some Palestinian faction doing that. I just would go with 100,000 Palestinians, which...
It wasn't 1 second when I spoke that someone didn't spoke over me, just so you know. Whenever a Zionist speaks, you let a gang of people, but whenever a Jew hater speaks, you mute everybody.
Jew hater? You think I'm a Jew hater?
Like, it's boring. It's just like boring by now. Try to have
yes, for you
everybody's conversation. I'm not getting triggered and I'm not crying. I think
folks are crying about
You're whining too much. Okay, stop whining.
If you would want to have an honest discussion, you would have one.
Daniel, I have a question for you. Daniel, how many...
Just a second.
Daniel, you're in Israel, right?
Just a second. As a Jew hater, I had to defend the Bibas family for the other Jew who think there are casualties. The second part is, even if 100,000 Palestinians went in, they don't come like to 10% of the Palestinians that are inside of Gaza. So does that justify killing the others? No. The other part is, let's say I use the same logic that you have. How many settlers are burning villages every day in the West Bank? That does not mean we should kill all the settlers, not the Israelis, the settlers. No, we should not, right? The idea is that, because of Hamas, Israel funded Hamas and made them the government. They made them the only option to govern Gaza. That is through Qatar. But the other part is, what about the West Bank? I didn't see any October 7 happening there. How many people did you kill since then? So stop using the same thing. Listen, if you want me to discuss and not curse you, and therefore trying to be candid with you for the first time, if you don't want to be cursed, respect my intelligence. Do not fucking repeat Hasbara points that I can do circles around them. Okay?
Respect your intelligence. The first statement that you made to me in all the time that I saw you was just cursing at me.
Yes, because you say Hasbara.
And every time that I speak, you speak over me. And everything that we say, you consider as Hasbara talking point. And by the way, stop talking. And by the way, again, zero accountability, zero introspection, and zero taking responsibility for what Palestinians are doing.
For what? He didn't do anything. He doesn't live in Gaza. He has what?
He doesn't even particularly like Hamas.
The thing is, this is what we're trying to tell you. Even if it's 100,000, there are 2.4 million Palestinians in Gaza, and you are blaming all 0.4 million people for what, let's say, exaggerated.
Why did I say that I blame them? Who said that I blame them? What point did I say?
Then explain your attitude towards this. Because you seem to refuse, because you're actually demanding a Palestinian 48 to be accountable for what Hamas did, but you refuse to be accountable for what
I didn't say anything about that. I said about introspection to the Palestinian society.
Introspection, okay, I will do introspection. Okay, so the Palestinian society should
all the time, by the way.
What makes you think they don't?
Just a second, Maya, just saying. Hold on. For the Palestinians,
also all the pro-Palestinians, zero accountability.
I don't give a fuck about the pro-Palestinians. You and them, you can go fuck yourself. I don't really care. I care about my own people. I'm a selfish now after a genocide.
Stop cursing like, dude, you want
this is how I motherfucking speak after a genocide. When I saw a 14-year-old bleeding to death today, I can speak the way I want. So do not tell me.
No, you cannot. Nothing. You always have legitimacy in your heart.
Also, Daniel is free to speak as he wants.
Daniel, stop interrupting.
Okay. Hey guys, do you wanna get in a circles you and start crying and jerking yourself? Like what? Do you wanna listen to someone? Yeah, sure. But I'm not gonna sit and start talking to you in a way that I'm gonna respect that what you're saying is not fucking us, bro. Today, the 14-year-old was bleeding to death. We all saw it. If you did not, you should go check it out.
That's not the first time either.
Okay, so, great. So we need to kind of get used to it.
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying.
No, I know. This is, I'm being sarcastic. What I'm trying to do is, if Palestinians want to look into what happened and they want to evaluate, that's a valid thing. Okay, how do we do it as a community? How does it do it as a nation? They need to do election. Who's preventing the election? Why no one can fucking answer? Sorry, Daniel, I cursed. Why can't we do? Why can't we do elections?
The Palestinians can. No one is stopping them. You can have elections. You decide that you will not have elections until you put the restrictions. Now they're talking about a referendum.
No, I'm asking you why. Who's preventing the election in the last time? Who prevented it?
Your leaders don't want to have elections. Go do elections. Why am I stopping you?
Okay.
Why am I stopping you?
Daniel, if you don't know, see, I don't know.
No, I know the narrative. I know the narrative.
No, the narrative is fact.
It's again this victim mentality that you have that everything is blamed by the Israelis.
No, let me remind everyone. You can go check it out. You can go look it up, and I'm gonna say it, and you can go look it up. I don't know how to post shit here, neither I'm interested because you guys are not looking for a fact. But the last election was prevented in Israel, I think in 2021, because the Israeli police in Jerusalem restricted.
You're talking about specifically East Jerusalem, right? This is what you're talking about. This is how election happened and West Bank.
Wait.
Jerusalem.
This is how
I just want to understand.
Hold on. Yeah, this is how election happened. You don't do half election. You don't do 3/4 election. You don't do.
Well, you do have two governments right now.
No. People need to understand this. Maya, just a second. Israeli police in Jerusalem prevented letting election happening in East Jerusalem, which means you cannot have election if you have party election. Like, do I need to explain election?
At least you have a reason why your people do not get to be represented. The people in Gaza, because in East Jerusalem this happened. So the people in Gaza should be under a terror regime for almost 2 decades. Got it. At least you have someone to blame. But who's paying the price?
Yes, Israel is the reason.
Born under Hamas rule.
Israel.
You know why? As long as you have someone to blame.
No. There is
this election.
When someone gets sick,
the problem that you have with
when someone gets sick, Shai, I'm having a conversation with someone more intelligent than you. Shai, wait your turn.
Sorry.
So when there is a cancer, you might have symptoms. Hamas is a symptom to the cancer. The cancer is Israel. So when you want to kind of treat the symptom, okay, you can treat Hamas. Like, we can treat what Hamas did and all this kind of shit, but we should never forget who's the cancer, because the cancer caused more symptoms. Like now, Israel is building militias.
We get from you guys,
Israel is
and this is why you're in the situation that you are on, because you see us as cancer.
So what drugs is Hamas used other than terror?
Hold on, I want to explain something, please, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
In order to have an election in the PLO is funded by international communities. In order to have that funding keep flowing, they have to meet certain terms. That includes having elections that meet certain standards. Without performing elections within the West Bank, those elections are not deemed as legal in the eyes of the international community. Hence, if they have those type of elections, they will be cut off from funding. Israel intentionally prevents them from having elections in East Jerusalem in order to prevent them from having elections. As you see the evil cycle that goes on here. So they just, by the way, declared elections for the PLO.
So I want to understand. So those international bodies are cannot have a frown upon about an election that will not include East Jerusalem, but are totally okay with giving funding for Hamas that is on his role for 4 years for 10 years and Hamas.
Daniel, you need to understand the PLO ousted Hamas. The Hamas wasn't under the umbrella of the PLO for many years.
Aid from the UN organization.
No, it gets from Israel.
Really?
No,
yes.
it doesn't.
Hold on. Are you?
Come on.
Hamas get the funding from Israel.
All of the expenses of education and hospitalization. Who's paying?
You want to deny, Maya, just a second.
You want to deny? Under what government?
You want to deny? Do you want to deny? Can you mute yourself? Can you deny that Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to request them to send money to Hamas? And when the Qataris were not sure, they had to request a letter, written letter, and then that written letter was sent and signed by the head of Mossad.
He knows this. We've discussed it. Daniel knows this.
So who funded Hamas then? Why did Israel ask Qatar to fund Hamas?
I thought you were asking me a question. Okay, so if you look at the reason why the money from Qatar was given to Hamas.
No, that's not a question.
I'm
sorry, you're answering a question.
I'm trying to answer you, so never mind.
That's not my question. Let me clarify the question.
You want to hear your question?
No, I want to clarify the question.
And you want to make the allegations and the acquisition, and you want to hear
Israel.
Why Israel? He asked me a question.
I'm asking the question. Why Israel asked Qatar, not why Qatar sent, why Israel asked Qatar?
Okay, that is the problem, that Israel asked Qatar?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason that the money was given was for three reasons. One is to help with the humanitarian issue in Gaza. The second one is to pay for electricity and gas to warm and light up the street. And the third was to pay salaries of, what can you do? Employees of Hamas. But those employees of Hamas are, for example, doctors and teachers and people that need to be paid, but they're under Hamas because Hamas is a dual-use word. It is the government of Gaza, and it's also a terror organization. If Israel would not allow Qatar to fund Gaza, you would be here on stage and say, no, we'll not allow money for gas, electricity, doctors, and infrastructure.
Okay, follow-up question. Why did Israel prevent the PA?
The issue is that Hamas is the government of Gaza. And this is, it doesn't matter how you gotta roll around.
Why did Israel? Daniel, hold yourself. Why Israel prevented the PA?
And where's your country? It's your government.
I'm asking you, Daniel, hold your emotions. Why did Israel ask the PA? Prevented the PA from
listen, grow up.
Wait for the question. The question is not done
with you, okay?
You're losing the argument. This is why you don't.
I understand, but if you're not being respectful, I'm not going to engage with you.
I'm very respectful.
Okay?
I'm asking you respectful. I didn't curse. See? I'm being respectful. So why did Israel prevented and cut the PA from sending and paying the salaries to the employees in Gaza to prevent them to be under the umbrella of Hamas? Why did Israel do that? Like when they asked Qatar, they had to ask Qatar for a reason. Because they
never mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Because you got quiet, so I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to kind of give you something.
So give him the answer.
Go ahead, Daniel.
You already have the answer.
It's
Palestinians did nothing. The Palestinians are the victims. But I'm trying to ask you.
There's no answer. He's a coward.
Okay, I'm trying to ask you to get out of every little.
I'm asking you. You don't ask me if you don't answer.
Allegations on left and right, okay? At some point, you guys, you need to understand that you bring
what
no
allegations?
The only thing that you
Daniel, all you do is throw slogans. Can you address what was said?
No, I want to say what I want to say.
Because
maybe you enjoy this game,
Daniel,
but
זימברתי אותך, נכנסתי לך.
מתפרק.
כן, וואו, דן, חלש. He's weak, by the way.
Wow, you guys are so low-level debaters. You go immediately to cursing me in Hebrew, and she is supporting him, and they won the debate because they would not let me speak. You guys are you are so fragile in your ideology that it's all based on allegation. And this is what I'm trying to talk. There's zero accountability. Okay, no, forget about it.
Daniel, the thing is
never mind. Enjoy your, it's a fuck fest. It's like I will not be begging for the mic. I already told Vanguard to try to
Mexican drama.
Just continue.
So Barbara, leave you.
I'm not trying.
Slap the door where you're leaving, Daniel. Slap the door.
All right, let's move on.
Daniel, we're not. But Buttercup, this is exactly the problem. We can't keep skipping over facts and over reality just because Daniel doesn't want to accept it.
Wait,
The
he
thing
doesn't have to
with
engage though. You could just make
no, it's not about him. It's about the fact that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not an assumption. It's not. It's facts. We have pictures, documentations, confessions on camera, on Israeli media. This is not just some fringe theory. This is something that the majority of Israel acknowledges. You're sitting here and denying it, and it's impossible to have a conversation.
Okay, so to keep everyone in the loop.
There's really, sorry, last thing. There's really government engineered the situation so that something like October 7 would happen, so they can benefit from it. Just like they engineered to have a government in Gaza. I'm like, what do you think? Okay, so you raise a beast called Hamas and you keep him there. What do you think is gonna happen? And when you keep feeding him, it's gonna be enough one time. He's gonna want more. So they made sure that the normal, liberal, whatever you wanna call, be a corrupt, don't send the salaries so that the average employee in Gaza have to be dependent on Hamas. You did not give him an ultimatum. Then actually, because you made him dependent on Hamas, then Hamas did October 7. Then you went and they killed the average Gazan.
I mean, I think even the people who are more conservative in their estimates will say that the Netanyahu government was playing a very dangerous game with this buying quiet plan, right? Even the most, mainstream centrist Israelis will admit that what Netanyahu's policy of funding Hamas through Qatar was a very dangerous game. And it did backfire on them, right? Whether they had the intention.
This guy is like keep chewing. Is enjoying.
He's just obnoxious, but he's just that's his personality. But
then you're rude.
But then you can go on a limb and say that it was intentional. They expected something like this to happen, and it gave them license to do what they were planning to do anyway, which is ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, right?
Right.
Thank you, Mixed. I'm glad you agree. So I want to change the topic a bit. Benny, Olive, and McRose. I've been reading with Abu Safia, this medical director, that we didn't hear. It seemed like he was going to be released with all the Palestinian prisoners, and then in the last second, it seems they changed their minds, and then suddenly the Israeli government puts out a photo of him claiming it's a Hamas uniform. And with no basis.
Can I clarify that? Dr. Hussam Abu Safia was a pediatrician from northern Gaza. After the beginning of the genocide, he self-appointed chief of staff of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was a hero. He refused to evacuate. They murdered his son as retaliation. They called him and told him to evacuate, and he refused. He stayed with his patients and started reporting from inside the hospital. For those of you who remember, one of the results of the general's plan in the north was we saw an ER burning, and we saw people with IVs still in them burning to death live. Yes. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia was one of the many medical staff that were taken, abducted by the IDF when they took over North Gaza. He has been tortured. He has zero access almost to lawyers, not to mention medical assistance. Red Cross is completely forbidden from any type of access. It's impossible to get any type of information about him. And recently a photo came up where he was shown to be in a uniform, which claimed to be part of Hamas. Hamas doesn't use those type of uniforms. That uniform is reserved for medical staff that is part of search and rescue teams within Gaza. That has nothing to do with Hamas. That is completely, you will never find any other Hamas operative wearing anything similar. However, you will find Palestinian forces that are search and rescue that have a similar.
I thought it was like a PA something.
Is the local police military medical unit. Okay, so there's a unit, military, police under the police, right? Like many Israeli cardiologists or ER doctors or all of them are also reserved in the army. Does that mean you're arrested? No, the same. I just to remind everyone, his arrest video, which went viral, the arrest video that they took him, where he walked into a tank. Mm-hmm. He walked himself. He literally walked. That's not a terrorist behavior.
No. And they presented no evidence that he's a terrorist, but I wanted to ask this question because it reminds me a little bit of when Israel, because it came out through the official Israeli channels. They maligned him, they smeared him, they committed libel. They claimed that his uniform was Hamas. It's not. And it's eerily similar to what they did to the journalists when they posted a picture of a bunch of journalists claiming they were members of Hamas without evidence. And it's what do you make of the fact that the Israeli government's formal channels are putting out this libelous information about this doctor, which so far they've not presented any evidence that. Are they going to kill him? Like, what? It's really scary because when they did it with the journalists, suddenly they all start dying.
To kill him, yeah, they will kill him. Why? This might sound ridiculous, but some people don't know that Israel killed a few Palestinian doctors who were under arrest, and they killed him. Dr. Adnan al-Barsh, genius doctor.
They refused to return his body.
Yeah, we know.
They killed him in an Israeli prison. He was in a prison, a doctor. They killed him. They assassinated him. They made sure that he's dead, and they won't return his body until now. And when some people who were released and they witnessed him like this, and they know that he had so many marks on his body from the torture. So Israel killed doctors.
Not only doctors, a lot of the bodies that were returned from Israel torture camps, and I saw the pictures myself. There's a Google Drive if anybody wants to. We're literally in execution poses. The body was in a crutching pose with hands tied behind their backs and still blindfolded, which is literally an execution pose. We have at least 101 names that we know of that were martyred in mysterious circumstances in Israel detention and torture camps. And the numbers just keep growing. State Iman is just the tip of the iceberg. People don't understand that.
I think people are beginning to realize that. But I think what is strange about this is they were silent about him. It seemed like there was a last minute push to release him during the final exchange of prisoners. And then suddenly he's off the list. We don't hear about him. They could have not mentioned him. And all of a sudden they're bringing him up with this false claim about him.
The thing is that Israel recognizes figures that might have leadership qualities that can gather support behind them and lead a unified Palestinian voice. Nothing terrifies them more than these types of personalities when they pop up. You can take Zacharias Beatty as a good example of that, Barghouti, of course, and also Hussam Abu Sufia. And I doubt they will ever, because if God willing he's released, he will be a hero. He will be an icon, and that's the last thing Israel will allow ever to happen. This is why the concern for him is so grave. Not to mention that I've spoken to people that have known Dr. Abu Sufia since they were children. He took care of their children when they were good.
He's a very famous doctor.
Yeah, I'm writing you as I'm muttering. That's how people write El Normo. They say it in their head, then they write it. But I don't know which phone you're on. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah,
I'm looking at 20 plus phones, El Normo, and the phone screens are off, so I don't know which phone you're on. I tried to find you, but I've got too many Clown House rooms live streaming, and I'm about to send you another audio
America
clip.
have a harder time trying to twist themselves into knots, making atrocities make sense. Like going after journalists, going after medical professionals is never acceptable.
The thing is, Buttercup, that there's a lot more hardcore, concrete proof evidence out there that even the world is not bothering to put emphasis on, right?
Okay, can you hear me?
Full report about what happens. It's called Welcome to Hell.
By the way, we all see it. I think more than you guys in Israel see it. Because we're bombarded with it.
A part of me hopes that the world is oblivious to that, because that would give me comfort. But if they're not, and they're still ignoring it, then that's even more terrifying. But this is not a speculation. This is well-known fact. Like, there are court petitions, court documents, whatever you want. This is well-known fact, what happens in those places. And it's been documented from every possible angle, but for some reason, people keep ignoring it. Did you know what happened today, Buttercup, in the security cabinet in Israel?
No, what happened?
They issued new orders, which effectively say that from now on, they assert or they annex to themselves security control over A territories and B territories, which means that from now on, they can literally walk into a home in the middle of Ramallah, and according to them, they will have the right to do so. So effectively, we've started to full-on annex the West Bank from the river to the sea. So the genocide is officially spreading to the West Bank. This is it.
So I have a question, more just like a pragmatic question. Like for those of us who think that the two-state solution is dead because it's like, you know, what's going to be the state at this point? It's all eaten up. Like it seems like I understand the extremists are annexing the West Bank for one reason, but if we want to move towards one state where Palestinians in the West Bank have rights, it's a tragedy for people who still believe in two states. But if you believe in one state, then
which one is easier? Which one is easier in your head to give the Palestinians in the West Bank equal rights, or to go to two states?
I think at this point, what's left to become two states? You just give everyone.
Now it is one state. Right now, we always Israel and Palestine was one state. Like pragmatically on the ground, we're one state. It is apartheid. Yeah, it is an apartheid. But we need to be clear. It is one state. So when people say I want one state, I would tell him you don't know what you're asking for because technically we are in it.
I guess I agree with you. I guess the point I'm making, I also think it's easier at this point to just expand, just give everyone rights, right? But when sort of this encroachment on what would have been the Palestinian state, it's almost irrelevant if you hope for eventually a one-state solution, right?
It's not going to happen, you know why? Because Israel, are you going to change the people there instead of Israel?
In Times of Israel. And what is your solution?
This current state of
What's that?
I'm saying that the continuation of the current state of affairs is most probable after we have another 1.5 states.
What is 1.5 states?
sort of thing.
So apartheid. It's apartheid. Guys, the current stage is apartheid.
Never get sovereignty.
In the foreseeable future, yes, not always.
But inside of Israel, there is an apartheid. I live in an apartheid.
What is the apartheid there?
How about the death
Jewish,
sentence?
Maya, Jews and Arabs are not equal.
What is the problem with equality?
What do you mean?
It's not serious.
It's good equality. It's good to have equality. It's healthy. You know?
Yeah, but what's like good problem? I believe everybody in Israel is able to vote, and so.
Oh, okay. So the equality does not stand as voter only. It's about your rights too.
What rights are missing?
Are you Israeli?
No, but I'm interested.
Okay.
What rights are missing?
There are 75 laws inside of Israel that discriminate against Palestinians. I'll give you absentee law is one of them.
What is the absentee law?
Okay, you can Google this,
a law that does not get you your land back, although you're a full citizen inside of Israel, because Israel took it.
Okay, basically says that as long as you can prevent Palestinians from reaching their land for 3 years, the state can take it away.
No, people who are Israelis, exactly. I know you guys love that. It's like, no, they live to Jordan.
No, I know some viewpoint.
I know, like, I know you're. Oh, guys, you're so easy. No, I'm talking about full Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship like me. They still cannot get their land back.
Okay, I don't know the details, but that is very common. Some people in some countries have lost land and they aren't getting
No, it's
back.
not.
That doesn't mean that there would be apartheid.
When you have the paper and you call yourself a democratic country, that does not go as explained.
What is the paper? Who has given that?
That you own the fucking land. That is your.
Are you referring to something before 48?
Yeah, because history does not start in 48. Some people live.
Yes, but the state of Israel starts at 48.
So. Do you count all legal holdings, everything? Because for you guys, you came from 2,000 years ago. So
that has nothing to do with that.
He does not want to learn. I think for a second you want to learn, then you just want to argue. Then I'm gonna step on.
Do you know what Resolution 194 is? I'm so sick of repeating this.
Then don't. He does not want to learn.
Yeah, we don't have to explain to every. He can Google some stuff on his own.
Okay, Google Resolution 194 from October 1948. That was, probably one of the first famous times, let's say, defied international law, or ignored it bluntly and said, fuck off. We'll do whatever the fuck we want.
So this is
because that land that he's talking about, the whole world told Israel that it has to give it back, and those people have to be able to return, and they also should be compensated for everything that's lost. And that was in October 1948, right? The same body that declared Israel as a viable state also told Israel, please allow all these people to return home and give them back what is theirs and compensate them for everything that's lost. Israel said, fuck off. First time, 1948. Just went first from there.
Yeah, but it seems quite natural to me that there was a war in 48 and they were
It's okay, I don't care what you think.
Some people left on the other side of the border and some people on the other side of the border.
You cannot go back. Enough with you, okay? You're not even Israeli, so I already gave you. So you can go Google shit now, and then you can come and do follow-up questions.
By the way,
I expect you to give me explanations, proper explanations.
I gave you, just like Maya, I need a bit. Listen, you asked a question about something you don't know, I explained one. Then I asked you a follow-up question, do you want? Then you said, okay, can you explain then and then.
Okay,
you don't answers yet. You just want to debate for the sake of debate.
You don't have to educate me. I'm okay with the fact that I don't know everything about Israel and Palestine.
Okay, so
I was expecting you to tell how the apartheid is valid.
I just told you that you cannot get your land back, dumb fuck. What does that mean? If you're Arab,
That's one detail, and that doesn't tell me that there's apartheid in
That's one example, dumb fuck.
I mean, just what about the West Bank? Okay, those are people that also live on the land.
No. But I don't want to listen. This is what Israelis want to do. Oh, but listen, might be an apartheid there, but inside of Israel, no.
He's not Israeli. He's just a rando guy.
No, I know, but all Israel shit. Inside of Israel shit. In the West Bank is shittier. In Gaza is way shittier. No. I'm not letting, no. Inside of Israel, it's a fucking apartheid because you cannot get your land back, although you have the right. And when you go to court and they look at the law and they see absentee law, Arab, he cannot get his land, that's a fucking apartheid. When you cannot buy a land in a house in a specific community because there are community acceptance rules, that's a fucking apartheid. There's 75 laws. Don't fuck, go read them, then come back. Next time, do not open a can of worms if you cannot fucking handle.
I put down, Juho, down in the comments, a link to a report from B'Tselem called Divide and Conquer. That report is very good at breaking down why it's an apartheid state between the river and the sea, and it breaks down the different types of apartheid, whether it's 48, East Jerusalem. If you were more of an audio person, you can go to my Twitter feed. There's 3-hour space with B'Tselem's spokesperson, Said Micheli. She breaks it down on the interview. But it's important to understand because just because apartheid manifests in different ways doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because the bottom line is, everywhere you look between the river and the sea, Jews are privileged over everybody else. And that is the most basic, pure form of apartheid. And that is why we say it's apartheid between the river and the sea, because Jews are always privileged. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but always privileged.
Are you saying that there's apartheid against Israeli citizens or apartheid against the Palestinians in the...
There is apartheid and inequality towards anybody that is not Jewish. And it can be worse in some places, it's not as bad in other places, but Jews are always privileged over everybody else. It doesn't matter if it's Palestinian, Muslim, Christian, Samaritans, even Jews suffer from the same thing. The point is that the Jew is... in Israel proper, yeah. The Jew is the privileged one, always. You can come close, you can be a Jew serving in the army, and you will come close to the status of a Jew, but you will never be as privileged as a Jew. And that applies everywhere between the river and the sea.
River and sea is different from Israel.
Juho, how about we go around? I feel like we need to clear the air. I think everyone should say a little bit about you. I don't think I've met you, Juho. I don't know. Mr. Roger, you're from the West Bank, right? Mr. Raji?
Yes, I'm from the West Bank, but I don't live in the West Bank. I live outside.
Are you in
Don't tell
Europe?
But I can tell you what's happening there.
Yeah. Tell us.
I've been in places where when you want to change it, you see, I have a Jordanian nationality, so I have more privilege than the Palestinians themselves, walking among the Israeli parts. So I've seen how I can pass these called mahsoon. And there is that, it looks like the one, because I work in this industry where you put cows on a certain track and it's all full of iron so they don't get distracted. I've seen that place that Palestinians go through, and it's really fucked up, humiliating method, making people working in these metal gauges just to pass, to go to work. What do you call that? It literally looks like you're changing location between a high controlled prison to a heaven. Because I've seen, when I passed by the Palestinian territory and went to your land, I've seen heaven. I've seen the difference in the streets, the difference in the building, even in the cars. It's like going from first world country to third world country, and they claim that they are one state. Where is the one state on it? I don't believe that Jews who's also living outside claim that there is no apartheid in Israel. It's like you're closing your eyes and saying, no, son, you should go and look yourself. Just go to these places where Palestinians live and see the humiliated conditions they used to live. They are still living in. It's funny, like they claim like they are innocent and they are above everyone. But when you just ask them, no, you don't have just the right to question us.
Come on, guys.
What
we get
kind
circumcised like you. We get circumcised like you guys.
And we eat your food, and you eat our food. We are the same.
And sometimes we fuck your girls.
Okay.
I won't go in that part, but look at the bright side. We are human just like you, but your Zionist mentality, that is a different thing than the Judaism itself, is controlling you. You are just like ISIS. You know ISIS, they are Muslims too, but they used to drag us to a war. They claimed they made a country and they used your same basic. Either you're with me or against me. And if you are against me, I will kill you. I will cut your head. They filled YouTube literally with these cutting heads videos. You are using the same method. So Zionism, it's just an ISIS who's controlled Judaism to fulfill their plans, and also the main reason that the Israeli now don't live in peace everywhere. By the way, there's a...
But you know the difference from ISIS? They have one difference. Like ISIS, شو oh man. Imagine all the marketing.
Look at the fun side. They were talking earlier what destroyed the Jew peace in the whole world. Look, guys, you have to look at the history, because the history itself condemns you. The fun is that you left all the trails where all these pieces that we can follow and catch you. What you did, like the first, when you start to establish the so-called Israel, you sent terrorists to Egypt to make bombing, and one of you could get caught near the cinema of Egypt making bombs to provoke people to kick the Jew, because you need population. We know that. It's a great strategy, but people didn't understand it that time. You made that problems. Even in Iraq, you started making these countries. Yeah, everyone knows that you're the one who made, and nowadays, after you destroyed your good reputation, they destroyed now their reputation, and they lose, after 7 October, everyone's dream is become a Jew, because everything will open for you. Not like most people, you see.
Do you have a Jewish mother?
No way. I'm talking about the people. You see, if you look at Mel Gibson, bro, he just made a movie. They buried him. You know that Jesus Christ movie. They are the one who control media. Have you seen Superman movie?
All right. We're running a little out of topic here, Mr. Raji. I hope you understand from this room that there's many where this doesn't represent Judaism or Jews or ethnic Jews. Many of us have diversity.
I'm talking about Zionists. I'm talking. This is the so-called, because most people doesn't know Zionists.
It's a struggle, though. Jews are trying to separate their identity from Zionism, but it's entangled. You know, so we're trying to untangle it. That's why we're having this room.
Which is a good thing, and I represent what you are saying. But the main idea, they're the one who lose their position after 7th of October. That's what they show to the world. They can fix that problem much, much better than making all of these massacres. But the problem is they made the massacres, and I guess now, you know the full intentions. Their main intention to kill these people and take the land. They won't give you a state. They won't recognize you, even if you bend over.
طيب خلينا بالطابقة. بس you don't want to be Jewish. Trust me.
No. I don't want. Man, أنت فهمت غلط, حبيبي.
Because
I was talking about the common people.
Outside of Israel and Palestine, I think Muslims and Jews and Palestinians are in a very vulnerable position, because we're all sort of linked by proxy to what's happening there, and we're all really in the same boat. So I think that the experience is a little different for those of us in the diaspora. We're forced to confront this, and it's not really a great position to be in. So this is why everyone's having sort of a collective identity crisis, even though the stakes are less high for us, but everyone's trying to figure out what it means to be a Jew, a Palestinian American.
I think you guys should double down. Meaning, not double down on Zionism, double down on your Jewish identity. Just don't leave it for them. Don't leave it for them to claim it. It's no, I am Jewish and fuck you.
Yeah.
Leaving it is no, I need to get into even if you in front of these white nationalists, who's the anti-Semite kind of start bubbling up. like, no, I'm Jewish, I'm proud, and fuck you, and you don't represent what God said. He's just saying that Bibi Netanyahu represents Jewish, and he defined what's Jewish and what's not as a piece of shit. So I think all this kind of Jewish diaspora, just leave it.
But also, you have to understand, in Israel, Judaism is not the sacred thing. This is not the one thing they uphold, that their religion is the IDF. We can trash Judaism all day long. Most of them wouldn't give a flying fuck. But you say one wrong thing about the IDF and they all lose their shit. It was never about Judaism, ever.
The IDF represent a great symbol in their head. By the way, this is why when you say anything about it, you just touch a very delicate nerve for them.
بلجيكي صح انت بلجيكي؟
أنا مش من مواليد الأردن فما عشت هاي أردني فلسطيني بس
ربنا عفاك لا تخلص.
يا آسف معلش.
We have Daniel, who's an Israeli, Mr. Raji, who's a Palestinian, West Banker, Joe is not Jewish, not an Israeli.
Faya is Palestinian too.
Faya is a Palestinian from where?
Oh, you are? I didn't know that, Faya.
Yeah. No, I'm Iraqi.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. We're all Palestinians.
No, we're not. So you're in Iraqi.
Oh, come on.
Like you have Alawis and things.
She even sounds a little bit like Nada, right? Her voice sounds a little bit like Nada's voice.
I think we're...
Caleb is a Palestinian too, or a Jew?
No, he's a Jewish Israeli. He likes to get out
American. I don't know. He's claims Israeliness.
Buttercup, there are people asking for Mike, and I don't know them, so I don't want to just...
Who? Let's see. That music guy is a troll that just records rooms. I don't see anyone with a hand up.
There was some Eli Razavi something.
Eli Razavi. I don't see him. You can just give him a mic. I don't care. Oh, Ali. Yeah, he's fine. You just invite people. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave soon anyway.
I don't know what the rules are in these things.
If they're shitty, I'll let you know.
Daniel, I want to know, Daniel, you were in our room today and you were listening for a long time. I'm really curious to know what you learned. What was it like for you too? Because I don't know if you ever had to experience like Israelis sitting down and having a proper conversation with a Palestinian the way you observed today. I was curious to know what you thought.
I found it interesting that you basically were talking about the IDF and basically that anyone that joins the IDF is inherently a criminal, yet people that are working, it doesn't matter at what role, you were talking about Tumche Lechima and like even if they're like the doctors of the army, or the talking about the army, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he was listening.
And
did I curse in that space?
Now you are like talking about like this doctor and doing like the complete opposite. And again, to be honest, like I am trying to listen and understand. And it seems like if you don't inherently come with the belief of the narrative, like you don't provide like, you know, the title was Chazon of like, I don't remember exactly what was about, like, and I was really hoping to hear something that is not, again, accusations. They are the victim, like they are the bad ones, they are the good ones, and it's like no plan, no really like something that is realistic. It seems like keeping this alive is the thing.
The thing is
keeping the cause alive.
Remind me if I'm wrong. I was speaking in the space today, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel, I was in the space speaking, right?
I don't
Evilo is his name.
think that I heard.
Yeah, Evilo.
He was his space.
Did I curse in that space, Daniel?
I don't think that I heard
you.
You
did. He was there. You just don't recognize
I was the one.
I
was the one who was making that point that everyone who's joined the army is complicit. It was me.
Yeah, but you like it was like people built upon it. It wasn't like rejected. It was adopted, and they were adding to it.
It also was Olive was the only Palestinian there.
I was the only Palestinian.
Let me give people the background.
there was another girl, an Arab girl. I don't remember. I don't know her name.
Okay, guys, I just want to tell the room because they don't know what you're talking about. I've been following Benny Olive and Emrose for a while because I was looking for Israelis that have lefty views because I was pretty depressed with some of the discourse. And so I've been following for a while. They had these spaces online of just like progressive lefty Israelis who, acknowledge the genocide and all this stuff. And lately, Daniel's been joining their rooms, their spaces on Twitter. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
As a listener.
But one thing, notice, Daniel, I don't curse when the one speaking for.
No, you did curse.
No,
you did curse.
Oh,
yes.
You curse there? What did you say?
Not at them, at us again, even without us being there.
Yeah.
Pigs, I don't
I
remember
think
exactly what was the words
Angel
exactly
pissed
that
you
you were
off
talking
at some
about.
point. I think you said maybe something about
the guy that I was
Oh, you did curse.
the guy I was speaking to, he was Israeli. I didn't curse at him because
Listen, all of them are like new voices to me, so it's really hard to kind of names to.
Yeah, so he was speaking to me with respect, meaning he did not.
And he wasn't an anti-Zionist, by the way.
He was not. He was a Zionist, but like.
No, I think it was about you talking about either Zionists or soldiers.
Do you? Yeah, but do you remember how that conversation started?
No.
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 Would you like to be reminded?
Yeah, why don't you recap the conversation for those of us who weren't there or don't understand Hebrew enough to understand fully?
But basically, it was about the idea was, but the idea inherently is bad and commit crime. So, like, you need to accept this narrative to follow the law.
Yes.
And then basically you build up to that anyone that joins this is a criminal.
So the conversation started with one of the people, the Israelis on Spaces, who is like a lefty Zionist, and he has a question that he's been repeating in many lefty Zionist spaces, whether because they all agree that Bibi belongs in jail for the way that he has been funding Hamas for a long, long time. Now he brought to the floor the question of whether Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett should face the same fate, because to some extent, when they were in power for about a year, they did the same thing, but in a different method. And from there, we went to how far can we take complicity. So there is the notion that some people hold the notion that there are no innocent people in Gaza, right? They love to say that. And we started talking about who is and isn't complicit and to what extent. And the first thing that we talked about was the level of involvement. Now, you can say that everybody that entered Israel from the Palestinian side on September 100% complicit, there's no doubt, but also those who were driving the trucks, right? But at the same time, can we say the same for the IDF? And to what extent? Because that is a mandatory army, right? You can't refuse, or can you? And that is where the conversation went, because Israelis do know what is happening there. Even lefty Zionists know what is happening there. That is why it was a conversation that they finally started to have. But this is why I was interested for you to listen, because in these spaces, I haven't seen one proper Israeli space on this platform. And I wanted you to be exposed a little bit more to the internal dialogue that I think you're missing out on. And I think kind of makes you live within this sheltered bubble that is, well, actually pretty detached from Israeli society. Even if it's not your camp, you should still be exposed to.
No, listen, I'm doing it a lot, and I was watching Channel 14 a lot, not out of that I think that they're the opposite. I wanted to challenge myself, because I don't want to live in a bubble. Like to say, okay, let's see if they make sense, if they convince me, what do they bring? And I wasn't convinced, I mean, not at all. And I have to admit that in your spaces, also, if you're not already part of the clique, and you don't accept inherently, like, the narrative, like, I was really, also, like, there was this conversation between Yuli Novak and what's her face from the, not in I don't know the other organization, the American organization, and Yuli Novak, they had like this 1 hour talk, and I was listening to it, like, again, trying to, like, both are very good speakers, both of them are Jewish organizations that are very anti-Zionist. But it was just like, even she was talking about growing up in apartheid, and I was looking to hear, like, okay, example, like something, but there was nothing. It was just like, all those blank statements that honestly, Ambrose, I wanted to challenge myself, but there was nothing there. If you don't believe the narrative, there's nothing there.
You were hung up on the terminology. You were triggered by the terminology.
Like it's just as long as things in the air, ethnic cleansing, the bombardment, then discrimination, and also, hold on, also at the end of the day, this is a very complex situation, and to assume that Israel works in a vacuum, that they can do whatever they want, it's not realistic. We have the other side, that they are also our actors here. We have the international community, always like focusing only on what Israel is doing with like literally zero talk about why are we in this situation also, which is not just on Israel's side. And I think it's a big problem with this, like zero accountability.
Wait, you mentioned the international community, but you expressed to me before multiple times that you don't give a fuck about international law. So you acknowledge the fact that...
No, it's not that I don't give a fuck. I'm saying that international law is an agreement, okay? It's not a law, it's a treaty. And the law, as we understand it, is something that you can enforce. This is what we like. It's not an opinion about those specific international law. In general, if you cannot enforce a law, it's not really a law. It's an agreement. It's a treaty. Not all countries go to all laws. So and not any UN resolution is a UN is an international law. I'm just being accurate. It's not even giving an opinion.
Daniel, could it be that you just don't have all the information and I'm sorry, the intelligence to discuss? So when you go into this conversation, you feel that
maybe I'm not intelligent and I don't know enough about the topic. Yeah, maybe.
So some people think they like physics,
or maybe really like even now your comeback is an insult. It's not like trying to convince me. Because if I don't believe the narrative, then there is nothing to be based on. That you either with us or like fuck you, like that's basically the statement.
No, you can tell me fuck you. I won't get insulted. I don't care. So. I think, do you like physics, right? I think you assume.
No, I didn't say fuck you. I said that basically the message I'm getting from you guys that either you accept our narrative to me or fuck you to me, not to you.
In the way. Okay. You like physics? Do you enjoy physics? I'm asking you. Hello? Daniel? Daniel, do you like physics?
No, make a statement.
Daniel, I'm trying to explain I'm trying to explain it to you.
It's just
I'm trying to explain.
It's a rhetorical question. Just make the point.
Okay, Buttercup, do you like physics?
Go ahead.
Not really. I'm not great at physics.
So, sometimes some people think they do, and then they come into a discussion, and you get into a group. But technically, that group is a little bit advanced. They are kind of discussing quantum and general relativity and practical physics. I'm getting into atomic and molecular, all these kind of things. And you think, no, I don't think they understand that they don't. You're not at the same level.
All right, let's not patronize him. Come on. We're trying to...
No.
What I find interesting about these spaces...
When I ask you a simple question, sometimes you can ask him, Rosa, you can go... I don't think many of the spaces that I did after October 7, you're going to find me curse or say shit in the first year. Because I really thought some people won't understand. They came to build bridges and they came to kind of maintain the narrative, not to live the pro-Palestinians that are not Palestinians and they're just Hamas fans, hijack my narrative and kind of stick there. But at some stage, I reached to kind of understanding the person in front of me is not trying to learn. He's just trying kind of to look good for someone who's listening down there who does not really matter. And the person that I'm debating with also does not really matter. So all three of you can go fuck yourself and burn in hell. I don't give a fuck because there as a kid is burning alive right now. So when I'm trying to talk to you and I see that you don't have the basics information, I will patronize you. Yeah, I will, because you don't have that. So when you have that, you get my respect to come on a space like that space that happened today, and I was discussing with that Zionist Israeli with full respect. I disagree literally on everything he said, but we discussed it because he knows his shit, I know my shit. But Daniel, you're not at that level. So don't feel that I'm trying to insult you. I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you, you don't know.
I think it's also different.
And I mean it.
So, Daniel, in this space, before you Ambrose and Benny showed up.
Seriously, we listened out for 5 minutes of him saying basically nothing. No, I'm trying to tell you facts. No, dude, this is a fact that you tried to convince me that you have any facts on your side.
Daniel, he's saying
I know more than you,
respectfully.
and don't insult me. I have my experience is first-hand experience. You know.
Yes, but it seems
I share the idea, including everybody that I know, including people that I know right now in the IDF group. I don't get my information like you from TikTok and Al Jazeera. And listen, I listened to you 5 minutes to speak about absolutely nothing. And that was basically my claim. If I don't believe your narrative, then fuck me. And this is exactly what you did. You had nothing to say, so for 5 minutes you were thinking about something, saying I don't know the facts, but basically saying nothing.
Listen, let me give you both a compliment.
Does anyone want to challenge me or just insult?
No, I'm trying to tell you, you don't have any fucking level of facts yet to kind of get a spot on this fucking panel to debate with me yet.
Listen, okay.
When I ask you a few questions, does it sound cocky? Fuck yeah. You know why? Because with these fucking Israelis, I learned a lot of them, they don't want to do any fucking effort to learn, yet they want to fucking argue. And if you want to argue, then I'm going to fucking burn you. Because I asked you a few questions on this space, you did not know how to answer them, and you only did victim help crying. Exactly. In the other space, I was debating with an Israeli, and that Israeli had a lot of information, and we had a very respectful, productive conversation.
Okay, to be honest, I was surprised Daniel showed up at all. Usually Daniel's on the defensive. He's like on a Hasbara mission, and he's very worried about how these arguments reflect on Israel and the state. But when he talks to you and Emrose, I see a different type of Daniel who's actually, it lands different when it comes from you guys. And so I think honestly, like Daniel, the fact that he spent multiple days sitting in those rooms of Israelis, of the internal conversation among Israelis, where you don't have to worry about public opinion and the international community. I thought it was very revealing and beautiful, and I hope that you guys get to have more dialogues. Because usually when I talk to Daniel, he's like a bulldog. He feels like Israel's life depends on whether or not he defends.
He gets a cookie. Okay, he gets a cookie for sitting.
Yeah, sure thing. Good boy.
Daniel.
I'm sorry. And Benny Olive, to his credit, argued with the Zionists for several hours today in spaces, and he didn't curse at him, so he also gets a cookie.
Thank you.
Benny Olive, if I may put something in here. A big issue with a lot of the people, especially like the Israeli Zionist side, they don't even know how to debate at all, much less this issue. It's always they're always going to resort to, or almost always going to resort to, fallacious reasoning.
Who are you, Mandalore? I don't know you. Where you're from? What's your background?
I'm not.
Give me anything.
But I'm from the pro-Palestinian side.
Okay, are you Palestinian or American?
No, I just said I'm
the
not.
Skin of the game. Okay.
And I'm Arab, but yeah.
Okay. So that was your statement that Zionists don't know how to argue?
No, I can. Well, at least a lot of the Israeli ones, just from a point of modal logic.
Based on what? Based on people you met on Clubhouse?
Just sort of observations for the past almost 10 years now, just listening to these discussions.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, a lot of people from the pro-Palestinian side as well, they don't. Not always, but they're not also the best at really.
They're not informed. People are not informed. Yeah.
Or people sometimes repeat what they hear on TV because they want to sound smart. They don't understand.
Yeah, but even from like a debate standpoint, because I really hate even making myself seem like something. But yeah, I'm just saying this as somebody who used to be like formally trained on how to actually debate.
Who, you?
And when you. Yeah.
Okay, so you're ranking their debating skills, the Zionists versus the pro-Pallies.
Essentially, yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for sharing.
But it's just something else that I wanted to mention is that it's honestly, oftentimes I've noticed there seems to be a lot of intellectual dishonesty. Even when they try to, and this is a critique to the Zionist side, when it goes into the aspect of antiquity, because most of them know nothing about the antiquity side of the debate either.
Okay.
They'll try to make the claim that.
I think you made your point. You made your point. I think. If do you want to add to the discussion? And I feel like I get it.
I'm just saying at this point, it would just be if they're not capable of being intellectually being intellectually honest, then I don't see any point in like literally endorsing them or holding them.
There's no point in
even
engaging.
hosting them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
pointless. So our point was there are some Zionists that are able to engage intellectually and some are not. Some of them have trouble. There's cognitive dissonance. All right, Ali, did you want to say something? You came up, and Edward. Edward's another Palestinian American from Bethlehem.
Edward's here. Hey, Edward.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
I keep calling it your hometown, but I've been to Edward's birth town.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually here, listening for a while. I just came back, and I did want to just mention that the debates are great, however, what is lacking, I think, on both sides is debates regarding solutions. And not just solutions, but a way to get to a solution, implementation, those types of ideas. Because we can go around in circles regarding who's right and who's wrong, but at the end of the day, this is more of a form of, I want to say resistance on both sides, and there has to be a time when, a day that comes after resistance. What happens the day after? Do we go back to the same thing that we were doing before, or are lessons learned and we take those lessons and build something?
So one, you kick it off. What's your solution?
Constitutional convention.
Yeah, you can go second. Edward, what's your solution? Go.
My solution is that there has to be a plan for Palestinians to be able to realize independence. So there has to be a plan going forward, and a plan that's accepted by all sides, including the UN and the international community, and it has to be a plan that's adhered to with mechanisms for addressing grievances. But there has to be.
Are you talking about post-war plan or like final state, one versus two state?
Well, okay, one state versus two states is the final outcome. Right. But before we even get to that final outcome, there has to be a roadmap.
What about a dystopian surveillance city for workers, for low-wage workers? What do you think of that? Is that a good plan?
Okay, hold on. What about
talking about Kushner's like dystopian surveillance?
How about we?
Oh, come on! That city looks fun.
Hold on. Can we take this back down to reality for a second?
Yeah.
Look. Gaza is still mid-genocide, and today we have been informed that there is official annexation starting of the West Bank. We have seen efforts of ethical cleansing ramping up all over the place, whether it's the Jordan Valley or the Negev or East Jerusalem. You're talking about something that is so far from being even feasible right now. This is about stopping something. There's no solution right now. We need to stop this. And the only way, or the most efficient way to stop this, is to fucking sanction Israel and stop arming it. Right now, the only thing that can stop the creeping genocide, which is expanding everywhere between the river and the sea, is for the entire fucking international community to stand up and say no and sanction Israel and stop giving it arms. This should be an objective. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the best we can hope for right now. Because unless we do that, this is just going to get worse. And we need to get back down to reality. This is where we're at.
Reality people who make plans with the word only.
I haven't heard from Ali yet.
Yeah, let me just be quick. Thank you, and I have to leave in about 2 minutes. So I am going to back to Daniel's concern and assertion that if an assumption is being made that every single IDF soldier is a criminal, it's not a good assumption. I think it has to be talked about, and that's what I hear every time from those who are against Israel that every IDF soldier is a criminal. I don't think that is the case. Number two, I wanted to ask Mr. He was telling us that when the Palestinian workers, they go to Israel to work, they are being treated as cattle and walking through a defined area with gated. And so Israelis are very careful in kind of making sure that these people get through and are vetted. So my question to him, unfortunately I have to go, why do you think this is the case? This is perhaps something to do with the suicide bombings?
For fuck's sake.
That's a very beautiful question.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Do you think this may have something to do with the suicide bombings that happened over decades ago? I mean, happened decades ago.
Probably.
I need to...
All right, good. So now this
Hold on,
opportunity to
just a
address.
second. If someone need to go, why does he ask a question that he need to go?
It's propaganda.
Maybe send him the
That's a good idea.
It's called a drive-by.
Yeah. Can I answer Rose real quick?
Yeah.
Rose. When I say solution, I'm talking about moving from a state of chaos, a state of destruction, to an organized path forward. Moving from, what we have today to sanctioning Israel, I think is not realistic. I'm not saying we shouldn't, this path shouldn't be taken. What I'm saying is...
The question is, what is your objective, Edward? And I think that right now the objective needs to be stop the monster. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the only thing that we need to be focusing on right now. And I think that the demands for sanction, and this is, by the way, where I see Jewish diaspora is extremely, extremely important, because I believe that if more Jewish diasporas will speak up against Israel, against the genocide, against Zionism, that will give more public elected officials the courage to do the same, to reject AIPAC, to put sanctions. This is where their job, I think, is extremely critical. Even Palestinians are diaspora, couple together, do it together, be a force. But if there's something that the diaspora can totally focus on, is that to get more and more people to demand their public electives to take that stance. Because that's the only thing that's going to work. Nothing else. Nobody's going to bomb Israel. Let's face it, there will be no military intervention, right? It's never going to happen. But sanctions can happen, and it doesn't ever even have to be all the way. Like, let's start with not arming them, right? Let something, but give your elected officials the courage to do that. That's on you, not on us. Trust me, we're fighting from the inside, but you can do that.
So the way America works is one, we no matter what we do with lobbying, there's no way that we can lobby for sanctions. It just will not happen. The way American Congress works and the way it responds is through oversight, through accountability. So making Israel...
It also doesn't make sense to sanction Israel when they're using our weapons.
Right, and that's the thing, that the military companies themselves have a lot of power. Why go against them? Hold on. Let me land. What I'm saying is, though, before sanctioning, before you could have this conversation, you first have to identify accountability. And that's where the diaspora can come in and do a lot of damage to how Israel currellowing handles Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza by allowing Congress to set up mechanisms for accountability, because we as Americans give money to the Palestinians. Okay, I understand we give money to Israel, but we give money to the Palestinians. Hold on. We give money to the Palestinians. We also need to be accountable. We need to hold the politicians, the Foreign Relations Committee, I think, on the Congress side, and appropriations, I think on the Senate side, both the same committees that are responsible for, foreign relations, things like this. U.S., like for example, U.S. aid gives money to Palestinians. Okay, does that money go to the objectives that U.S. aid has put out? And that's a question that could be asked through Congress to U.S. aid. Okay, it doesn't.
Okay, make your point.
We've identified that problem.
Some of your point.
Okay. So we identified. We would identify the problem that U.S. aid gives money, but the money itself is not being used in a way that America would like it to be used. So now it comes down to identification, then accountability. Okay, let's make sure that the money is being used, and what is keeping it from being used properly. Are you talking about
rebuilding Gaza now, or you're talking?
No, I'm talking about Gaza and the West Bank, the whole thing. So you have to have. The U.S. has to be in a position of accountability. That's the first step, is what I'm saying.
So I get what you're saying, and I think we're kind of on the same way, because I think you're talking about being laser focused on a specific concept and not on a broad notion. And maybe that doesn't contradict what I was thinking. Like, one of the things that we've been talking about, what Mamdani did with the IRA, the anti-Semitism definition, that is a very easy thing to achieve, even on a local level, that anybody can advocate for, and it effectively benefits everyone, because it also comes from Jews who say, listen, we want people we want to be safe as a minority, we want it to be defined as hate speech, but we're Jews, we're not Zionists, we're not connected to Israel, and effectively taking away the connection between Israel and the definition of anti-Semitism is a very big part in what's preventing people from speaking up, right? It's normalizing the concept of Jews are not Israel, and speaking against what Israel does is not anti-Semitic. So these are small ways that we can achieve, right? Not even on a city level, it's not even on a state level, effectively, right?
I want to pick something out. Mamdani just undid something that was pretty exceptional, that his predecessor did in the Senate deploy to the Jewish world, because it was about and it's these Jewish organizations that we talked about earlier that are wielding their influence among the majority of Jewish people in America. We should speak up, and we should say it hurts us, and it demonizes Jews like me, even Jews like Holly, and we should adjust to that to be the broad definition of anti-Semitism, and it's always.
And saying, okay, well, why haven't elections been held? And so just asking that question and going to Congress, meaning Palestinians, asking that question, going to Congress and then having a hearing of identifying the issues, and what that would essentially do is identify the issues that Israel, the roadblocks that Israel has put up, so that Palestinians cannot have elections. The checkpoints.
where it can't build infrastructure. All these things that Palestinians need to build a state, or even just not even build a state. We're not even talking about this. Just to be able to live, and for American money to be used successfully and optimize the use of American money. This is done not just in the West Bank. It's done anywhere in the world. And people do ask these questions, and once they do, it becomes solidified in Congress and part of the discourse. And now you are essentially going after the mechanism of occupation without attacking Israel. And it's a safe path for politicians, and it's a path that I think would get results on the ground for Palestinians.
Yeah.
So, and that is just one way. And I'm not saying, Rose, your way, we should not do.
I think it's a yes and. We need more pressure on our electeds to do right.
Yes. Yeah. The problem,
for the Palestinian diaspora and the Jewish diaspora.
I don't know, Buttercup, if you know this here, like if you go to lobby in DC, because I've done lobbying in DC.
Yeah.
You can't ask for major issues up front, because then you get labeled as a maximalist. And then nobody will talk to you.
I think Jews, there's J Street and other there's a robust Jewish infrastructure that tries to be a check on like the AIPAC and the sort of right wing interest groups. And I think they're trying to be a more vocal voice, which in the internal Jewish community, I think we should be a little more maximalist, because the things that the influence that AIPAC wields is really destructive. But I hear what you're saying, Edward. I think you need to have like a really clear, actionable demand when you talk to politicians.
Yeah, just accountability and just being able to have
But how is that? But from like our perspective, Edward, like I signed up for If Not Now and these like Jewish protest groups that advocate for specific legislation to stop funding bombs, right? To stop funding weaponry and military aid in Israel. And there is legislation that a lot of Jewish politicians have already signed on to, right? That's an actionable thing. We can all sign a petition that says, asking your local elected official to sign on to this bill to try to get it moving in Congress.
So we're talking about two different things here. You're talking about mass, I guess, I don't want to say protest, like mass involvement.
Advocacy.
Advocacy, but at a large scale. So the more people you have involved, the powerful that group is, or that voice is, right? Which is normal and perfectly logical. What I'm talking about actually is minimal. You don't need a lot of voices. You just need constituents in, I don't know, like 10 or 20 different districts around the country. These districts are where these foreign relations committees, the politicians are from, and you speak to one of them, and you just have one of them write a letter to the various agencies asking them what are the issues, when it comes to the Palestinians building a government. What are the issues?
Okay, Edward, but you know what happens when you write a letter to an agency? It gets basically an intern that files it among all the other people who wrote a similar letter.
No, not if it's coming from a foreign. Not if it's coming from a foreign relations committee member. No, the procedure is that they generally have 90 days to respond to that letter and respond to it very, very well and in detail. And then the second letter that's sent out then is, okay, now give us, if the objectives are not being met, what is keeping the objectives from being met? And that's when you start exposing the occupation to the politicians. But no, I understand what you're saying. But when it comes to,
do you participate in are there advocacy organizations doing what you're describing? Because I'm sure there's already infrastructure in place.
No, nobody's doing this on either side. Meaning Palestinians or.
There are many advocacy orgs across America that are advocating for an end to the genocide and for an end to the funding of military aid.
Through protests, yes.
Not just through protests, a variety of things, through legislation that have advanced in Congress.
So when I was a part of
through talking to politicians and talking to these committee members, they all do that.
when I was in DC, and when I was a part of passing the bill to ensure that electric cars all make a sound in the U.S.
Yeah.
That was passed, and I think it was enacted in 2017 or 18. That was passed. That was passed because we strategically went up to the right politicians and brought in people from constituents from their district. So it wasn't a mass movement. Yeah. We also partnered with other nonprofits that are, like, for example, that represent senior citizens, not major nonprofits, but large enough. And we spoke to these very specific politicians that were on these very specific automotive committees to get this bill passed. So minimalist.
Okay. So I want you to, I put a link in the chat, Edward. blockthebombs.org is like basically the campaign to sign this bill that would end this $30 billion taxpayer funded weapons that enable atrocities. And it already has like 60 signatures in Congress. But it's signed, it's supported by like a long list of advocacy organizations and nonprofits, including Center for Constitutional Rights, Adalah, Jewish Voice for Peace, AJP, like a ton, right? If not now, Peace Action. These are all groups that are already. So I wonder if it makes sense to participate in the activities and infrastructure that is already well established and very has had some victories already. You know what I mean? It's called Block the Bombs.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just there's no one. There isn't an actual lobbyist group, for example, that specifically addresses the occupation and U.S. involvement in it in the U.S.
Of course it does. All these groups do.
No, they address it through like mass, bringing in multiple voices, mass constituents, and putting pressure. But to actually address it in terms of, accountability and having hearings on it, forming committees, that takes more finesse, and that takes people going down. And this isn't just me saying this. You can look up how nonprofit lobbyist groups work that don't have a lot of money, and you'll find that they are surprisingly
government effective. For many years, Edward. I know how this works also. I know you know how it works because you've also been on the advocacy side.
What I'm saying is, if you look at nonprofits that do not have a lot of money,
that you brought Daniel Earth to this conversation.
So if you look at nonprofits, and this is important, if you look at nonprofits that have, across the U.S. that have worked with Congress to make change happen, you'll find that a lot of them have very little money, but they all go down. They call it the Hill Day once a year. I'm assuming you've heard of this term. And they but they have a strategy in mind, and they pass not necessarily bills, but they'll pass certain procedures in Congress that gets them to where they want to be and gets their objectives, aligned with Congress's objectives.
Also, the bill that you passed, requiring electric cars to have sound or like certain sound, that's also, it's less controversial, right? Isn't that about like handicapped accessibility stuff, which is like in the Constitution?
No, we also brought up, we had senior citizens involved in that. We had other groups, So it was for electric cars that, we didn't go after the constitutional. We actually ended up, because we did speak to politicians, we got them to sign on to a bill. Then we were able to sit down with the automotive industry. We've done this for other things too. A lot of times you'll find that when you introduce a bill and it gets dropped because it was settled out of the Congress by the opposing industries, because they'll sit down with you and there'll be a compromise. In this case, they fought us until the end and then compromised and then allowed the bill to go through. But it took the people that are blind
and it took other disability groups, and it took senior citizen groups. It took multiple groups.
Let's talk offline sometime and actually brainstorm our knowledge about advocacy and legislation and how we can put our weight behind anything to stop what's happening, because it's horrific. And we should definitely continue the conversation offline.
Yeah.
Emers, I wanted to warn you, when I first came on here, me and my Palestinian friend, a lot of people came after us, both on the Palestinian side and the pro-Israel side, on the Zionist side. And I think the Zios are coming after you. They're making a lot of fake accounts with your name. They did it to me too. And so I would just...
Somebody told me. What will they possibly do with it?
They're going to dox you. They're going to dox your name.
She comes from the streets of X, Buttercup.
Dox you and then potentially.
So here's what they did. They made 4 different Buttercups, and one of them, they actually made an AI Buttercup voice. They took my voice and ran it through AI.
Did not happen in X.
Oh, really?
I was reported to Banfield in the first one.
Yeah.
They claim they reported me to the Israeli.
I have 2 EDM songs with my recording on them, multiple clips, a good amount of memes, and last time I counted 34 spaces open with my name in the title. So, and my wedding pictures were already posted on X before. So
You should have commented and be like, "This is so romantic. I forgot all about this. Thank you for reminding me."
Aww.
No, but I just have to be